Hello.
Hi.
And welcome to Wheel Takes, a podcast that is about the Wheel of Time series and sometimes other things as well. I'm Allie, and I am a first-time reader of the Wheel of Time on book 11?
Yep.
Chapter 9?
Nope.
4.
Yep. And
Yes.
I'm Gus, and I have read all of the Wheel of Time. And this podcast is about the show, because we're going to try to finish our show episodes before we dive back into the book, because folks have been waiting for quite a long time for these. It's January. It's 2024.
Hooray!
We dropped a 6-hour episode and then fucked off to Christmas. So thanks. I hope you all had a great holiday season.
And I stand by that decision.
Whatever holidays you do or do not celebrate, we hope you had a lovely time. We're back, we're rejuvenated, we're re-energized, and we're here to talk about episode 6.
And we missed you.
We missed you, we did. We're back to talk about episode 6 of season 2.
It's true.
Eyes Without Pity.
Yes, and we are also, at the same time, dropping our live reaction, probably.
Yes.
To, if everything goes according to plan, to episode 6, Eyes Without Pity, on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, we've
Wheel
been,
Takes Podcast.
Allie's been having a lot of fun, because Allie really spearheaded that side of the project.
I have an ADHD hyperfixating on this. I learned Premiere Pro, I learned Adobe Photoshop, I learned everything by myself.
It's so fun to
also,
watch her.
Shout out to Jenny, Lesbian Nerdy,
Yes.
on YouTube, who also really held my hand
Did
through
a
this whole
lot of
process.
education.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful person.
The best.
If you have not checked out Lesbian Nerdy on YouTube, do. She's phenomenal. But yeah, so hopefully that'll be up around the same time as this. But in the meantime, you're here to talk to us, or rather listen to us talk at you about episode 6. As a reminder, if you are randomly joining us and do not know the format of our episodes, here's a little refresher. These are going to be split into 2 or 3 parts, depending on whether or not there are fully spoiled things to talk about. Part 1 is the bulk of the episode. It's where we talk about things with no spoilers, no book spoilers past what the show has covered. Part 2 is Wheel Takes spoilers, which is everything up to and including what Allie's read, which again today is Knife of Dreams Chapter 4. And then Part 3 is full book spoilers, but I don't think there's gonna be a Part 3, because there's not really any full book spoiler stuff to talk about, I don't think. So, yes, that's how that's gonna go. Within Part 1, we break things down by plot. A plot is the plotty plot. B plot is the emotional plot. C plot is the other plot. D plot, if there is one, is like, oh yeah, them.
Yeah, basically.
Did I hit all the highlights there?
You crushed it.
Amazing.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
and
actually very impressed.
Before we dive in to talking about this episode, let's first clarify the pronouns we're going to use for one character and their actor. Zelia Mendez-Jones plays Rena. Zelia Mendez-Jones uses he/they pronouns. Rena, the character, is she/her pronouns.
So when we are referring to Zelia, we will use they/he pronouns.
Yes.
And when we are referring to Rena, the character, we will be using she/her pronouns.
Yes. Great.
Hope we're all good with that.
All right. So.
Okay. And also, another thing I want to do before we talk about this episode.
Yes.
There's disturbing content in this episode.
A lot. Yes. I rewatched this part of this at work today and was trying not to cry while setting up iPhones.
Yeah. So in terms of depictions of enslavement, especially in regards to people of color, so I want to establish a trigger warning at the top that we will be addressing those things.
Yes. It is a heavy, dark episode.
Heavy episode.
It's not an episode. I loved it, but it's not an episode I was looking forward to watching again.
Yeah. If you
There's a reason I had only seen this one once. It's very good, but it is tough to watch.
If you do not want to have that be in your conscious mind today, that is valid. Just know that that's something we're going to be talking about. We won't hold it against you either way, mostly because we won't know. We're not there.
That's true.
We don't see you deciding not to listen. Okay. All that to say, shocking no one, this is the low point episode.
What?
I know.
I'm gobsmacked.
What a surprise. Aren't we
felt
all
like
just amazed?
everybody on cloud 9, pep, vigor, vim, generally a good feeling time for everybody.
Yes, and for those of you who don't know, episode 6 is referred to as, well, in my exercised mind, as the low point episode. So everything feels the furthest away from the goal.
You might also call it the all is lost episode.
You could also call it that. Dark Night of the Soul.
That's
There's a
another
lot
good
of
one.
terms, but I like low point.
If it sounds
Because it gets to the
depressing, it's
point.
probably accurate.
Yeah, it's depressing. It's the episode that's rough.
Yeah, it's that point in the movie where everything has gone wrong and you think that there's no way out.
Yeah. And we've established enough hope earlier on that it does become believable that we get our way out. But this is the furthest point of away from the goal.
I think we could also call this episode Give Everyone an Emmy. Because the acting was
phenomenal.
It's always
this
great,
episode.
but
oh my
wow.
God. I mean, specifically too, big shout outs to Madden and Zelia Mendes-Jones.
Yeah.
They crushed the game.
Yeah.
Just broke my heart constantly. So big shout outs to those actors. But yeah, the purpose for the low point episode is to introduce doubt of their success right before we get to the climax, in which we answer the plot question of the season. The plot question this season, to kind of paraphrase Taylor Swift, is, are we ever, ever, ever getting back together? We're starting to see the tendrils of how that might be coming into play. We have many of the kids in Falm in some way or another. So how can they unite after everything they're facing?
Oh, and just to be clear, by the way,
Feels that it's most impossible.
we aren't talking about episode 7 or 8 from a spoiler scope. We're only talking about episode 6, even though we've seen them all now because the whole show is out. Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Cool.
I just gave a thumbs up to nobody. Y'all can't see.
I also did.
All right.
We both did that. Okay. But yeah, so the kind of low points that we're talking about here, Egwene's enslavement, of course.
Big one.
The revelation to Matt that he will kill Rand if he goes to Falm with him.
Yep.
And his own feelings of guilt over abandoning his friends, how that re-triggers that journey because he has to re-abandon his friends. There's a lot of re-triggers in this episode that we should talk about. Nynaeve and Elaine witnessing a stronger Aes Sedai, stronger not in terms of raw power,
Right.
but in terms of
More
education.
established Aes Sedai.
Yeah, an experience being collared and her warder killed, making it feel like rescuing Egwene and even getting out of Falm unscathed themselves may be impossible. Re-triggering Nynaeve's trauma of watching her parents die, having to stand back and do nothing when we know that a big tenet of her character and why she is so protective over her loved ones is, and why she's so prone to action to a point where sometimes it's like, will you chill? Is because she was at one point forced to be inactive. And that is re-triggered here. And I can't wait to talk about Elaine and Nynaeve's developing relationship. And their arc.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
An exciting duo.
Yeah, I like kind of Gus called me because we were both doing hot girl walks during our lunch breaks today. Well, I called you. And then I was like,
Did you? No, I called you.
You called me.
Yeah, I called you.
Oh, that's right. Sometimes we call each other during our hot girl walks. And you called me.
Yes, I called you.
Jesus. You called me, and then I could not shut up about how excited I was to talk about Elaine Nynaeve. So, and then he was like, I have to go back to work. You need to stop talking.
It wasn't that I didn't want to talk to you. It was that I had to go back to work.
Oh, you said it in a nice way.
Yeah.
We've also been gearing toward an additional sub-question of whether Rand will be revealed to the world as the Dragon Reborn, and what his fate will be in the prophesized fight in the sky over Falm.
Yes, we love a good sky battle.
We are making progress on this journey as well. So the plot question of the episode, will Egwene submit to her captors? They'll pour the water. Or will the others get to her in time?
Yeah.
A plot. Who do you think it is?
You know, weirdly, I would have an argument for Rand, because Egwene is the more weighty and important plot, but it is almost entirely emotionally driven.
This is true.
Is it Rand? It should be Egwene.
I went back
right?
and forth.
It's tough because, this is the Egwene episode, but Rand is still the plot driver.
I ultimately gave it to Egwene.
Yeah, I get that.
Because the
Egwene
plot question is Egwene's.
Yeah, and Egwene is far and away the more important thing in this episode.
But I can see why you and I both were like, oh, there is an argument, because Egwene really carries the weight of the emotional intensity of the episode, which tends to be a more B-plot area. But because she dominated this episode,
yeah,
because she had the plot question, because, as you will see as we go through, many of the important core emotional story elements revolve around Egwene. And by the way, in Egwene's plotline, I am also looping in anything having to do with Nynaeve and Elaine.
Yeah,
so that
fair.
helps.
Oh, that
and
does
the
help.
Shan Chan.
Okay, yeah, that actually expands it out a lot.
Yeah, because I was looking at it and I was like, there's no other way to break this down in a way that makes sense.
Yeah.
So they had to have all been kind of wrapped up in the A plot. So we have Nynaeve, Elaine, Egwene, the Shan Chan, anything Rima, anything Rena, the random snippet that we get of Loyal and
The tree singing,
Ingtar and Surat, all of that is
well, they are talking about
involved.
how to free Egwene.
Exactly. So all of that is
no, you're right. It definitely,
Yeah, it all basically Falm is the A plot.
I think Rand drives the plot of the season more this episode, but Egwene definitely drives the plot of the episode. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, but A plot is Falm, with obviously Egwene being the star of the A plot.
Yeah.
Then we have B plot being Rand and Moraine.
Sure. Yeah.
And Alana and Lana Swan. They're all lumped together.
Yeah. There's the people looking for and trying to help Egwene. There's the people looking for and trying to help Rand.
Moraine
and Rand, yeah.
Yeah. It's Rand, Moraine, and the people trying to help them are all the B plot.
Yeah. Kyrian.
Well.
But not Matt.
Kyrian except for Matt.
Yeah.
Is what I shunted into the B plot. And then Min and Matt are C plot.
Yeah.
And then
no Perrin.
Not
a smidgen.
And you know what I find funny about that? I didn't see anyone complain. I saw a lot of people complain when Matt didn't show up an episode. I saw no one complaining over the loss of Perrin.
No.
And I was like, interesting.
Admittedly, he had a huge episode last episode.
He did.
As I recall,
was that episode.
People were concerned because Matt had a number of small appearances to this point.
And then he ate and left no crumbs.
And then
this
he
episode.
did, great.
I had assumed. This is the thing. You want to cut out as much traveling as possible unless something really interesting happens on the road, because roads are boring. There's not a lot that you can do to make them interesting.
Yes.
So unless you want to throw in a bunch of explosive stuff happening, and especially because last episode there was so much road already, they needed to just get Matt to Kyrian. They just needed to get him there. And then D plot, surprising.
Oh yeah. I like this.
Leandrin.
Yeah.
There's a one check-in with Leandrin that is kind of not connected to any of the other plots in any way.
Yeah.
Where I went, okay, Leandrin is D plot. And of course, eventually gets kind of roped into the B plot. But just like Matt gets roped into the B plot.
She's the magic secret D plot.
She's the D plot check-in character.
Good for her. Getting her own plot.
So let's move to the cold open.
All right.
Egwene is dragged into her cell by her caller, by Rena.
That's another good indicator Egwene's the A plot. She is the first and the last thing that we see.
She's the first and last thing we see. Yeah, she occupies a lot of the important story beats. And though Rand might have stuff that is more externally plotty, she has a very plotty within her own cell. Which also, let's talk about the fact that this is a closed arena.
I loved it.
So much of this episode happens in a jail cell.
Two people in a room talking is almost always my favorite thing to watch.
Listen.
It's a close second to 3 people in a room talking.
Okay, yes. However, it's really difficult to pull off.
Especially on screen. Yes, it is great. It's wonderful on stage. It's really, really hard to do 2 people in a room talking on screen.
Yeah, because it is not very visually interesting.
No.
So you can't have too much of it, right? Because
unless
it's like having too much cake.
Like a specific kind of thing. But yes.
Yeah. And listen, there's
always going to be
exceptions to every freaking rule. But we're speaking generally.
Yes.
Generally, it's really boring to watch unless you have it basically has to mean that all of your writing and all of your acting and all of your everything has to be so interesting and dynamic, and the like emotional beats that are happening have to be so interesting and dynamic that we will forgive the fact that it is not very visually interesting.
Right.
That's hard.
It's very hard.
That's a lot of trust, too, that you have to put into all of the elements working out exactly as they need to.
It's also kind of an actor's dream a lot of the time. But
because you're being trusted to carry
to do everything. Pretty much.
But it's also, at the same time, really scary.
Yes, because there is nothing to hide behind.
Right. You don't have like explosions or anything. Yeah, it is just you and your performance, and whether or not your performance, which by the way, again, shout out to Zelia and Madeline for this episode. Holy shit, did they carry this episode. But yeah, so it's a closed arena, which means that it's not going to be very visually interesting, which means that everything has to basically go perfectly. And all of the elements have to be just perfect. It's kind of like, if you're a professional chef, right? It's less about the big fancy things that you can make, and a lot more honestly about those like little details, like the simplicity, but your ability to shine in the simplicity.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's like people say that you can often tell the caliber of a restaurant not by ordering the most expensive thing on the menu, but by ordering a grilled chicken breast.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, if you are a professional chef and you're making mac and cheese, that better be the best freaking mac and cheese we've ever had in our lives.
Yeah.
Right?
Which, by the way, The Menu is a very good movie. Anyway.
I was thinking about The Menu. Anyway, another closed arena for the most part.
Yes, it is. That's true.
Yeah, another closed arena film. Hard to do. But yeah, anyway, enough about my closed arenas. But
there's a movie called Exam on Netflix that's also pretty good. That's a closed arena movie too.
Yeah, I love closed arenas when they can pull it off. It's hard to do because
Doctor Who from a while ago.
Because it's not visually interesting.
Yeah, oftentimes.
Yeah. So then you have to get really interesting everywhere else. Okay. So yeah, she's dragged into her cell. And after Egwene tries to punch Rena in the face, she immediately collapses in pain. Rena calmly explains to her, and by extension to us, right? We're using Egwene again as that novice character to introduce concepts to the audience as a whole. And she explains that any pain a Damani tries to inflict on her Sul'dam, the Damani will experience twice over, even to the point of death.
Yep. And we get a lot of examples of that.
And of course, we get a lot of low angle shots, right? Where we're, down closer to the ground, making Rena look like she's towering over Egwene.
Mm-hmm. I think it's interesting, by the way, the entire sequence of this episode between Egwene and Rena, we do not see in the books. It is mentioned in the books. Egwene talks about it later on. I don't remember exactly who she's talking to at this moment, but she tells someone, I wanted to hit her with the water jug and then I couldn't. And it took me like a month it took me several days before I could touch the water jug again.
I passionately agree with the decision to showcase this, because I do think that an issue that I have often expressed is that Egwene goes through this extreme trauma in the books and it is not explored as fully as I think it needed to be.
Yeah.
In order for us to really understand Egwene's character, the Shan-Chan, and also I think that if you have, and I've said this a lot on our podcast, if you have something tough in your books, because I am a passionate believer that you can explore anything in art, right? I think you should, with the caveat of carefully. Mm-hmm. You have to be really, the tougher your issue that you're going to address, the more you really have to honor the fact that there are real people in this world who have experiences with those traumatic subjects, and that we're never putting the narrative in a position of downplaying the trauma of that and or not honoring the people who have been through that, or passively saying it's fine,
or of making it tittillating.
Yeah. Ooh.
Or exploring it for the purpose of, just shock value.
Yeah.
There are some shows that like to use sexual assault that way.
Yeah.
So, as a for instance.
I'm not a fan when that happens. So yeah, I think that they thought very carefully about this portrayal and how they were going to do it. And it shows. Yeah, but I think this episode to me is a prime example of the fact that, yes, you can explain and explore really traumatic stuff and have your characters go through really traumatic stuff without it feeling exploitive or downplaying it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Rena tells Egwene this is her first lesson. Considering Rena didn't explain this before Egwene tried to punch her and instead let her learn by making the mistake and experiencing the pain means that we are supposed to feel dread as to what the other lessons might be and when Rena might be willing to let us know crucial information that could have prevented severe pain. Rena's doing nothing to prevent Egwene from feeling pain in these moments.
No, not really. I mean, in this scene, she goes, tell me your name. And then she goes, I'm going to have to hurt you until you do.
That's the only warning we get.
The only one. Yeah.
Yeah. Throughout the whole episode, pretty much, that's the only warning we get. And those fears are validated when Rena lets Egwene get hurt and by trying to take her collar off before informing her the collar can't be removed.
Yeah.
So it immediately pays off. And by pays off, I mean narratively, not in like a fun way.
Yeah.
This lines up a lot with the Sean Chan we've seen so far and the Sean Chan from the books. They're not people who gently introduce people to their culture. Instead, there's a steep learning curve with potentially deadly consequences for mistakes. Mm-hmm. We saw it with Uno.
And this is the second time that there's been like an introduction of the Sean Chan scene that was talked about but not shown in the books. Mm-hmm. Likewise, I think we mentioned before, we don't actually see the Sean Chan sack villages in the books. We see the aftermath once they have sacked the village, taken the young women who can channel, and then left.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much just the scene between Perrin and the innkeeper in episode 5. And Egwene we see after she has been, somewhat broken.
Yeah. And for me, I think that's a dangerous thing to do, to be honest, to introduce something like slavery into your text. And this is not a criticism of Robert Jordan. This is, I think, looking at it with a 2024 lens. I think it's dangerous to incorporate something like that and then not fully explore the impact.
Yeah, I get that.
Because I think then you run the risk of desensitizing us to the horrors of it. And I don't think that should ever happen.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. I'm pretty passionate about that.
Understandably.
So quick last thought. We saw it with Uno. They did a veiled threat about the oaths being sworn for him, but there wasn't really an explanation provided before they murdered him and took women from their screaming families. Mm-hmm. And that's where we're going to break for ads. Sorry, I was not laughing because of the women screaming. I was laughing because there is literally not going to be any better segue into ads this whole episode. Okay, so then we get to the Rena Egwene name thing, which you talked about earlier, and she says that she's going to have to hurt her.
Notably, Rena does not let Egwene keep her name in the book.
Yeah.
I feel like this was done so that the people who missed 10 seconds where Rena changes Egwene's name don't spend the rest of the episode going, wait, who's Thule?
That might be part of it.
I think that's part of it, because in the books, they rename all of the Damani. They always get a different name.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think the other part of it is that, and I think this is connecting to Robert Jordan's thesis, is Rena thinks she is nicer than the other Suldam.
Yes.
She thinks that it's a way of showcasing you. She's going, I'm not like other Suldam. I'm a cool Suldam. True. It's true.
Yeah, no, I mean, she does.
That's what she does.
Yeah.
And we're about to get there, but yeah, she in her mind is being nice to Egwene.
Yeah. Well, because she talks about like, oh, I think it's important to be. I think it's possible to be friends with your Damani. I think you should have a friendship with your Damani. And then, of course, she spends the entire episode terrorizing Egwene.
Yeah, beating the absolute ever-loving fuck out of her.
Kicking the yeah.
So, yeah. We see that even though Egwene has experienced pain, she's not going to submit to her captor as much as she can. In addition to humor and inherent kindness, resilience is another one way in which characters endear themselves to us. Names are very powerful identifiers to us. So Egwene withholding that information gives us a sense that she's trying to maintain a semblance of control and power in this horrific situation. Which, of course, Rena won't even let her have.
No.
In Egwene's scenes this episode, we get a ton of extreme high and low angle shots meant to reflect the extremes of her situation and give this sense of Rena's oppressive presence and how trapped Egwene is. There are a lot of shots also done through bars to further emphasize Egwene's captivity, reminiscent of a prison or being a caged animal at a zoo. It's another moment in which being in a cage is important.
Do you remember, by the way, what they call where they keep the demonic?
The kennels.
The kennels.
I hate everything about it.
In the books especially, and they're doing this in the show as well, I can tell, there's a lot of very dog-specific imagery and language associated with demonic.
Language,
Dehumanizing. Yeah, big time. Well, I mean, Rena even says, you're not a person. You're a demoni.
But I think it's interesting that we've seen Perrin dealing a lot with the question of cages and who deserves to be in a cage, and now we have Egwene in one.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And in the minds of the Shan-Chan, she does deserve to be in there.
She, belongs there.
Right. And Rena views herself as somebody who is doing a public good.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but is like nicer than the typical people, which just makes us go, oh, Jesus, how much meaner are they?
Yeah.
Because Egwene got strangled by Rena, but it's that perspective of like, who is a good person, who is not a good person, what do we deserve, and who deserves it? And all of that is stuff that's continuing throughout the plots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then Rena says the line about, I'll have to hurt you if you don't tell me your name. And then like pretty immediately does it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't really give her a bunch of time to think about it. Again, I think we are seeing that Rena sees herself as a good person who is being made to do these things because this is the proper way to handle a disobedient Damani in their culture.
Well, she thinks it's a good and right thing to do.
Which should serve in my mind as a reminder to question the things we view as normal, because maybe they shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
Egwene does tell Rena her name in this moment, sparking fear that her submission may already be beginning. Something that is such a big part of her identity, her name being forced out of her, only for Rena to dismiss it as almost nice, I'll let you keep it, is so haunting. Almost as if someone got a dog from a shelter and then decided their name was fine, I guess. The fact that Egwene is being treated like a pet being disciplined by a trainer, which, as a side note, is not how you should treat a dog either, but definitely not a human being. To clarify, it's fine if you change the dog from the shelter's name, just not the physical abuse part.
Yeah.
For a dog or a human being.
Yeah.
But it's pretty creepy that somebody feels a level of ownership over a person that they feel that they control that person's name.
Yes. As long as that person's not a newborn baby.
I mean, I think that's the acceptable time
to
decide what someone's name is. It is the quintessential only if you are the parent and or guardian of said baby.
To decide someone else's name. You can always pick your own name.
You can, yes, you can always pick your own name.
Yes.
But deciding someone else's name is otherwise weird.
You know, and it's funny. It's a spoiler. I'll write it down, talk about it later.
Yeah, write it down, talk about it later. We also hear a lot of distant screaming, cluing us into the fact that the other women taken are having a similarly terrible time. Not to mention, Egwene might not know for sure where Elaine and Nynaeve are. The screaming women could easily be them.
Yes.
Yeah, for all she knows.
It's very possible.
I'm sure they're not telling her one way or the other.
No. What? The Shan-Chan? You think they're not going to be generous with information?
No.
Come on. They seem like such lovely folks.
Rena tells Egwene that tomorrow her training begins. The word training again invoking a dog or a horse rather than a person in a chilling way. The Damani are not seen as people in this society, and that's very clear with the dehumanizing language that they use for them. And it only becomes more clear as the episode goes on.
Mm-hmm.
Dehumanizing language is something that cultures use against other people so that the atrocities that they commit against them don't feel like they are being committed against other people, so they become, quote unquote, easier.
Yes. Well, this particular, war crime, this is different from all the other ones because they really
they're actually bad.
Yeah.
It's still a war crime. I don't know how many times we have to learn that. Anyway, Egwene tries to reach for the cuff and it immediately causes her to convulse in pain, and she backs away from it in a way that looks purposefully animalistic to make us fear that she'll be broken by Rhenna and lose her humanity.
Mm-hmm. Really the through line of the episode.
Mm-hmm. We cut to Elaine and Nynaeve locked in an attic.
A little later.
A little later. We're staying on the A-plot.
Yeah.
Elaine tells Nynaeve to stop pacing, and Nynaeve snaps back that she's not pacing, she's investigating.
Is this when she calls her princess?
Nynaeve calls her princess a lot.
So many times.
And we had a little bit of a discussion in our Discord about that, whether that's Nynaeve's ignorance or whether that is Nynaeve being mean. I think this episode showcases that it is Nynaeve being mean, because eventually Nynaeve does start calling her the daughter heir.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's calling her princess because it's a barb.
Yeah. She's calling her prim and proper and airy and disconnected and probably soft-handed.
All of those things are probably the context that Nynaeve views Elaine with. Nynaeve is not the sort of person content to let other people take action without her, so she has to put that potential energy into the kinetic energy of pacing. Elaine, who has likely had a lot of crisis training.
Especially based on how she behaves for this entire episode.
Mm-hmm. This entire episode had me asking questions that we will talk about in the spoiler section. But yeah, she's probably had some crisis training and is used to being protected. So she's more inclined to think about the dangers of pacing, alerting people.
Yes.
Versus Nynaeve, whose whole struggle from the time she was a child is, I sat there and did nothing.
I can't keep still.
While people tried to defend me and died.
This whole season is basically, so far, let's just make Nynaeve's trauma worse.
Here's the thing.
Also, everybody else's.
This episode, I do think, is a bit of a healing moment for Nynaeve. We'll talk about it.
There are definitely healing moments
in a way.
In them. I don't know if they're balanced out by the end for her.
Definitely not, but we can't balance them out yet. We have many seasons to go.
True.
Yeah. We're not going to fix the character's problems in season 2.
No, can't do that.
Or at least not without introducing new ones.
Unless they're dying. Then it's okay.
Dying or
about
being
to encounter
written off the
exciting
show.
new problems. Yeah.
Yes.
You can fix some of them.
Yeah. You just can't fix all of them.
Can't fix all of them. That's no good.
We're always works in progress. And we need that reflected in our characters.
As in life. How
the conflict.
Solemn.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
The conflict comes naturally from the two women's different points of view. This is what I love. I love scenes in which both people are right in their particular point of view, but that creates conflict because they're still opposing.
Yep.
Like I love scenes where they're antagonistic toward one another, but neither of them are bad.
Yeah.
They're just different.
Which is also why I love that Robert Jordan and this dynamic is fully and straight from the books. Robert Jordan was like, I'm going to take, hit it with a stick girl and the princess and put them in plots together.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in Nynaeve's mind, right, Elaine stole her friend and is a princess, doesn't know her, has already been trying to boss her around. And from Elaine's perspective, Nynaeve's a dick.
Yeah.
So, and both of them are right in ways and also wrong.
Full of herself. It's funny because I feel like both of them thinks the other one is somewhat full of themselves.
And they're both right.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah.
But they're also both going off of misunderstandings of the other person, right? Because they don't have the full picture of what the other person has been through up until this point and why this person might be struggling with their particular personality. Nynaeve has a chip on her shoulder also about people thinking they're better than her, which was instilled in her from her mentor wisdom. So she's inclined to believe that Elaine is going to be prejudiced against her. Mm-hmm. So she is anticipating that prejudice and pushing back with more prejudice.
It's a
misunderstanding.
It's another thing I like about what they're doing with Nynaeve's character is that strong need to push back against people who look down on her is pure Nynaeve. It's straight out of the books Nynaeve, but they've kind of changed its source a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Because I think in the books it comes more from the fact that she's very young, especially for her wisdom, and that's not untrue in the show, but they tying it into that backstory stuff with the other wisdom.
Yeah, I think it grounds it further.
Yeah.
Well, and Nynaeve has not, for all of her wisdom, right? Hey, she has not gotten outside of her bubble enough to understand that rich people have problems.
Yeah.
That champagne problems are still problems.
Yeah.
And so makes the assumption that, you know, Elaine is going to look down on her and also is not a fully developed person with issues herself until this episode, which is what ultimately starts to bond them together, is Elaine's ability to suddenly be vulnerable with Nynaeve. And Nynaeve showcasing some vulnerability around Elaine that makes Elaine start to feel for her. So we're going to get definitely into that. But, and then from Elaine's perspective, I mean, Nynaeve doesn't have this context, but Elaine has been standing up for Nynaeve every time Egwene complains about Nynaeve.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Elaine has been going to bat for Nynaeve without Nynaeve understanding that. In Nynaeve's perspective, she's just stealing her friend, right? Her friend that she's had her whole life.
And who she was taking under her wing and who is now in danger.
And who kind of rebuffed her and then showed immediate full interest in somebody else.
Yeah.
At a time where Nynaeve was feeling incredibly vulnerable.
Yeah.
So Nynaeve can't take it out on Egwene in her mind. So she's taking it out on Elaine.
Yeah. And notably, they're not fighting because they're girls. They're girls who are fighting.
This is grounded in real shit.
Yeah.
This is real. Yeah. It's grounded in real shit. So yeah, I think it's really interesting when we think about the fact that, and this is why I love these scenes, most of the time when we have a conflict with somebody, it is due to misunderstandings and not having full context, not because the other person is an asshole. Sometimes it's because that other person is an asshole. And in that case, they're an asshole.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time, it's because there's stressors that we don't know. I heard this quote that was like, never assume malice where ignorance can be explained.
Yeah.
I also think that you should add never assume malice where stress can be explained.
Yes, stress does make people
Crazy.
lash out a lot.
Yeah.
This is why it's important to take regular breaks.
Yeah. That was targeted.
That wasn't intended to be a roast, Allie.
It was a bit, though.
No, it wasn't.
I am trying to enter my calm girl era and take more breaks, and I did not do that today, and I am going to be working on that going forward. So Elaine thinks that they should trust Rima to protect them, while Nynaeve thinks they shouldn't be trusting Aes Sedai. Makes sense after what Nynaeve has just been through with Leandrin.
Yeah.
And the fact that she was predisposed to not trust the Aes Sedai in the first place because of prejudice, versus Elaine, who one Aes Sedai is not going to ruin the bushel.
She knows a lot of them.
Right? She's had a lot of experience, so she knows that they're not a monolith.
Yeah. And that most of them that she's met, I assume, are pretty chill.
Whereas Nynaeve's experiences have ripped me and my friends away from my home.
Yeah.
One of their trainees nearly killed me and my friend.
Yep. Had me drink dirty dishwater.
And that was kind of her.
That was kind of her fault, but you know.
You know, put her through a series of what in Nynaeve's mind were humiliations.
Yeah.
Made her experience a bunch of trauma.
Yeah.
Real and imaginary.
Used her as a battery to blow up an army.
And then kidnapped her from that space and sold her friend into slavery.
Yeah, not great.
So she's not had a great run.
No, not so much.
But Elaine has had like a whole childhood of growing up with plenty of good ones. So there we go. Both of these women are reverting back to their life experiences. Nynaeve seeing them as people who have continuously ripped her from security, Leandrin and Moraine, while Elaine spent her summers at the White Tower like it was camp, causing a conflict between the two of them again. Elaine takes Nynaeve questioning her instincts as an attack and attacks back, saying, I'm not the one who got us into this situation. I barely shared a word with Leandrin Sedai.
Mm-hmm.
And Nynaeve instantly says, I know perfectly well what I did. Part of what is killing Nynaeve is the guilt of her friend being in danger because of her, and now she can't do anything about it, which Elaine just threw in her face. Hence the pacing. Nynaeve throws the dig princess at Elaine again, The warder then enters to let them know he can hear them bickering from the food market.
I love it's Basran, right?
Basan.
I love Basan.
We gave him a funny line. Why?
Because he's gonna die.
Because we're supposed to
Because
like
we like
him
and he's gonna die.
At the end of the day, these two young women involved in something way past their maturity level are involved in something way past their maturity level. And ultimately, Elaine was right about the need for caution. Rima brings them herbs Nynaeve recognizes, elderberry and astragalus. I can't pronounce it. But I did look them up, and they're both real-life herbs used for decreasing anxiety.
Magic. Can we get some?
Mood.
Give it to the dog.
And me. So Rima is trying to give them something soothing, and Nynaeve is able to connect with her somewhat over their shared knowledge, which is important considering Nynaeve has been hardcore burned by the Aes Sedai in the past.
Yeah.
And it seems like the only group of Aes Sedai that really can connect with Nynaeve are the healers, because they come from a similar place.
And boy, oh boy, does Rima.
Yeah.
Does she ever. All of her metaphors, all of her instructive discussion is just bang on, hits Nynaeve right between the eyes.
It's so true.
It's great to see her actually have an Aes Sedai mentor that works instead of getting, groomed by Liandrin.
Yeah. It's kind of making you think what Nynaeve's tower experience could have been if they had been able to give her to the right instructor.
Yes.
And honestly, Liandrin was on the right track. It's just unfortunate that she was someone who was grooming her.
Yes, and evil and all
for
that.
lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Rima says it's abundant in Tyr and was her favorite tonic as a child, which may mean that she's from Tyr. Swan notably is also from Tyr, which suggests Rima was also forced to leave her home upon discovering she could channel. We also learn from this that Rima was an anxious kid. So we're getting a little bit of backstory about Rima without really going like, I was an anxious kid. I'm from Tyr. It's good writing.
Very good.
Rima notes Nynaeve's wisdom belt and says, you are a wisdom. Not you were a wisdom.
Yeah, it's you are.
Mm-hmm. A little detail that shows respect for where Nynaeve comes from that's such an essential part of her identity. And it's that respect that makes Nynaeve start to trust Rima.
Nynaeve has such a strong tie to the two rivers and to her not even her old identity, but, what she, I think, still views as her identity, that anyone who connects with that, really connects with that, is going to have a good... And it's funny, I feel like so many other characters so far have had a person or a mentor or a friend who has done that, right? Elaine comes to Egwene and goes, oh, is this Two Rivers work? And you have even Dane, even though he's not a friend of parents, Dane Born. Oh,
he was
Two Rivers.
Briefly.
Yeah. This is the first time anybody's really seen Nynaeve for who she has been.
Well, here's the thing. Liandrin did too, but a different side of Nynaeve.
Sure.
Like, Liandrin did exploit the fact... Unfortunately, it was more of an exploitation. Did exploit the fact that Nynaeve was a healer and brought her to see the Yellow Aja at work specifically because she knew that would be the aspect of magic that would appeal to someone like Nynaeve.
But nothing Two Rivers, though.
No,
right?
but she did wear specific braids around Nynaeve.
That's
she
true.
was wearing belts that matched Nynaeve's. So she was kind of using these symbols of home. I mean, Dana did it with the braid with Rand and Matt.
Yeah. Again, not in a friendly
these symbols of home being either ways of bonding or ways that people do force bonding that is then used against them. So it's one of those things where it's like, do we trust things that are familiar, or is this someone trying to exploit something that they know we're going to connect with? In Rima's case, obviously, it's genuine. And I think in Rima's case, much like Liandrin's, but Rima is actually interested in Nynaeve's well-being rather than exploiting Nynaeve. Rima is bonding with Nynaeve because she and Nynaeve have this in common.
They genuinely do have a lot in common. Yeah.
Yeah. Rima assumes Nynaeve and Elaine have run away from the tower and wants to know why, saying they can trust her. The Sisterhood of the Aes Sedai demands it. To which Nynaeve responds, tell that to Liandrin. And that opens the door for them to tell Rima the story, leading her to conclude what Varen and Yasaka discovered last episode. The Black Aja exists. Rima responds, if what you say is true, then all of our sisters are in grave danger. Stakes once again are raised both for our folks here and for everyone back at the White Tower. Women who last season seemed so invulnerable. So we're getting an expectation shift.
I love an expectation shift.
Yeah. Before, it's kind of like I mean, I don't want to say demoted to dragon.
Yeah,
but
that's a different thing.
We
right?
hold up the Aes Sedai as this symbol of control in a chaotic world.
Mm-hmm.
And then we introduce little cracks that we're seeing of maybe everything is not all as it seems last season. And then this season, we get even the
also,
people
there's evil ones
that feel like they're under control, right? It's like, that's the terrifying thing about becoming an adult in some ways, is that you realize that everyone is playing it by ear.
Pretty much.
We're all just doing our best.
Yeah.
And there's no one, everyone who looks like they have it all together actually definitely don't.
Who's driving this
And then
thing?
you go, who's driving this thing? We're in the who's driving this thing era.
Yeah.
Because now we're seeing, okay, so everyone is fallible. Even the people that seem to have it the most together
Yes.
can be corrupted. And now we're going to break for ads.
There's no good segue.
There's really no good segue here. All right. We've got Loyal and Ingtar serving Suroth as Dakaval.
This was an interesting little scene,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
it was. I think there's a couple reasons the scene was there. So first of all, to establish further Suroth's relationship with Turok,
Yeah.
which is
And her
just
general
done in a
attitude
little
towards life.
scene. And of course, yeah. And also by extension, the Shan Chan's general attitude toward life and cultures that are different from theirs. This scene fills me with rage.
I hate it. In a good way.
It reminds me of, there have been a couple instances in which, and I'm not going to name names, but there have been figures of government in a few countries who have had the opportunity to engage in cultures that are not their own and have laughed in recent memory. It's a sucky thing to do when someone showcases their culture and you're a dickhead about it.
That's true.
It's just sucky.
It's
Don't
also
laugh when someone's doing something sacred. Don't force them to do the sacred thing.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Cultural appreciation, not cultural appropriation, and certainly not cultural dismissal.
It's interesting because people seem the courtiers seem genuinely like amazed and enthralled by this. So Suroth is like, all right, we're going to make it lighthearted and I'm going to make fun of it and kind of laugh about it again because I don't want the focus on
Yes.
him.
No, that's 100% it.
She calls Loyal it, actually.
Yes. And again, with the dehumanizing language.
Yeah.
But yeah, she can't stand having the attention be on anyone but herself.
Yeah. If she can use Loyal as a bracelet, as a bauble, that's one thing. But as soon as Loyal becomes the focus, it's like, no. Back here.
Mm-hmm.
Back here.
And don't we all just know someone like that?
It's notable too because tree singing is something that comes up more directly in the books earlier than this in a different way that they explore a different plot. And I didn't think we were going to see tree singing. I don't know. I just didn't really think we were going to see this here. But I thought it was really beautiful and was really appropriately subverted is the wrong word, but used, I guess, to show both more about Loyal and more about Suroth and more about the Shanshan.
Yeah, and I'm really liking these like little ways in which the show is showing, not telling, just ways that people should be behaving. Do you know what I mean? Or
I know what you mean. But I not like in a here's the moral children way.
No,
right?
that's why I'm saying showing, not telling. I mean, it's doing a really good job of thinking about the messages that it's sending without banging us over the head with those messages.
Yeah, I get that.
Do you know what I mean? I just think it's doing a really good job because it's motivated.
Yeah.
Right? It's motivated by the plots that are happening. I mean, if Loyal has been taken by the Shanjan, who dehumanize other cultures and are very ethnocentric, of course the scene is going to happen. It's inevitable, right? We're just getting to see it. And we're getting to see how it impacts people who experience that level of dismissal over something sacred.
Yeah.
Because it's clear based on Loyal's reaction to being asked to do it, that this is a sacred thing.
Yes. He says tree singing is...
Yeah. Oh, Suroth has Turok living in her head rent-free when she says, if we counted wealth in Damani, mine would be higher than Turok's, would it not? I mean, she is constantly comparing herself. She cannot stand to be second place to anybody.
This reminds me of a different character from the books. Suroth, too, but a different character whose name begins with an S, who also likes accumulating wealth. We'll talk about it in the spoiler section.
She then... Oh, yeah.
That character.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll talk about that later.
In the spoiler section. She then shows off Loyal to her giggling friends and commands him to sing, even when it looks like he might not be comfortable with it. Probably for cultural reasons, which would be in keeping thematically with the consistent cultural misunderstandings that happen that are both well-intentioned and, in this case, very distasteful.
Mm-hmm.
Even though Suroth is smiling, there's an inherent threat in her voice. This scene reminds me a lot of... I wasn't going to name names, but it's this profoundly deep cultural sharing that isn't appreciated because of ethnocentrism. But then it is when it starts to change the tree in front of them. So once it starts to perform this miracle, right, this magic, then all of a sudden the vibe of the room switches and Loyal has their attention because it's captivating. But then it is Suroth, who can't handle someone else being the focus and steals attention back by clapping and laughing loudly.
Doesn't
She
even
then
let him
says,
finish.
I should give it to Turok. Can you imagine?
I assume she's not talking about the tree. I think it is possible to assume that she's talking about the tree.
It is definitely not about the tree.
But I do not think she's talking about the tree.
She's not talking about the tree. And she's making it sound like, can you imagine how like funny that would be?
Yes.
To give him to Turok.
And Ingtar is just kind of like, in the corner.
Well, I mean, he's powerless to stand up for his friend in this moment.
Yeah.
And that is such a hard and horrible thing. Yeah. Because it's a vulnerable, but again, we're seeing a moment in which he's not standing up for people.
Mm-hmm.
This is the second time. So that's going to be telling about his character. He's about survival, right? Obviously, him standing up for Loyal in this moment would probably get him killed. Yeah. Probably a dumb idea.
Well, and notably, he also, in his next scene, I don't know if it's immediately after this or if it's a little bit later, but there's a scene with Loyal and Ingtar where they're talking about an escape plan. Mm-hmm. And Ingtar is only focused on the horn.
Yep.
He's like, we, I don't know about Egwene. I don't know if we're going to be able to take care of her, but, we can definitely get the horn.
And Loyal's the one who goes, we're not leaving here without Egwene.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just about to talk about that. Yeah, they go into the hallway. They talk about stealing the horn of Valir and where Egwene is being held. That's where we first hear about it being referred to as the kennels. Ingtar says the horn is what matters, and Loyal insists they find a way to get to her. And Ingtar not putting himself in danger to protect vulnerable young women, again, is kind of the opposite of what we traditionally value in a hero.
Very opposite of Uno.
Yes. Very opposite of Uno. Loyal brings us back to the plot question at hand for the episode, saying, there is steel beneath that sweet surface. If anyone can survive that place, it's her. As we pan into Egwene looking at the water jug.
Oh, boy.
And we get to the first story turn, which Egwene dominates, the first story turn.
Yes, she does. Oh, that's
she didn't get the inciting incident of the episode, but she did get everything else.
Oh, is that the Rand Lanfear meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's the inciting incident of the episode.
Yeah. This is the dream sequence, kind of, right? The what I would like to do.
Yeah.
Which kind of made me go, whoa, huh, what? Before we clicked back into that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. So story turn, real quick. New information, new obstacles, stakes heighten.
Mm-hmm.
We see then that what we might think is a successful attack on Rena, but we've already established that it's not possible for her to do that while wearing the idom. We quickly realize that is Egwene's plan. But as she reaches for the water jug to smash it over Rena's head, the idom activates, torturing Egwene for wanting to use, and they say adom in the show, but I'm used to calling it idom, so that I may go back and forth. Torturing Egwene for wanting to use the jug as a weapon, as an indifferent Rena calmly takes the other end of the adom off the wall.
Mm-hmm. As Egwene is
suffering writhing
greatly.
in pain.
Is this when she pukes, or did she already puke in the earlier episode? In the earliest, she vomits
I think
at least
she
once this
pukes
episode.
here, but I didn't write it down because
Every time,
puking,
sorry to interrupt.
I'm a sympathetic puker, so it's always hard for me to watch.
Every time I see someone vomit in a movie or on TV, I just go, cream of mushroom soup.
Well, yeah, they hold that in their mouths until the right time.
Usually what is going on there is you just put cold cream of mushroom soup in your mouth and then spit it out.
Yeah, basically.
Which is also, cold cream of mushroom soup probably is not the most tasty thing in the world. So probably also not a great time.
I don't know. Mushroom soup's pretty good.
Cold?
I don't know. I've never had the pleasure. Yeah. Again, we get Rena not telling Egwene the rules and forcing her to find out by experiencing pain. The Damani cannot touch any object they want to use as a weapon, is the lesson learned from this. Rena says, you will wear this for the rest of your life, however long that may be. Knowing that Aes Sedai live a long time, which has been emphasized a lot this season through Leandrin and through Moraine and their families, that prospect is horrifying.
I think it's also important to note, the Adam, whatever, is much, much, much bigger than it is in the books. In the books, it is a fairly slim collar and a fairly slim bracelet. It's more of a necklace than anything.
It looks like... never mind.
And I like that they have made it this imposing thing. You cannot ignore it in the show. It's front and center, always.
Yeah.
And if you look at the other Damani, by the way, it's clear that it does get burnished and tarnished over time, which is an interesting way to note sort of how long somebody's been a Damani.
Yeah, I'm curious at which point. I mean, it looks like some of them don't wear them anymore at some point.
Oh, is that so? I didn't notice that.
Maybe I'm just misremembering.
I think, based on the lore of the books especially, I'm pretty sure they would keep it on them anytime that they were...
Yeah, I just thought Miri wasn't really wearing... I mean,
no,
she
Miri
had the
wears one.
Ball gag thing.
Miri wears one too.
Oh, maybe I'm just misremembering them.
Yeah. I can't talk too much about this because of books.
Rena then says one of the lines that just makes me so steamed. It's hard, I'm sure, to grow up thinking that you're a person only to realize that you're a Damani instead.
Oh my God.
But you cannot fight what you are, Egwene. First of all, we get confirmation that they don't think of the Damani as people, a horrifying prospect, because that means that any woman who channels something that is likely genetic, potentially, may suddenly find out in her teens that she's going to be enslaved. We've also been getting a lot of this, you can't fight what you are, with all of our Two Rivers kids, right? Nynaeve has this. Matt has this with the you're a prick just like your
time.
dad. Perrin has this with the wolf stuff. Rand has this with the dragon. So they're all connected here. But up until now, Egwene is the only one who has fully embraced what she is and run toward it.
Mm-hmm.
And has been eager to discover more until today.
This whole episode, and you've talked about this in previous episodes, but as I was watching this again, the number of times people praise Egwene for her strength and her power and talk about how she's exceptional.
In this episode?
It is like, this is what she wanted and very much not how she wanted it.
And isn't that how life happens sometimes?
Yes, just...
Not that it's right, just that, God, sometimes you have to be careful what you wish for because you just might get it in the worst frickin' way. And that's not saying she deserves this. That's just saying it does happen. It's just a cruelty of life sometimes. Yeah. And then we get Rena asking for the first time for Egwene to pour the water. Egwene is backed into a corner, a visual metaphor for how trapped she is. The jug is at the forefront, an oppressive force. Rena then asks Egwene to pour her a cup of water, and when Egwene can't, Rena says that she'll only be able to touch the pitcher when she doesn't think of it as a weapon.
Notably meaning she can't drink water.
Yep. So she's being dehydrated, which I don't know if anyone listening has ever had the displeasure of being dehydrated. It's horrible.
It's bad. You die.
Yeah, but all other training will stop until she can do that. She then says, you're strong and spirited. They say the strongest Damani are the hardest to break. So that is more of a horse metaphor
yeah.
in that moment than a
dog thing, yeah.
I think
they're bouncing around
in reference
different
to dogs
yeah,
too.
They're bouncing around different
Yeah.
animal handling terminology, and it's all very upsetting.
It's all very upsetting.
That would be a good episode title.
It's all very upsetting.
It's all very upsetting.
Yes. Egwene then looks out of the barred window and is comforted by a tree. We zoom out to see a bunch of Sul'dam being trailed by their Damani, Egwene's fate.
And you just knew this tree was going to have a bad time.
They couldn't even let her have the fucking tree.
Couldn't even let her have the tree.
I have a lot of feelings about it. All of them are well done writers. You've made me really upset. So appropriately for what I think is the plot question of the season, which is whether or not they're going to get back together, there's a little bit of interweaving of these plots. These plots are getting increasingly interwoven.
Yes.
Until probably the point at which they all get back together. So it's a little tricky breaking them up, but basically we just got the scene and we're going to talk about that more in depth in the B plot, but Rand just saw Egwene.
Mm-hmm.
Lanfear just took Rand to see Egwene. So post that, Egwene wakes up with a start and turns expecting to see Rand there, as do we, because tradition dictates handsome man must rescue damsel in distress, but he's not there. He was just a dream, and Egwene's in a nightmare.
Ooh, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's some Taylor Swift-ass writing right there. That's good.
She even cautiously says, Rand, before remembering that, to her knowledge, Rand is dead.
Yeah.
So to her, she must be losing it, which is why she tells herself to pull herself together. To emphasize her mental state, we get a bunch of erratic cuts between her various emotions.
It's really good.
Giving this visual metaphor for a mental breakdown that we use consistently throughout the episode. What I like is that in Egwene's plot line, this is used throughout. We're never quite sure what's real and what's not.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it?
Yeah. We get a lot of kind of like cuts in time. We get a lot of like, this is what my plan is, but that's not actually what happens. We get a lot of things kind of like taken out of order. So I think that is effectively used to kind of just showcase her mental deterioration.
It's a good technique.
And we should start to, it's playing on us starting to be worried about whether there will be anything of Egwene left for rescue.
Yeah.
Egwene hears the Damani next door and for a moment thinks she may have someone she could connect with over their shared experience, giving us a glimmer of hope that is quickly snuffed out upon realizing the other Damani is completely broken and is just repeating the rules over and over again.
I knew who this was right away. I'm sure most of you did too.
I did, yeah.
They did put her in the previously on.
That helped.
That helped.
She had a very distinct accent as well.
It's us talking to somebody and they said, why does it matter that this person was a sitter of the Blue Aja? We'll talk about that when we get there.
Definitely talk about that. A hint of what could be coming to Egwene if she can't do as she said and pull herself together. Egwene asks the other Damani her name and offers her own, a much kinder version of the connection Rhenna was forcing her to establish earlier. But the Damani is too far gone to even tell Egwene her name, and Egwene curls up in the corner, losing hope.
Mm-hmm.
We see Miri in the market square, someone who has been fully broken and is now fully indoctrinated, just under the window where Nynaeve and Elaine are hiding. Rima informs the girls that she's gotten them a boat that will take them back to the White Tower so they can tell the Amerlin seat what's happened. Swan continuing to be a presence throughout the season despite us not seeing her until this episode. Nynaeve refuses to leave Egwene despite Rima telling her that she will do what she can and all the dangers they face. We like this level of bravery and loyalty and selflessness in a character, so for all Nynaeve's faults in the scene with Elaine earlier, she's proving herself to us continuously as a character worth rooting for, despite her faults. And sometimes because of. And just after Nynaeve has spent all of this time underestimating Elaine, and the expectation may be on her part that since Elaine has such reverence for the Aes Sedai that she will do as Rima says, Elaine backs Nynaeve up and says that neither of them are leaving the city without Egwene. She says this in a way that is still so Elaine, and we get another moment to appreciate the different ways these two women handle this scenario and the differences in their personalities, even though they are going after the same goal. Nynaeve is going to get her way by brute force, flat out refusing to go, while Elaine used a more diplomatic yet similarly firm approach. She says, I think something along the lines of like, all due respect.
Mm-hmm.
This is a moment that forces Nynaeve to reevaluate her opinion of Elaine, and you can see that happening when Nynaeve turns to look at her. And it is Elaine backing Nynaeve up that gets them what they need. giving us a hint that there is room for something to grow between them going forward. Now that Nynaeve truly got to see Elaine for who she is, separate of Nynaeve's initial hurt, jealousy, and prejudices. I mean, arc. Rima reveals that they want to rescue Egwene, that if they want to rescue Egwene, they'll have to learn how to open an Adom. We've seen Nynaeve's power and Elaine's ability to tinker with things in previous scenes, so we know that they have the skill set potentially for this task. Important in a protagonist is to give them the skills necessary to accomplish their task, despite all of the obstacles that they have in front of them, right? Katniss has a bow and arrow. She's good at that going into the Hunger Games. That's so that we have some level of hope that she can actually survive this. If she would just Primrose Everdeen, there's no hope there.
Not really. Not so much.
Sweet Prim, good with medicine, not going to survive the Hunger Games.
Probably not. No spoilers. Go read those books if you haven't.
Go read those
They're very good. So's the prequel, even though I did have to put it in the freezer for a while because I was so angry.
But yeah, we did get these little moments with Elaine liking to tinker with things because that's giving us hope that maybe she might be able to figure this stuff out. While us seeing the Adom in action previously, this episode, also sets up the stakes if they should fail. It's also interesting that Nynaeve and Elaine's skill sets are so linked to who they are as people. Nynaeve typically using her brute force of will to accomplish her goals, both as a personality trait and in having so much power she can just body everything she needs to.
Well, not right now.
While Elaine uses her intellect and studies what she needs to do to succeed. She's a much more careful tinkerer, both in how she handles conflict and how she is addressing this particular obstacle. These two are being set up as fun foil characters for one another, with Egwene as a middle link between them.
Yep.
And here's the middle link between some thoughts with these ads. Just as we get the hope part in the scene right before this, with Matt and Rand reuniting, we get the come down. Rima informs the girls that some of the Damani can sense women who can channel, and that they can only channel a trickle.
This was a big question, by the way, because one of the key changes to the metaphysics from the books to the show is that in the books, all women who can channel can innately tell whether or not a woman can channel and can tell how much they can channel. Whereas that does not appear to be the case. However, they've given some of the Damani the ability to detect it to some extent.
I am curious as to whether they are using this as another example of things that were possible across the board in the Age of Legends that has been forgotten. Like, it looks like it's being set up as a talent, but I think there's a possibility that this could also be something that the Forsaken can do, and that puts the Aes Sedai even further on the back foot.
Sure. Yeah, I'd buy that.
I think there's a possibility there. We'll see. But yeah, so they can only channel a trickle, which is setting up for the payoff of Nynaeve messing up. Nynaeve's fear of channeling now potentially exacerbated since it's gotten someone killed and another person captured.
Yeah, really, we're just stacking the trauma. We're just layering this shit like a layer cake. Every time she tries to do something, her trauma gets a little bit worse. And again, this is why when you push somebody to be a badass, super cool person in an early season, there's nowhere to go but down.
Well, it's kind of like once an athlete gets the yips, it's very hard to unyip.
Yeah.
It's a similar thing. I mean, honestly, for singers too, all of that stuff is deeply psychological. And once you stop believing in your ability to do it, it takes a long time to get that confidence back. And sometimes you never do, which is wild. The human brain is wild because physically you can still do those things. It's just your brain doesn't believe you can. So Nynaeve's basically got magic yips.
Magic yips. Yeah. Well, because she is able to channel a little bit, right? And it's thanks to Rima's guidance.
Yeah. And then she immediately
freaks out and fucks up. But Rima's using a language of medicine here is what does it for her.
Yeah, but that's in a later scene.
Oh, you're right. It is.
There's just Elaine says that the Adom are ter'angreal, And Nynaeve says, like the arches, as a reminder to the viewers about the impact of magical objects, and specifically the impact of magical objects on Nynaeve very recently.
Yes.
Thoroughly explored in episode 4, and potentially why Nynaeve is so reluctant to try to do anything to them.
Yes.
And a continuation on Nynaeve's complex feelings toward channeling and magical objects. Nynaeve says, you never told us how you got these. And the almost accusation within the way she asks that further explores the suspicion that she has of people who can channel, which was very not helped by Leandrin. Rima reveals that she and the other sisters were sent to investigate rumors and that they'd vastly underestimated the threat. We're seeing again here that the Aes Sedai are fallible and the consequences when they are. She shows her sister's rings, which we've only seen off an Aes Sedai thus far when Aemon Valda was killing Aes Sedai.
Yeah, was chopping hands off.
And the Stepisode.
Yes, the Stepisode, yes.
So that's a loaded image for us at
death
this point.
So far, yeah.
Yeah. She informs us that 2 were killed along with their warders and 1 was taken, a sitter of the Blue Aja.
Who could that be?
Megan.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they know.
Yeah, they know, yeah.
But yeah, her having that ring, the sister's ring who got taken, is also kind of she might as well be dead, raising the stakes again for Egwene. And this is where we can start to talk about why it's such a big deal that it was the sitter of the Blue Aja. This is far above taking random defenseless girls. There is real danger that they're facing, and the stakes are raised again, because this is many levels up from where Nynaeve and Elaine are now. A sitter of the Blue Aja.
Yeah.
Random girl from village, Nynaeve and Elaine are definitely
pretty big fish in a small
leveled up
pond there,
over that. Yeah. But going, okay, they've been taking Aes Sedai, and not just Aes Sedai, the cream of the crop Aes Sedai, the governmental body Aes Sedai. Nynaeve and Elaine next to that are small potatoes. Rima next to that is small potatoes. So we're getting a sense of just how freaking screwed they are. And that's just from hearing that it's a sitter of the Blue Aja. A sitter of the Blue Aja, by the way, the Blue Aja is causes. So you'd think they'd probably have the ability to fight well.
You would think.
It's not like a Brown where they're reading books all the time and maybe they've got, book powers. It's people who probably have had to do a battle or two. Yeah, they're not the Green Aja, but they're pretty much the second best fighters in all likelihood. Rima says something that's important for listening Nynaeve to hear when it comes to the Aes Sedai, which is why Nynaeve in this scene is the focus of the discussion. But also for us to remember, as Moraine is about to reckon with Alana and Swan, my sisters and I don't always agree, but there was no question of our loyalty to one another and to our purpose. I only have this because my sisters paid for it with their lives. This brings Nynaeve closer to Rima because Rima understands what Nynaeve is going through in the loss of Egwene.
Yeah.
I'm set up for failure. We are getting a glimpse at Nynaeve's potential to bond with an Aes Sedai post-Leandrin, which is huge for her arc going forward.
Pretty important to be able to connect with the magical sisterhood of which you appear to be trying to be a part.
Yeah. We then get a glimpse of the person Nynaeve is talking about when talking about the people Rima thinking of when talking about the people Rima lost. Egwene looking into that ever-present picture. That picture is in as many shots as they can conceivably get that picture.
Yes, it is. Well, it's the whole focus. Right?
It's the ticking clock, right? The ticking clock is her ability to pour the water before she dehydrates.
Mm-hmm.
Fully. Before she dies of thirst. / can they get to her in time before she breaks so much that she gives up on the ability to defend herself and pours that freaking water? It's a double time clock here. And ticking clocks are very helpful in raising stakes and increasing tension and giving everything a point. And she's examining the very collar that Nynaeve and the others are discussing and feeling extreme pain trying to take it off. By the way, she can't even touch it.
Oh, yeah. No.
What if she's itchy under there? I'm just saying, on top of everything else, that sounds torturous in itself. Also, probably would start to smell and chafe after a while. It doesn't look particularly comfortable.
No, it does not.
No, it does not. Rena enhances the stakes of the previous scene by casually saying Egwene can't take it off without feeling unbelievable pain. Rena puts a cup down as she walks in.
Yeah, she had a fucking plan this time.
She was drinking water before she walked in.
Yeah. Yeah, casually. Look what I can do. Look what you can't.
Yep.
And I just got to comment again. Zelia Mendez-Jones is doing such a good fucking job
of making me
hate them. They are doing so well, and I hate Rena so much.
But Rena, okay, this is the thing about Zelia Mendez-Jones' performance, is Rena is a complex villain.
Yeah.
Because Rena thinks they're the good one, which is often the case with villains. They think they're the good one. And we're going to get there. But Rena's genuinely gets her feelings hurt by Egwene. Which is why she lashes out at Egwene the way that she does.
Yes. Well, here's the thing.
Which is fucked. Because it's like, I'm sorry, your feelings are hurt?
She's doing this thing where she's like, oh, but she's so shallow at the end of the day. All she really cares about is getting her result. Everything else, we both have very crackly knuckles today, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
It's great. Everything else, I'm sure it's an ASMR nightmare for some people. So, sorry.
They can't hear it.
Oh, no, they can.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
You absolutely can. What was I talking about, Rena? Yeah. She's putting on this air of like friendship, and the second it doesn't work, she just goes back to kicking her.
Okay, but this is so realistic of certain types of abusers.
Yes,
too,
absolutely.
Where it's like, why are you making me do this to you? It's your fault that I am having to abuse you. And then, once they abuse you and they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. We're connected. I love you. La da 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 da. We're friends. La da 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 da. Until that turn again. And it's that volatility that makes them so scary. Because if they were, honestly, I think about this a lot. If they were just terrible the whole time, then yeah, of course you'd leave. It's the gaslighting of them being great when they want to be.
Yeah.
That is so difficult, manipulative, scary, messed up, and hard to extract yourself from. Especially because extracting yourself from them is dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Rena reveals that the person who created the Adom was a sister of the White Tower. So for all of Rima's belief in her sisters in the scene before, there are some who do monstrous deeds in pursuit of their mission. Cough, cough, Leandrin. So we're getting that hot nuance. Rena states that the Aes Sedai want to waste Egwene's talent on parlor tricks, while the Seanchan want to see her use it to the fullest extent, likely referring to the Aes Sedai oaths setting limitations on what they're allowed to do. It's also another look into the justifications Rena makes in her mind for her own behavior. But see, in both instances, the women at the center are not truly free to use their power as they want to use it. Rena also has gotten down on Egwene's level as if she's comforting a child. That's a typically friendly gesture that is being
kind of corrupted here.
Yeah. And again, is showcasing that Rena really does believe that she is the good one. And it also, again, it infantilizes Egwene. Egwene calls out the logical fallacy with, no woman can have power with a collar around her neck, to which Rena responds, you're not a woman, you're a Damani, and a powerful one at that. I hope they told you at your White Tower just how special you are.
There it is.
Whew.
There it is again.
To unpack there. First, we're seeing again the dehumanization that often happens when people try to justify their atrocities against other human beings. It's easier to do if you don't see them as people. Second, once again, Egwene is finally getting the recognition she wanted at the White Tower in the worst way. And she's reminded by Rena of that attention she craved and never got. Rena also brings Egwene to the window, and again the bars are emphasized to show, not tell, about her captivity and her entrapment. Windows indicate freedom and longing, and the bars, of course, cut that off and symbolize imprisonment. Rena activates the Adom and says, see, it feels better when we're complete. And that's likely true.
I hate that wording. Mm-hmm. God, I hate it. God damn, it's the worst.
And that's likely true for someone who can't access the power without that link.
Yeah.
Rena tells Egwene to look at the tree because she knows it brings her comfort, and then essentially instructs her to set it on fire. Actually, wait. First, going back to the complete, Rena feels incomplete.
Yep.
Egwene has never felt incomplete.
Yep, that's a great point, Allie. Ren has always been like, oh, one day I'll have at least one Damane. And Egwene's doing fucking fine.
Yeah, until Rena showed up.
Yeah. That's
so
great
it's a
point.
feeling that feels good to Rena.
Yeah,
and therefore it's good.
It is such a good example of an abusive relationship.
It really
is. You are dead on the money there.
It really, it's like a 1 to frickin' 1. And obviously also slavery, but slavery is an extremely abusive relationship.
Yes.
And but she instructs her to set it on fire. Egwene doesn't even get the privacy of what brings her comfort without that being exploited in a lesson by Rena. Rena knows that this tree gives Egwene comfort, so Egwene doesn't even have the privacy of her own emotions.
Mm-hmm.
And then Rena doesn't go, oh, this brings her comfort. How nice for her.
I'll let her keep it.
She goes, I'm going to set it on fire.
Well, because Rena wants the only source of comfort that Egwene seeks to be her.
Yes. Again, abusive relationship.
Well, at the end of the episode, she's saying, this is your entire world.
I'm your entire world.
This pitcher and my cup with no water in it. This is the only thing that exists for you, when she's hanging her by the hook.
Frickin' chilling.
Yeah.
It's, oh God. It's just, this episode makes me so
It's so hard to watch.
Uncomfortable.
It is so hard to watch.
Yeah, I usually watch the episodes like 3 or 4 times.
This one we've only watched twice. Not because we don't like it. It's very good.
No,
because
it's
it
just, my mental health matters.
Yeah.
And Rena takes away Egwene's one source of comfort in her prison using Egwene's own power.
Yeah, she makes Egwene get rid of it.
While Rena looks delighted and almost reminiscent of Amalisa when she was linked in the aftermath.
Oh, that's good.
Egwene looks horrified, which is further explored with Rena saying, this is the power we are meant to wield. Did you feel it? Our affinity?
Affinity is such a word.
Right after, and we'll get there in the B plot, right after Loghain's fascination with Rand's power and his tutelage and his emphasis on what Rand can do with that much power, we get a similar scene with Rena and Egwene. Here's the thing. Rand's emotional arcs get echoed in everyone else's.
Yep. He is the central character.
He is the central character.
Everything he is going through is reflected in what other people are going through.
So this episode, oftentimes it's Nynaeve. Several times it's Matt and Perrin. And this time it's Egwene. Only in this, separate from the Loghain Rand scene, we have the added trauma of the last time Egwene had an affinity magically with a woman who was controlling the situation.
You talking about Amalisa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those affinities don't feel good to someone who has had that affinity exploited before. And who clearly is matched up with someone who does not necessarily care whether she lives or dies.
Or at least wants her to think that.
Well, I mean...
Because I think if
later
Rena...
this episode...
When she hangs her from the hook?
Yeah.
I don't think Rena would let her die because she's the most powerful whatever.
Yeah.
But I think for the purposes of this, of what Egwene experiences, yes.
Yeah.
Rena's totally fine with her dying.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, it's like, slaughtering your prized pig. You're not going to do that. Ugh. I'm very sure that
that's what they're thinking. So
that's how they're thinking.
Yeah.
And while Loghain said there was nothing Rand can't do with that much power, Rena specifically says there's nothing we can't do.
Yeah.
She views Egwene's power also as hers.
Yes.
Likely because, as Suroth says last episode, she's had to train for this. But that's the issue. Because of that training, she feels entitled to another person's ability, and that's just not how the world is supposed to work. We can work hard for talents, or we can be born with those talents. And oftentimes, we have to be born with them and work hard with them. But, if you start to feel entitled to the talent of someone else, you get a Salieri Mozart situation.
Yeah.
At best.
Yeah. That one didn't end so well, though.
It doesn't. That's the best case scenario. I mean, that's just a bad way to go.
Yeah.
Rena then tells Egwene to pour herself some water. You deserve it. And she's all excited because she, in this moment, believes that she has reached Egwene.
Mm-hmm.
That she has convinced Egwene. By the way, when we see how connected immediately Rima is to what makes Nynaeve tick and how to reach Nynaeve and like how gently she handles Nynaeve. We then see Rhenna, who couldn't be farther off base from what would motivate Egwene.
Yep. And again, I want to go back to Zelia Mendes-Jones' portrayal is so good because they keep this sort of like reserved deadness to the character where even when they're having these revelatory moments, even when he's saying these lines that are like, oh, it's so great, you can tell a significant part of the character is like, this is, I'm doing something here. I'm working. My
manipulation is working.
Yeah. I am working and it is working.
Yeah. That having Egwene feel how much power she has and what we could do linked together, that's the thing that's going to motivate Rhenna and excite Rhenna. But for all that, Egwene is not even entitled to the things that give her comfort, her own emotions. Rhenna is still completely off base when it comes to how Egwene thinks and works. Even though Rhenna has all of the access in the world. And that is because Rhenna lacks empathy. It is about what Rhenna wants. And so, of course, that must be what Egwene wants, because what Rhenna wants should be what Egwene wants.
And then Rhenna, she just kicks the shit out of her.
So her excitement likely is because she assumes that this demonstration was enough to win Egwene over, because it would be what would win Rhenna over. At Egwene's hesitation, the scene gets an underlying tension as Rhenna sees it might not be enough. It's that flip. Despite how much joy she felt in the destruction. When Egwene fails, Rhenna violently lashes out, likely because the thing that brought Rhenna joy and made Rhenna feel like she was finally making ground with Egwene is not going to be attractive to Egwene.
It's such like a double, like 1984 thought police sort of thing. Egwene's not even allowed to have private rebellion.
Yes. Yeah. As Rand said in season 1, the woman he loves isn't someone subservient to anyone else's wishes. So we've been setting this up since season 1. You can see from Rhenna's face that she's genuinely hurt, that Egwene still wants to hurt her. And in her mind, this is justifiable that she lashes out at Egwene this way.
Probably by
because
the
in
book.
her mind, she's like, well, this is what you want to do to me, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm going to do it to you. Even though it's completely justifiable that Egwene would want to harm someone who is her captor versus Rhenna being completely unprovoked here. But Rhenna is so into what the Shan-Chan stand for and is so indoctrinated in this world that in her mind, Egwene hurt her.
By not wanting to do what she is supposed to do and be what she is supposed to be.
By not wanting to hurt her.
Yeah.
Wild. And I don't really know how to transition into these ads.
No.
Right after we get this scene at a barred window, we get Nynaeve looking out the window at the sea. Nynaeve is free while Egwene isn't. We're seeing that right there. Nynaeve makes plans for Elaine to get away. Okay, this is where we're starting to really see the shift.
I love this scene. I love this scene.
In Nynaeve and Elaine's relationship. Elaine interprets this as Nynaeve trying to get rid of her, which, based on everything that Nynaeve has been up to before this scene, would be a valid assumption on Elaine's part, right? Because Nynaeve has not really wanted Elaine's feedback on how they should proceed. But a couple notable things here. Nynaeve's whole thing is protecting other people.
Yep.
In this moment where she's saying, you need to get out of here, she's protecting Elaine.
Yes.
Putting her on par with the other Two Rivers kids. Nynaeve, in this moment, because Nynaeve has started to have her mind changed about Elaine based on previous scenes, has started to become fond of her, is starting to try to protect her. Elaine has entered her sphere of protection. But Elaine does not accept that like Egwene does, like the rest of the Two Rivers kids do, right? Because in their mind, having grown up with Nynaeve as their superior, right? Nynaeve is not a peer. And Nynaeve doesn't view herself as a peer to those kids, right? Evinced by the fact that Egwene is not someone she goes to for comfort. It's the other way around. Egwene feels like she has to prove that she can be someone that Nynaeve can go to for comfort. And ultimately kind of fails. But Elaine is not somebody who views herself as someone who's going to be under Nynaeve's sphere of protection, right? That is not the world in which Elaine is going to operate it.
And in fact, you might even say from a feudal perspective, Feudal, Nynaeve should be under her protection.
Exactly. And that's where their conflict, partially where their conflict is coming from, is they're like, who's in charge here?
Yep.
Right? Of the two of us. But Nynaeve is trying to protect Elaine here. And we know that in addition that this relationship is starting to progress in Nynaeve's mind, because Nynaeve, for the first time, refers to Elaine in the scene as the daughter heir.
Yeah, and Elaine makes note of that, but not the way she should.
Right, because Elaine doesn't really understand how Nynaeve works because she doesn't have all of this context that we have.
Yes. And she responds to Nynaeve giving her the honorific by being like, okay, now I deserve the honorific because you want me gone?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That is her interpretation of events, and that's not necessarily an unreasonable interpretation of events.
And it's not, strictly speaking, wrong. It's just differently motivated.
Yeah, but this is Nynaeve being classic Nynaeve protective. She's not doing this out of disrespect or being like, I want to be rid of you. She's now started to grow fond of Elaine, which makes her want to protect her because that's what Nynaeve's thing is. She's like, I'm fond of you, so I will protect you. Unless, for some reason, I view you as a peer, which it takes a lot for Nynaeve to view someone as a peer.
Yes.
You're either an adversary, an object of protection, or a peer, but peer is earned.
Mentor is very rare, but I do feel like Rima
starts to get there.
Rima gets there.
I mean, honestly, I don't know if Nynaeve so much ever views anyone as a mentor.
Yeah.
I think she kind of views them as like peer. You can be a peer.
Because Rima is treating her like a peer.
Yeah.
That's true. Rima immediately is like, yeah, you're a healer just like me. You care about healing patients just like me. We're both channelers. We're
both from maybe more humble backgrounds.
Yeah.
We both were maybe forced to be at the White Tower, right? There's a lot of subtext there. But Elaine is likely annoyed that her display of loyalty earlier to Rima is still not enough to convince Nynaeve that she wants to save Egwene. Nynaeve uses her first tactic to try to convince Elaine, saying that she has responsibilities as the daughter heir. And yes, like you said, Elaine responds, oh, now that you've got the chance to be rid of me, now I'm the daughter heir. So now I'm getting your respect because now you're happy that I'm going to be gone. That you have a way to get rid of me. The question of Elaine's rank has obviously rankled Nynaeve, but Nynaeve is being respectful now because she is trying to protect Elaine. That little shift is indicative of Nynaeve's changing feelings. Nynaeve asks her why she would want to save someone she barely knows. This is the second tactic. This is the third time the words barely know have been thrown at Elaine, but this time we get an answer. Nynaeve, Egwene, and the others have had the luxury of living in a place where everyone knows them. Everybody knows your name. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And the bonds they have go back years, decades. But Elaine shares, because she's my friend, and I've never had one of those before. By the way, the fact that these bonds go back years, decades, means that if Matt goes home, wait, this is why, like, he's suddenly like, I can't go home. I have to go. I don't know where I'm going, but it's certainly not home, is because in a town that insular, you will forever be the guy who abandoned your friends.
Yep. Good luck escaping that one.
Yeah.
And then everybody will continue to be like, just like his father.
Uh-huh.
Man, I love what they're doing with Applecroft. I don't know.
All of it.
I just like how this all does for Matt.
But yeah, Elaine is someone surrounded by people who are interested in caring for her. We saw that from the beginning, right? She was surrounded by these faceless women, right? That we didn't really get a good look at. And she didn't seem to have any kind of like relationship with them, even though she's perfectly lovely to Egwene. So clearly she's not like, a jerk.
Well, and they were servants, right? Which admittedly,
there's a power dynamic there.
I was going to say also, admittedly, to Nynaeve's perception of her, yes, she is the kind of person who just has servants. You cannot ignore that. However,
you also can't be the daughter heir of Andor and not have servants.
Yeah,
that doesn't
true.
make
that
sense.
Doesn't work. But yeah,
it's likely, though, that while she's surrounded by people who have cared for her, none of them have cared for her because of who she is as a person until Egwene. For all of Elaine's riches, she's been poor in friends in a way Nynaeve never has been. To Elaine, this barely knowing Egwene might be the most she's ever been known by someone.
Yep. At least someone outside of her family.
And ever known
and we'll
someone.
see what's going on with their family.
And family, listen, it's a different thing.
Yeah.
Than having a friend.
Yeah.
Friends can become family, but it's different. It's different having someone choose to like you.
Yeah. Versus, oh, we're related.
Yeah. It's completely different. It's like, it's a completely different feeling.
There's a pre-assumed relationship with family.
Yeah. To be chosen is important. It's an important part of the human experience to be chosen by someone. But so of course she's going to defend her. It's the first time anyone's chosen her.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like Nynaeve really gets Elaine for the first time now that Elaine has allowed herself to be vulnerable with her. It also makes Elaine further sympathetic to the audience, who might also have been inclined to ask this question about her. Why do you care so much? You just met her.
Mm-hmm.
To Nynaeve, this is barely knowing someone, but that's because everyone she's ever known previously she's known almost all of her life. So of course, knowing someone for a few months seems superficial.
Yeah, there's mention made in the books about how Nynaeve used to change all their diapers and all this other stuff. She's been there forever.
So we got barely know 3 times with Elaine, and on the third we got the answer. Rule of threes wins again. But Elaine's vulnerability is what really starts to connect these two.
Mm-hmm.
As not just Nynaeve, who always looks at herself as queen protector, but as peers.
Yeah.
Which is why later, when Elaine gives Nynaeve what is essentially an order, Nynaeve takes it without fighting back.
Yeah.
Because Elaine has now reached the level of peer.
God, I know what scene you're talking about too. God, that scene's fucking depressing.
But there's also a beauty in it that I want to get at.
It is beautiful. It's just, depressing's the wrong word.
Well, obviously it's horrifying and awful and the worst, but there is
in the Elaine and
what's
Nynaeve
going on in Elaine and
about.
Nynaeve's friendship.
Depressing's also the wrong. Bleak
beautiful.
is the right word.
Yeah. All right. Now we've got this little montage of Egwene walking around, looking at the water pitcher to showcase the passage of time and indicate that her resolve may be weakening right after we saw Rand unable to get to her.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot Rand does get the midpoint and the inciting incident, but she gets everything. She gets both story turns.
Is the midpoint
the low point, the climax, and the resolution?
The Talyrian Rayad thing is the midpoint?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's either that or the tree, right? Because the tree could be.
Oh, shit. It's probably the tree.
Yeah.
I might have miscalculated.
It
is the tree.
It's not an exact science.
It's the tree.
I do think it's
the tree is the midpoint. You're right. The tree is the midpoint. Okay. Well, Rand seeing Egwene, though. No, the tree's the midpoint. We literally set a tree on fire. That's the midpoint. Okay. Yeah. And then we beat the shit out of Egwene. So that is the midpoint.
Probably,
My apologies.
No,
yeah, absolutely. That's the
Everybody's so mad that you're vacillating.
Okay. So, yeah, we get the little montage of Egwene walking around, looking at the water pitcher to showcase the passage of time and indicate that her resolve may be weakening right after we saw Rand unable to get to her. That brings us into the low point. We switch to the one person left who can save Egwene in time because we still have that ticking clock plot question of will we get to Egwene before she breaks? Or will Egwene break? Nynaeve, looking at the collar again. Rima asks Nynaeve to help them because they need a little more power, but Nynaeve at this point only knows how to be no power or a lot of power, partially because she hasn't allowed herself to try and fail publicly, and partially because of her block. But Nynaeve does try because of Rima. Like you said, Rima relates it back to healing. She says, you wouldn't just, try to heal someone. You would just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't try.
She speaks her language.
Just do. There is no try, only do, right? Yoda?
Yeah.
Isn't that Yoda?
Yeah, you just put it in the correct English syntactical order, so it confused me.
No,
it's do or do not, there is no try.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry. But Nynaeve immediately gives up for a second, saying she can't control it like that, echoing back to Rand's own issues, trying to control his abilities and worrying he won't be able to master it in time. The same is true for Nynaeve here. Nynaeve and Rand get mirrored a lot. Nynaeve, Egwene and Rand get mirrored a lot. Perrin and Rand get mirrored a lot. Mat and Rand get mirrored a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Rima says what I already said she says. And then We get a glimpse at Nynaeve finding maybe a new mentor post Leandrin here after Alana and Leandrin didn't work out. We get some of Rand's struggles in Nynaeve's arc of finding the mentor as well.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
Imperfect mentors.
Yeah. I hadn't thought of that. It's a really good point.
Which Rand goes through also this episode, which we'll talk about. And we see Rima, the healer, understanding intuitively how Nynaeve operates and how to help her access her powers. But it was the same tactic Leandrin successfully implemented as well to get Nynaeve's trust. But still Nynaeve tries, but does too much and is instantly panicky and apologetic. But even though their lives are on the line, Rima isn't angry or upset at all. Being patient with Nynaeve because that was a huge moment for Nynaeve.
Yes.
Rima instead asks her what she felt. And Nynaeve says, it needs to be healed. The only way it can be healed is to be put on a woman. It's the only way it can be complete. It can't be broken. We keep hearing that term complete in reference to the ADOM, playing on this machine horror, loss of agency, and loss of individualism that's being utilized for the Shan-Chan.
It's interesting because it's heavily implied by Rima that there is another way to take it off. Because she tells...
there has to be.
Yeah. She tells Egwene, it can't be taken off. Not by you.
Right.
So
that's important.
Yeah.
Also, the it can't be broken should make us worry further for Egwene's chances of getting out of the situation and for whether she can withstand not being broken against something designed to break her that can't be broken itself. Basan then knocks on the door to let them know that the Damani have found them. How triggering for Nynaeve that the minute that she tries to use her powers,
stuff goes wrong.
She gets Rima captured and Basan killed.
Yeah.
Rima tells them not to expose themselves. They have come to find a channeler, and I will give them one. How awful for Nynaeve that once again, someone who could be an authority to her, she's being forced to sit back when this is the thing that is her trauma from like day 5, essentially, of her life. She has to sit back and watch people sacrifice themselves for her again.
Agonizing.
Nynaeve then shows that she's come to care for Rima by begging her not to, especially considering Nynaeve is the reason this is happening. Rima gives Nynaeve the rings and says, free our sisters. And by the way, giving her the honorifics are important this episode, giving her the honorific of a fellow sister.
Does she call her Nynaeve?
She says, free our sisters.
Our sister. I was going to say Sedai. Okay. Yeah, that's very true. I hadn't thought of that. There's a lot of peerhood here.
Rima respects Nynaeve from the beginning as a peer.
Yeah, wow.
And then Nynaeve calling Elaine the daughter heir in this episode is also her giving the honorific and showcasing her respect. Even though Elaine doesn't take it that way, that is what it is to Nynaeve. Which is further evidence of why Nynaeve deliberately calls her princess as an insult up until now.
Yeah. Yeah, she's turning the praise into an insult. Yeah, jeez.
And Elaine saying, now I'm the daughter heir, now that you're going to be rid of me, is her being aware that was a dig.
Yeah. Smart. She's smart.
Yeah. Everyone's on the up and up.
Concussions notwithstanding. She's smart.
And then Rima gives Nynaeve her own ring, which we have had so many episodes in season 1 of those rings and their importance and like the visual of what it means for a ring to be taken off of an Aes Sedai to set us up for this scene.
Yep. Another thing the Step-Episode was leading up to.
Step-Episode, all that stuff with Aemon Valda, all of it. And she says, can I trust you, sister, to take my ring to the flame? Again, Step-Episode sets this up. Though Nynaeve is only accepted, Rima gives her the honorific. Rima also clearly has no intention of being captured, making what happens next all the more tragic. Because she's telling us, essentially, I'm planning on dying this battle. Nynaeve again rejects this because she's a healer and can't stand by and let someone die, especially considering her core wound, her core trauma is doing exactly that. We then switch to the fate awaiting Rima with Egwene. Rena tells her to pour the water. Egwene slowly stands hunched over, her kidneys probably screaming. She limps over to the pitcher and the ADOM activates. Rena again tells her to pour the water. Meanwhile, we flip to the Damani emerge and everyone runs screaming. And I can't help but think about, for all that Innkeeper said that it's better. Shan-Chan are not that bad. in comparison to the White Cloaks. These people were clearly traumatized by those
too.
Damani showing up.
Yeah, they were like, oh, get the fuck out. No, absolutely not. We're out of here.
Which makes me go, okay, so clearly there's a lot of residual trauma because they just show up, no context, and the people are already running screaming.
Mm-hmm.
There's no battle happening yet. It's their presence that suddenly makes everyone go, oh my God, get the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
This is what they want to turn Egwene into, a weapon of terror.
It's dark.
Miri points at Rima, who takes her robe off, preparing to fight. And we have the setup for what it means when Miri points at someone in that scene in that village.
Mm-hmm. Visual vocabulary.
Mm-hmm. Visual vocabulary. We're building upon things we've already seen. She looks at Basan and winks at him.
It's very sad. This whole scene is extremely good and very sad. It's this one moment that's so telling about their relationship and like kind of a shared humor and shared resilience that like in this moment, the last moment they're ever going to look at each other, probably, before this battle, she winks at him. Mm-hmm.
Because even in this moment, they have a shared humor.
Yep.
It's this one little last reminder of their connection before everything goes to shit. It's also a testament to her strength as a person that in the face of death, she's winking.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, these two are phenomenal characters.
He's also watching her the entire time she takes that robe off.
Mm-hmm.
Like he can't, one, it's that warder connection, of course, but also thinking about it too is like wanting to take in every last second with that person.
Yeah.
Makes me really emotional.
It's
Sorry.
really moving.
And then again, talking about what the step-episode is giving us here. Like Basan's inability to kill Rima in this moment is we understand because of the step-episode.
Yep.
It's powerful. Anyway, sorry.
It's okay. It's really upsetting.
And then we go back.
I was trying not to cry at work watching this scene. It's really fucking upsetting.
Rena again telling Egwene to pour the water. Egwene again can't do it. Also, quick shout out to the amazing connection between Basan and Rima as they fight. Like him it's turning so around her and them looking at each other.
That slow-mo bit
was so cool. And I'm curious because I know Daniel Henney and Rosamund Pike choreographed their own thing. I'm curious if they let them do that too.
I'm sure they looped them in. I'm sure they had.
Yeah, there was some kind of.
They let them do a lot of.
But I just thought because they're only in 2 episodes together. Those two.
Yeah.
The way that would probably be, I don't know, maybe a couple weeks at most.
Probably. Yeah.
Where you get to know someone, you shoot the scenes, you're done.
They're great actors. I mean, these two are really fucking phenomenal actors.
That's not a long time to develop that connection.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean,
it's so cool. I mean,
you don't always
just
get
great acting.
Much time at all. You know?
I know.
As an actor, you don't even get much of rehearsal time sometimes.
I know.
In TV.
And that's why I'm just like, I was just in awe of, because, I mean, they're not in that many scenes too.
Like 5?
4 or 5? Yeah. So I'm thinking, not even 2 weeks, like a couple days probably for their shoots. So that's wild. Handful of days.
Well done.
Wow. Yeah, just wow. But also, I loved the showcasing of how scary healer magic is when it's turned into combat.
Oh, do we want to talk about the contortionist?
Yeah.
Are we there yet?
Incredible. Yes, we are. Incredible decision to hire a contortionist.
To cast that's a contortionist in that role. And
we've been having a banger year for casting contortionists between that and The Last of Us. But yeah, I mean, just the ways that they can move, like when you hire someone who's really like movement is their jam, it is so cool to watch someone who just can master their body that way. Yep. But also I was just like, how's that for parlor tricks, Rena?
I know. And people have been talking online before this. Like, I hope we see more types of Aes Sedai combat than just fireballs. Like, I hope people specialize based on
I think this is a good sign.
Skill set. Yeah, I think the fact that she basically bone soups her to death.
Well, bone soups one and then causes the other one to Egypt plague style break out in these like horrible looking boils.
It's quite good.
Yeah. Cool as heck. And I love that she doesn't She never targets the demonic.
No, she only ever targets the Sul'dam.
Which, one, tells me that she's been paying attention.
Yeah.
And two, is also an act of, like, kind of kindness. I felt like she also didn't want to attack the demonic.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, she's paying attention, she's smart, she's seen this all go down before, so she knows that the demonic, if you take out the Sul'dam, the demonic will die.
Yeah, or at least be totally incapacitated.
It looked like they were dying.
Yeah, I think they... Well, because Rena says that any pain that the Sul'dam feels, the demonic feels even unto death. So I'm assuming dying or... Yeah.
But also just her not attacking the demonic directly, even though the demonic were the ones facilitating the attack.
Yeah,
or
she's smart.
Starting the attack. One, smart. She's paying attention. She's really smart. Two, I also thought kind of an act of like, I don't want to target the demonic.
Yeah, they don't have a choice.
Because it's not their fault. So, two character things in one. And Rena again says pour the water, and when Egwene won't do it, she hangs Egwene by the collar, partially strangling Egwene.
Yeah.
Basan and Rima get injured as Nynaeve and Elaine watch. Nynaeve says we have to help her, and Elaine responds, if we do, we can't help Egwene. Once again, we're playing on Nynaeve's trauma of sitting in the basement as her parents died above her. But notably, this is the first time Nynaeve takes an order from Elaine without protest.
Mm-hmm. And it's the first time in a long time we've seen her just with a peer in a stressful situation where she wasn't trying to lead somehow.
Yeah. Where she allowed herself to be led in this situation.
Yeah.
Also, when we're talking about what's happening with Nynaeve and Elaine's relationship here, the first and second time Nynaeve had to experience being in that basement by herself, watching something happen. I was about to say
that, yeah.
She was not alone. In this moment, yeah, Nynaeve does have to relive a particularly triggering thing for her, but she is not alone, and she is comforted by someone else and told that what she is doing, as hard as it is the right thing to do.
And only thing to do.
Something that she has kicked herself for and has driven her entire life was her decision to stay in that basement. And Elaine is here giving her the gift, much like Lan gave Nynaeve the gift of giving her the last thing her father ever said to her.
Mm-hmm.
Elaine is here giving her the gift of, and your decision to stay in that basement ultimately was the right one, as awful and horrible as it was. That's a gift for Nynaeve as a character.
Yeah. This whole moment between them, all of the scenes with them, just underscored the emotional stakes of everything and the personal stakes of everything. It just broke my heart.
Not to mention, this is the first time outside of the Arches, because in the Arches, it wasn't Nynaeve allowing herself to be protected. It was Nynaeve having to put her mission before her family.
Yeah.
In this particular instance, this is really one of the first times we're seeing Nynaeve allowing others to protect her.
Yeah.
Both Elaine, again, seeing her now as a peer, and Rima/Basan. But Rima is kind of the important relationship there. But we cut right to the necessity of remaining hidden to help Egwene as we see how much peril Egwene is in, as Rena tells her, nothing exists for you outside of this cell, Egwene, nothing except this pitcher and my empty cup. The quote that you said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But we know that's not true. Egwene has so many people who love her and want to help her outside of that cell. We have seen them actively fighting to get to her every second of this episode.
Mm-hmm. It's another abuser tactic.
And also it's a death threat.
Yes.
If Egwene can't pour this water, then there will literally be nothing outside of the cell for her as she's being strangled.
Mm-hmm.
Rima begs Basan to kill her, and he says, I can't.
Oh. All right, everybody, take a second.
Take a second.
Take a second. Take a breath. Breathe. We'll get through this together. Go ahead.
Like, we keep in mind, right, we've seen the consequences of this Warder Aes Sedai relationship. We have been told that it is deeper than siblings, friends, spouses, parent, child. And then we're faced with what it is in this moment, right? It's one thing. We've seen Basan kill these enemies who are attacking him and the person he potentially loves more than anything in this world. But it's a completely different thing to be asked to kill your friend.
Yeah, well, like
someone you love.
Part of your soul, basically.
Part of your soul. It's just so impossible. And in this last thing she needs from him, he fails her. even though the failure is heartbreakingly understandable.
Mm-hmm. And he's got his sword up. I mean, he's gonna do it.
He understands
he's winding up.
that he needs to do it. It's just, he has a moment of hesitation.
Yeah, and that moment is what makes
And
the
that moment of
difference.
hesitation is so human. And this is the thing. We're in the apocalypse. These little moments of being a person might be the thing that fucks you.
Yeah.
And it certainly does here. We might not get to be people sometimes in this. Or those moments where we just are inevitably human might cost lives, might cost worse than lives.
Mm-hmm. And in this case, his
and in
is
this
gone
moment,
anyway,
she begs
but...
him not to let them take her, but by then it's too late and he is killed.
Yeah.
Anyway, all of the awards for, and I'm sorry if I mispronounce this, Bentley Kalu and Neokabi Gethaiga.
Yeah, they really put in some serious work here, and hats off.
Rena then says, "My cup, that's the size of your world, Egwene," after we just watched someone's whole world get taken from them.
Good parallel.
Yeah. Rima then crackles someone in a way that also is what I need someone to do to my back. I love, again, that they cast a contortionist for that.
It's an incredible scene.
It looks like Egwene may be dying at this point, and Rena finally because she basically goes limp.
Mm-hmm.
And Rena finally releases her then, and she falls to the ground. And we cut back. I mean, these cuts back and forth are very purposefully
it's
echoing
masterfully
each other.
edited.
Rima sobs over Basan's body as the collar is put around her neck. And we understand how devastating this is because we just watched Egwene go through it.
Mm-hmm.
We basically just got a preview of what Rima's life is going to be like.
The cycle continues.
Nynaeve lets out a little gasp and Elaine covers her mouth, shaking her head.
That got me.
Not to say anything as Rima's collar fully forms. Knowing nothing about where they're going with this. This all makes me wonder what Elaine has seen to be so calm and quiet during these crises.
Yes, she is remarkably collected.
And she continues to be remarkably collected, like, this whole time. The past 2 or 3 episodes where, like, shit's going to hell in a handbasket, and she is calm as hell. And I'm like, trauma recognizes trauma. What's going on, girlie? Why are we so calm in a crisis? I don't think that is because we're just good in a crisis. Like, when things are going so poorly, like when Egwene was learning about Nynaeve, I mean, the way that Elaine was handling that was like, you've seen grief before. This is not me like doing a Elaine spoiler, because I actually am very unsure where they're going with this. I have some speculation that I will save for the spoiler section, but I'm just saying, as someone, even if I were just coming at this from a completely new perspective, I would be clocking Elaine really fast here. I would be going, what is going on there with that? We've seen her many times in a crisis being the consoler, playing the part of the consoler, staying calm, being composed. And I don't think that's just like crisis training.
No.
I think that feels lived experience to me.
It does seem so, and I'm interested to see where they go with it.
That feels like compartmentalization we've learned is a coping mechanism.
Probably.
Just a thought. Elaine then, and this killed me. There's so many moments in this episode that freaking killed me, but Elaine...
the little hand? The hand hold?
Takes Nynaeve's hand.
Yeah.
And we get a bond cementing these two for real now. That physical contact and that moment of comfort that a Nynaeve does not pull away from, right? She tries to give that to Egwene initially, and Egwene pulls away when Egwene thinks Nynaeve is dead. Mm-hmm. And then Egwene does eventually, they share blankets and wait for whether Nynaeve will come out or not.
Mm-hmm.
That's this moment for Nynaeve and Elaine. But we've notably seen Nynaeve is letting herself be cared for by Elaine, something she never lets Egwene do for her.
No.
So she's seeing Elaine as a peer. And that's not to say Nynaeve disrespects Egwene or doesn't appreciate Egwene. That's just not their dynamic. It's older sister, younger sister.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a different pairing.
Whereas this is friend and friend, peer.
Mm-hmm.
The arc of their friendship has reached a new level. Trauma bonding is real. And also, what a gift for Nynaeve in this moment where she's having to confront the thing that she feels the worst about. Just that now she's not just not alone, she has someone holding her hand.
This entire sequence, and I have said this a few times now, I hate to hammer this and repeat this, is just so damn good.
It's devastatingly good. It's just gorgeous.
So good.
Gorgeous plotting.
And the editing. I mean,
oh my God, the editing
is sublime.
The cut just so perfectly. Oh my God. As we see Rima screaming, this is the climax. We cut back to Egwene in a similar position, like on the ground. And again, Rena tells Egwene to pour the water. Egwene crawls toward the pitcher, and here's the answer to the question. And with shaking hands, grabs it. The look on her face is surprise, relief, and devastation all in one. Do you know how hard it is to act multiple emotions at the same freaking time without playing the emotion?
Because that's what you never want to play the emotion. You never want to just do, oh, I'm feeling the thing. But what a lot of things for her to process. Holy shit. Give her every award.
Also, just having to put your body through all of this. I mean, your brain through all of this. I mean, it's just so heavy. Ugh.
I remember Sarah Nakamura said she was given a lot of hugs.
Yeah.
When they were filming this.
I bet the set that day was tough.
Yeah.
Do you think they closed set some of this?
No, but maybe.
Closed set being sometimes in particularly like difficult or sexual scenes, they will limit the amount of crew for the comfort and safety of the actor.
Notably, if you watched Saltburn, there's a certain scene towards the end of the film that only has Barry Keoghan in it, which he requested a closed set for.
Valid.
Yes.
I'm just wondering because I know sometimes even with just like dramatic
sometimes
scenes,
it's possible.
I'm just wondering.
I don't know. It's very possible. It can help the actors too, to not, to have that space to.
Yeah. I'm also wondering if they had a coordinator of some kind.
I'm sure they had a coordinator. I'm sure they had tons of coordinators.
Yeah. We both strongly agree with having intimacy coordinators on set.
Get all the coordinators up.
For those of you who aren't aware, they're people who are advocates on set specifically to be there as an advocate for the actors. Because what happens is the power dynamic in Hollywood is such that a lot of the time, because this is your career, actors will feel pressured to put their bodies and selves in situations that they may be uncomfortable with or not feel good about.
Whether that be combat or a romance scene or whatever else.
Right.
Because it's kind of, there's this idea that if you don't do it, someone else will. And so people often, my acting teacher puts it a little more brusquely. He says the only reason actors eat so much shit is because they're told someone else will eat the shit if they don't.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And so that can put people in dangerous and really uncomfortable and potentially traumatizing situations. And there are people historically who have pressured actors into doing things on camera that they are uncomfortable with.
Yeah. And to be clear, we're not saying that every director who puts an actor in an awkward situation is doing it maliciously. A lot of the time the actor will just go like, okay, I should just,
especially,
I should just do this thing. I'm going to show that I'm a team player.
Especially young actors. Young actors. And so it's very, very important to have someone, an impartial third party on set whose job it is to basically advocate for the best interests of the actors, of the performers on set. So I do wonder if they had a coordinator for this. Just because there's just a lot of...
Yeah, it's really upsetting
stuff. It's just a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, she pours the water. And
but also intimacy coordinators will often choreograph the intimacy scenes. And basically, they decide beforehand, and intimacy can mean a lot of things.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be sex.
It's kind of just like an umbrella term. But they will basically choreograph, just like a fight choreographer will, what is going to happen in an intimacy scene so that there are no potentially triggering surprises that an actor will do like in the moment.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, you are going to do this, and then you're going to do this, and you're going to do this, and we are agreeing upon this so that nobody is doing like putting a hand a place that the other actor was not wanting.
And
that there's no consent issues.
There's about 11 million reasons why that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Not least of which, not most of which, but not least of which is it's going to fuck up the scene is one of the reasons. Obviously, there are a lot of other more important and pressing ones, but from a purely acting standpoint, if I'm expecting X, Y, and Z thing to happen, then all of a sudden someone grabs my butt. It's going to be very hard. It's going to throw me off. It's a similar reason for why fight choreography is oftentimes as tight as it is because if I'm expecting you to punch one way and then you punch another way and you catch me in the nose, maybe I will try to power through it and just nosebleed it out during the scene. But probably I'm going to have a lot of trouble doing that. And also, I'll have been punched in the nose.
Yeah. I think most people would be inclined to stop a scene when someone gets injured.
Yeah, generally. Yeah.
Generally
a good idea. Sometimes it's funny, though. Sometimes not funny, but sometimes the actor will just keep going.
Yeah.
Like there's a scene in, I think it's Django
Unchained. Yeah, it's the scene with the cup. Or the glass.
Leo DiCaprio cuts his hand. And
he full on. No, have you seen Django Unchained?
No.
He full on. I've seen this scene. I've seen the whole movie, but this particular scene, he full on crushes there's like a glass little not a wine glass, but like essentially
glass,
like a drinking glass, but it's like wine glass shaped. And he puts his hand down on it, shatters the whole thing with his hand.
Yeah. And he's bleeding quite badly.
And he is bleeding. And so when he grabs the actress's face in that scene, he is and like gets his blood all over her face.
Yeah, that's
actually his blood.
That's not scripted. He just did that.
It's not scripted. Maybe it wouldn't happen today. But was a moment in which an actor carried on after getting injured. So yeah, the question was, will Egwene submit? And the answer is yes in this climactic moment. For all of this effort, Rena doesn't even react. This killed me. She doesn't even react. She doesn't even seem happy that it happened. She just is completely deadpan when Egwene finally pours the water. She pours it on the floor, like you said, freaking A. This thing she purposefully denied Egwene, like it isn't a life-sustaining thing, and then says, good girl. Again, dehumanizing Egwene by talking to her like she's a dog before walking out.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get to the resolution.
Which is just Egwene having a horrible time.
Yeah. After Rena leaves, Egwene chugs the water and then screams a lot.
Mm-hmm.
This is a new level of captivity. The fact that she has broken and the relief, but also disappointment and fury at that fact is overwhelming. It also makes you wonder if all of that screaming is the sound of other women breaking.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's the thing, too, is we get where she came from, right? We get Rima fearing what's to come. We get Egwene experiencing it, and then we get Megan, I forget, having experienced it, and just she's barely even a person.
Yeah,
she's just like, yep.
I mean, she does comfort Egwene.
She does, but barely.
But it's like without emotion.
Yeah, it's because she can't muster. She's kind of a husk. And this is the line. You lasted longer than I, and I was a sitter for the Blue Aja. Once again, Egwene is getting the recognition that she wants.
I was going to say.
Unfortunately, she's getting it in the worst possible way. In the
worst way possible. And that is the last thing she hears before we fade out.
It is a fucking hell of an episode. And it is a hell of a... Obviously, this is the A-plot, Gus. We're 2 hours and 22 minutes into the recording. Yeah.
Oof.
All right. Good show. I need ice cream or something.
Yeah, we've got bad day frosting. This is a thing that my mom started when I was in high school. We keep a can of frosting in the fridge. And when we had a bad day, we would each take a spoonful of frosting and then stand around the kitchen counter and talk about it. And I've kept that up in my household.
Yeah.
We have bad day frosting in the fridge if you would like to have some.
We'll be back with the B-plot.
Okay, some bad day frosting later.
Delicious.
Rand faces down Lanfear.
Yay, the B-plot. It's
Yay,
Rand.
the B-plot. Rand faces down Lanfear while tied to the wheel.
It's a great image. Man, we were all hemming and hawing about that one.
What it would be,
I'm like,
who
what
would
the
be
fuck
causing
is
it.
this thing?
It makes sense that it's Telaran Riyadh shit. Yeah. And yeah, he's tied to the wheel. It's all a big metaphor for what's going on with him, an external visual metaphor for his internal life.
We love an external metaphor.
Mm-hmm. And he asks her what she wants, and he calls her Lanfear for the first time.
Yes. You gotta love a reaction to that.
And she clocks that by saying, "Oh, not Celine anymore?" Lanfear then tells Rand, "You of all people should know the importance of the name they choose, Luce Theron." This hints at some kind of thing in their past, obviously, but also ties back to the importance of Egwene's name in the cold open.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Names.
That's a good point.
Names take center stage as a core tenet of identity in this episode.
That's a very good point.
Mm-hmm. Rand says he can't believe he trusted her, and Lanfear looks a little wounded, saying, "What makes you think you can't trust me?" Which made me and Gus laugh out loud.
He's like, well.
Yeah, and we get this funny moment of him looking at the fact that he's tied up, like,
think about it for a second.
And she lets him go.
Doesn't she say fair point?
Yeah.
It's so silly.
She informs him that she's been protecting him and keeping Ishamael out of his dreams.
I just love Lanfear so much. She's just so good.
Me too.
She's so good. I mean, she's evil, but she's so good.
Rand says he doesn't believe her, that she's been protecting him. This is interesting because it may mean that the nightmares Rand has been having have been Lanfear all along.
Well, when we say all along, we mean from when? Because she hasn't been out for more than 6 months.
Well,
certainly.
No, I mean this season.
Oh, this season, yeah. Yeah, that's my thought process is either he's just having nightmares or it was her.
I don't think he's just having nightmares because Ishamael shows up in the nightmare that he has been having.
Yeah.
His recurring nightmare about killing all of his friends.
Yeah, she kicks him out and calls him Ishi.
Mm-hmm.
Which, that is a fandom nickname for Ishamael, and when she called him Ishi, you can see in our live reaction video, I'm sure that stayed in.
Oh, yeah.
We giggle quite a lot.
Yeah, we giggle and we go, Ishi! The tension in this scene is the potential for violence. There's a lot of potential energy there. And that's what kind of keeps this scene engaging and interesting. Because this is the thing. If she had backhanded him or something at any point, the tension would immediately decrease.
Yeah.
She also says that this is what you did in your last life. You think you're so noble, pushing everyone away, protecting the people you love. This should increase our fear that whatever mistakes Luce Theron made in his past life, Rand is possibly repeating them by letting his friends believe he's dead. Rand says that she doesn't know anything about him, and she responds, "Where are your friends, Rand?" With a wide-angle shot to emphasize just how alone Rand is, and just how much Rand has pushed them away, thereby repeating his mistakes.
Now, what I really appreciate about all of the Lanfear stuff this episode is we've now seen Lanfear and Ishamael having their little tete-a-tete. So I'm always kind of, even when she's like, oh, I'll help you out against Ishamael, etc. I'm like, okay, but she's just saying that.
Who is she more loyal to here?
Yeah. What's her real allegiance?
Mm-hmm. It's unclear. And it's made purposefully unclear because of the tension.
I love a good tension.
Lanfear then lists Rand's friends' names, showing how in the loop she is and how much more she knows about him than he realizes, putting particular emphasis on Egwene. She's jealous of Egwene.
Probably very.
So we should be nervous about that, considering this is a woman who can explode heads.
Yeah. Pretty easily, too.
Yeah. We're also linking to the other plot lines here, with a particular emphasis on Egwene's plot line, since that is the dominant plot line this episode. But at the end of the day, this is Rand starting to come to terms with the fact that he cannot protect his friends from what's coming. Distancing himself from them is actually putting them in more danger. Once again, they're stronger together. They'll have to work together to face what's coming, even if that means Rand has to risk their lives. So he's coming to terms with that. This is a new level of his arc, because he thinks this is the right thing to do, is to push them away, but that has just gotten them in more trouble.
Mm-hmm.
She mocks him for thinking...
Two bad choices.
Two bad choices.
Two bad choices. We love two bad choices.
We love a protagonist with two bad choices. She mocks him for telling them all that he's dead protects them, telling him it just makes them easier for a Shamael to get to, and now he'll turn them to the dark so he can control you. We're reiterating the plan a Shamael stated to Lanfear before. So she is actually helping him in this moment,
Yeah,
either
she's being
purposefully
upfront about the plan.
or because she's having strong emotions and it slips out, but she doesn't seem the type. So I think she's purposefully telling him what Shamael's plans are. But yeah, it seems like she's warning him of what's to come. So can we trust her? Again, we're getting back to this question once again. Who can be trusted?
Who can we trust?
And Rand confidently states his friends would never turn. Lanfear gets visibly emotional and gets in Rand's face, saying, I thought that too once. So again, we are getting this little promise of a backstory reveal for her, because we get that she turned due to wanting to get Lews Therin back, but what the specific circumstances were and the depth of their relationship is still obscured from us. Also, her saying that she never thought she'd turn to the man whose rejection caused her to turn is loaded.
A little bit.
And may also hint at her feeling once like he would never turn from her.
Double meanings.
Double meanings.
We love those.
Yeah. He says they'd never turn. And she says, I thought that too once. So both talking about herself and Lews Therin. Lanfear tries to turn Rand against Moiraine, telling him he's been her puppet this whole time and all she's done is try to deceive and control Rand. Rand looks genuinely like he's considering her points and maybe wavering on Moiraine as he tells Lanfear to do something to earn his trust and tell him where Ishamael is and what he's planning. Lanfear did just tell him what Ishamael is planning.
Yeah.
But he's like, he wants more in-depth details.
Yeah. Admittedly, so does the audience.
Lanfear trying to turn Rand against Moiraine is also significant considering Rand's arc this season has been both pushing people away, but also seeking a mentor. And he just kind of landed on Moiraine again. And Lanfear is going, no, we're not going to get comfortable actually in this new pairing. We're going to sow some discord because she knows, based on who Lews Therin was, that Rand's tendency is going to be pushing people away, much like Moiraine this whole season, because he wants to protect them. She doesn't want a person, but particularly a woman, closer to Rand than her.
By the way, I know we're going to get to Lan later, but that also is something that is echoed really well in the Lan, Stepan, Maxim scene. When, Lan, Maxim, Ivan scene. Stepan lives rent-free in my head. When Maxim and Ivan confront him, and he's like, how could you possibly think I'm a dark friend? And they're like, you haven't told us anything.
Yeah.
You're not communicating at all. You're just pushing us away all the time. What are we gonna think? And it's great because it's like this whole cycle, I'm sure you were going to talk about this, and I've just gotten ahead of myself.
No.
But
this is important.
Whole cycle, like this whole season is people pushing other people away to not let them get hurt, right? We see it in this episode 1,000 times, and we see it across the entire season. There's people keeping other people at arm's length so they don't get hurt.
Yeah.
And then ultimately realizing at the end of the day,
life is messy.
Can't really do that.
Especially during the apocalypse, we can't prevent people from getting hurt.
Which also ties in really well with your thematic conceit and question there of sort of, are we stronger together or apart?
Right.
We are learning that we are not very strong apart.
Well, and the thing we're also learning too is something that I've come to the conclusion of as an adult is over communicating is better than under communicating in terms of intent, in terms
my wheel
of
time.
Yeah, I mean,
communicating?
I know.
They don't do that
because people, when they are in the dark about things, have no choice but to jump to their own conclusions. And a lot of the time they're going to jump to conclusions that unfortunately validate their own insecurities.
Yep.
They're going to go, oh, I wasn't invited because they don't like me. Not, I wasn't invited because they thought I'd be out of town.
There's a term for that, actually. Keep talking. I'll find it while we chat. Yeah.
So maybe send that invite anyway, just to make sure. Or people might think you're evil. No, I'm just kidding. But, stuff happens.
It's called the hostile attribution bias.
Yes. They're always going to think that it's not necessarily that you are hostile or bad, but that like maybe they did something wrong
everybody does this. I'm sure it's many people do this. It's the tendency to interpret others' behaviors as having hostile intent, even when the behavior is ambiguous or actually benign.
Yeah,
It's very easy to assume hostile intent where none was meant.
exactly. Never assume malice where ignorance can be explained.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what was I going to say? Yeah, so Lanfear doesn't want another person, especially a woman, being closer to Rand than herself. So her plan is, though Rand has been playing Find the Mentor all season and has landed on Moraine, Lanfear knows that Rand's tendency from the time he's had a past life 1,000 years ago, or whenever it was that he was last around, I think it's 1,000 years? 3,000 years. So 3,000 years ago, and she says he's just like Lews Therin in this way. She basically says what her plan is here. You push people away because you want to protect them. And then she goes, you shouldn't do that. But also, if you keep hanging out with Moraine, I'm going to kill her. And then Rand's immediate thought is, then I have to push her away.
Well, I got to get rid of her then. Yeah.
I mean, he just plays right into her.
Very well.
Yes.
Like, oh, that'll get him away from her, is threaten her with bodily harm.
Yeah, she knows him, even though she just warned him that was stupid.
Mm-hmm.
He can't help himself.
No, he cannot. This is the thing. A lot of us were joking in season 1 when those of us who knew who Rand was. It was like, oh yeah, and then there's, the boyfriend, the friend, the nice guy, the guy who just wants everybody to be happy and have a good time.
And that's not to say Rand is stupid.
Oh God, no. He's just got right now he has a lot of compassion. He has a huge heart.
Yeah. Would it be realistic for a boy from the sticks to suddenly be going toe to toe with a Forsaken in season 2? No, you got to give him room to grow. And by the way, he immediately shows how much he is growing right here. It looks like he's genuinely considering her points, and he says, tell me where Ashamael is and what he's planning. Prove that I can trust you. In seeing Rand being a little more calculating than he has been in the past, she says that there is a little Lews Therin in him after all, giving us more hints into the kind of man Lews was and who Rand could become. A long way from the farm boy we know and love. It also shows that Rand did learn some cunning from his lessons with Moraine and Lanfear. He's growing, but is it in a good way? And then we get to the inciting incident, of course. Lanfear tells him that if he wants to work with her, she has one condition, and then we get a cut to Rand waking up and looking at Moraine. We immediately went, it has to do with Moraine, for sure, because she was just trying to turn him against her.
I was scared. I was nervous.
And it wasn't working. Notably, it wasn't working.
No.
Like, it kind of looked like maybe he was considering it, but it wasn't fully working.
No.
Because he's grown to trust her. Moraine.
Mm-hmm.
Fills my heart. This is so, but the cut to, and then him explaining what happened to Moraine, this is so we don't have the repeat beat of having to repeat whatever Lanfear's condition is, instead putting it at the more dramatically interesting moment.
Yeah, it also gives this scene a little tension.
Oh, yeah. She asks what Lanfear said, and Rand reveals he has to stay away from Moraine or Lanfear will kill her. Rand just found Moraine again after trying all of these imperfect mentors. He already knows Moraine is better for him than Lanfear, and Moraine has proved herself to him multiple times. But Lanfear doesn't want to share Rand's trust with another mentor, especially since Rand prefers Moraine to Lanfear. So Lanfear plays on Rand's instincts to protect people by threatening Moraine to make him distance himself from her, which we already know is going to work, and we already have established as a mistake because him distancing himself from people who could help him is only putting them in more danger.
Seems like it.
Mm-hmm. Moraine is also the one who suggested he connect with Lanfear, and now it may be blowing up in her face after she's already had so many doubts about her ability to be a good mentor to Rand. So this is triggering for Moraine as well. And she still hasn't told him that she can't channel.
Listen, this episode, everybody is having a bad time. Everybody is having a bad time.
It's the low point.
The title is either going to be Everybody is Having a Bad Time or Bad Day Frosting, and I'm not sure which. They know. They're listening. Allie, what should it be? It's not going to be dramatically interesting for them, but I'll tell y'all, it's very dramatically interesting for me. I feel like now.
Bad Day Frosting, because the first one was Everybody's Having a Terrible Time.
Yeah.
I feel like that is very close to other titles that we've had.
Great. Bad Day Frosting it is.
Yeah.
You are not surprised, listener. But I am. This was a fun experience for me and me alone.
Hello from the past.
All right.
It's a wheel. The relationship between Rand and Moraine has also just changed. Up until now, Moraine was Rand's protector. Now he's become hers.
A lot of that this episode, too, right?
Yeah, the dynamic in their relationship Nine even Elaine.
Elaine, yeah.
Yeah, we've got some shifting relationships right now. Rand confronts Moraine about what Lanfear said about how coincidental it was that Logain was in Kyrian, Moraine's hometown, and she tells him that she got him away from the White Tower, otherwise he would never have been able to teach Rand. She's been protecting him and helping him even during those darkest and weakest moments where all she could do was put the water up the frickin' hill.
Mm-hmm.
She was still playing the game, even in the pits of depression, even when she was wearing taupe.
Not the taupe.
But is it just confirmation to Rand that he's been a puppet? Has Lanfear turned him from Moraine? I don't think so. Rand leaves as Moraine tells him that Lanfear's a Forsaken and he can't listen to her, which is true. I might do Matt and Rand at the same time, if that's okay.
Sure. Didn't you originally have Matt and Rand in one plot?
No, they're B and C, but they're so interconnected as plots.
Yeah, I mean, Matt's plot does revolve around Rand.
Yeah, I mean, they could honestly have been. Kyrian could just be the B plot.
I think it should be, and then you can give Leandra and the
random
one-off C plot,
and then she shows up in the B plot.
Yeah, because your other option is Egwene A plot, Nynaeve B plot, Kyrian C plot, and that doesn't feel right.
No,
this is what I love. Again, this whole season has been great because it's been really difficult for us to categorize the plots because they keep getting more complex.
Yeah.
Which is great fun.
Yeah, it makes it more fun to analyze. But yeah, I think it's hard to talk about Rand without talking about Matt.
Matt's plot
because
directly ties in. Absolutely
converge.
Ties in. Yeah, I think you should.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Just for
clarity.
It all focuses around Rand.
Yeah.
Matt's plot, he doesn't know yet that it focuses around Rand, but it focuses around Rand.
Yeah. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do Rand, Moraine, Matt, just the Kyrian. Yeah, we'll say Kyrian is B plot, and then the one scene with Leandrin is a little C plot.
You could give Lan C plot, because Lan doesn't tie in with Rand until the last scene he's in.
We could, okay, this is what we're going to say. Here's what we're going to say. I know what it is now. Okay. A plot is obviously Egwene, Nynaeve,
Falm.
B plot is Kyrian.
Yeah.
C plot is White Tower.
Great.
So Swan, Lan, Leandrin.
Great. Look at that.
That just actually made way more sense.
You've done
I don't know why I didn't
clean,
do it to begin with.
It's pristine.
Yeah.
Print it.
That is actually definitely what it is. And I'm like sitting here going, what the heck? Anyway, I knew it was by location and then I just whiffed it. I don't know.
It's a hard episode. It's a complicated episode.
It's a complicated episode.
And here's the other thing is like, one, we've only watched this one twice because, it's hard to watch. And two, it's hard to watch. It's really difficult to...
I started crying when I was editing the reaction video.
Yeah, it's very difficult to be academic about this because it's really hard to watch.
I know.
Because it's really... It really effectively punches you in the face over and over with grief.
Rafe really said low point.
Yeah, he sure did. It's a low fucking point.
Who wrote this episode? Rami something.
To IMDb.
They did a stellar job.
Maya Vervilo. Vrvilo. Do you know that writer?
No.
Are you familiar with their work, I should say?
No, I think we accidentally credited it to Rami in the reaction video, but
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That's the director.
Oh, okay.
Maya. The writers are Rami Park, Rafe, and that's nice. They give Robert Jordan writing credit.
Rami Park,
Based on, yeah.
Yeah, based on.
Rami Park.
Get based on.
Yeah. Written for television by Rami Park.
Anyway, Matt walks down a party street and Min worries it's a bad idea, maybe because it reminds her of what she grew up in, this kind of like carny atmosphere, or maybe because she can see things he can't. So it's possible that she's also looking around and seeing a bunch of things about the people that we don't get to see. Because she's very hesitant in this scene.
Yeah.
And I know that part of it is probably because of the Ishamael of it all.
Yes, the consorting with the Forsaken of it.
Mm-hmm. That's also the third option. Whatever
That'll
the
ruin
reason,
anybody's day.
Yeah, whatever the reason, it increases our dread of what Matt may be gleefully wandering into, especially as this is the happiest we've seen him since Beltane.
Yes.
Yeah. He's reached a high point, so we have to bring him down. We can't have anyone happy in the low point episode.
No.
So the last thing we see before this scene is Egwene. So we go from one woman who isn't free to another. Because the last thing we see is Egwene looking out the window.
Yeah.
And then we get Min.
That's a great cut.
Sleeping Min. Ishamael doing the skippy.
I love that effect.
I love the skippies. Tells Min that her gift could have made her rich. Instead, she's sleeping with fleas and drunks. Min doesn't respond to that, saying a lot by saying nothing. But I've brought Matt here like you asked. I've done my part. But as she asks for the things she needs, we just saw that Leandra did not get what she sold her soul for, despite her loyal service. What makes us think that Min will get what she's worked for? Of course not. Ishamael keeps it going by saying if she wants to be free, she'll make sure that Matt leaves Kyrian with the Dragon Reborn. The Forsaken are basically if you give a mouse a cookie.
Pretty much.
Min realizes that Ishamael somehow knows about her vision. Once again, we see the Forsaken are very informed about our characters and are a step ahead of them. Ishamael says if she does this last thing, he promises he'll take away her curse. But we should remember he has said himself that he's called the father of lies. Also, probably, he was checking out her dreams before he came to her in Lyra and Riyadh.
You know, there was a signing, I think, where somebody asked Robert Jordan, they said, oh, you know, Ishamael said this thing, da-da-da-da-da. Therefore, is this true? And Robert Jordan said, you're going to believe Ishamael?
He's literally called the father of lies. But yeah. And I also say in my notes, but we should remember he has said himself he's called the father of lies. Min asks, and if I don't, and Ishamael doesn't respond, he just disappears. Sometimes a character saying nothing is more impactful than a character saying anything.
Just like our dialogue is about to disappear into these ads. Oh, I tried.
Gus, I like your theory.
You do?
Your theory,
Which theory?
that the skipping is happening because Ishamael isn't as good at the dream world as Lanfear.
I think it's a fun one.
Yeah, because she says you're getting better in the dream world. But he's skipping a lot when he's on his own.
Well, and she can punt him out, too.
Yeah.
Notably.
So I like that. I think that's something to track. And that takes us to the midpoint.
The dream? Yes.
Yeah, Rand in the dream with blood covering.
No, but we decided it was a tree.
Oh, yeah, we did decide this wasn't the midpoint.
The almost midpoint.
The almost midpoint. Thank you.
Rand's midpoint.
Yeah, Rand's midpoint. So we get Rand in the dream with blood covering his hands, and blood all over his heron mark blade with a voice saying, you will kill. And we get the fire eyes. Lanfear has led Ishamael into Rand's dreams again. It's a repeat of the dream we saw earlier this season.
Yeah, and it's very similar to dreams from last season. It's kind of a through line of, what are you going to do, bud?
There's a running theme for Rand. Ishamael appears, so it
also
seems like...
Also echoed in Nynaeve, by the way.
What?
Fear of your own power.
And Perrin. Ishamael appears, so it seems like it must be him. So Lanfear is letting him in Rand's dreams now on purpose so that she can banish him from them to show Rand that she's been protecting him, and by extension that he's trustworthy. She's trustworthy. So she's basically setting up the conditions to prove to Rand that she's trustworthy. So it's likely that Lanfear started keeping Ishamael from going in Rand's dreams in about the first episode, since that's the last time he had this dream. Because the only other dream that he had was the burning down the inn, and I'm very sure that was Lanfear.
Oh, absolutely.
Manipulating.
Well, she was there.
Yeah.
It was a sex dream.
Yeah.
She was straight up there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I'm assuming. Oh, notably, he's skipping in this also. So I think your theory is spot on, Gus. She then gives Rand two pieces.
The other thing is, like, all of the times he showed up as Fire Eyes in the first one was like horror movie skipping too.
Yeah.
It just didn't, I think. It didn't have the same, like, subtle, slow not comfort, but, you know, ease to it that he has now. But, like, it was always, like, weird jump cuts and creepy shit. And I feel like it's just kind of it's the same thing.
Yeah.
He's just not quite as good at this.
Yeah. So I think the conversation between...
Although I will say...
Ooh.
Sorry. The one piece of conflicting evidence to this is that when he is dreaming and having a conversation with Lanfear...
I was just about to tell you about that.
But he says, playing around in my dreams again, are you, Lanfear? Which implies that they're not in the dream world necessarily. They're in Ishamael's dream.
Right.
Which, not going to get too into the metaphysical, magic system lore. They're different things.
I also thought that it's possible that Lanfear's presence was what was keeping it steady.
That also could work, yeah.
Yeah. Though, I mean, I guess that might not be true here because he's skipping and Lanfear's present, but maybe she's not. Maybe she's purposefully not helping him out.
She shows up at the end and punts him.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I thought maybe Lanfear's presence could also have been an explanation for why he wasn't skipping when he was with her. But yeah, she gives Rand 2 pieces of information about the dream world and by extension us. You can die there and you can travel in it to see the world as it really is and see anyone he wants, even talk to them. She tells him that he's right, that she hasn't given him any reason to trust her, and that she'll start now, and we get these high-angle shots of her again, making her look innocent. But we aren't going to fall for that again after we saw her choke out an old man, right?
Yeah, I really am happy we had that scene. It's hard to watch, as is every fucking scene in this episode. Are we at that? Are we talking about that?
The choking out an old man?
The killing Eludrin thing?
No, it already happened, and that's C-plot.
Oh,
we'll
yeah,
get to that
okay,
in
yeah. That makes sense.
But she gives him, because characters can travel back and forth between plots.
Yes.
She gives him the gift of a dream and asks him if there's anyone he'd like to see. And in a very tension-filled moment, considering her motivations, he asks, anyone? And she responds, anyone. But methinks that all is not over with her negative feelings about Egwene.
Probably not.
I don't think she's happy that that's who he wants to see. And both Gus and I were like, please don't take her please don't take her to see Egwene. Like, please don't do that. Because now she's even more going to want her dead. Anyway.
It's not going to end well, seems like.
It just feels like this is bad. She takes him to Egwene, and now the plot lines converge a bit more.
Yes.
He talks to her while Lanfear watches him, emotionless in an otherwise emotional scene. She is like deadpan this whole time. And I think it's really funny that at no point does she look at her and go like, who the hell is this? But, obviously she's got a lot going on. But as he reaches for her face, Lanfear whips Rand away because, like I said, she doesn't want Rand close to any women who aren't her.
Mm-hmm.
Like the minute he's going to go, yeah, she goes, that's enough.
That's enough of that.
Lanfear tells Rand she knows where Egwene is, and he begs her, if you ever cared about me, just tell me where she is. And he screams in her face. Remember what we've been saying about how that's the lack of power position ultimately? Mm-hmm. Her refusal to meet him emotionally puts her in the power position as she tells him, Ishamael has her. I told you he'd get them. Rand now knows that Lanfear was also telling him the truth about Ishamael's plan before, so she's proven herself to him twice now. Up a tree, he has no choice but to put his trust in her, something that could very much be a mistake considering we've seen what her help looks like with Leandrin and Eludrin. And Rand makes that classic mistake of bargaining with Jin or Faye in saying, I'll do anything.
Never.
Oh my
never
God.
Say that, dude.
Never, ever, ever say, I'll do anything.
That is a mistake. That is a classic mistake.
It's the kind of line designed to make an audience scream, no, because we've seen this film before and we do not like the ending, to quote T. Swift. And Lanfear smiles because she and we know she has him now. Egwene, and that's when Egwene wakes up with a start and turns and thinks the Rand is going to be there and he's not.
It's quite sad.
It's super sad. All right, we get Moraine sitting in her gilded room with a quick shot of a music box with a dancing woman inside.
I always forget Moraine is in this episode.
She is.
She has nice little scenes.
She has a really sad little scene with Barthanes.
Two. There's the sandwich and then there's the
apologizing for being a dick about the sandwich.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she sits in her gilded room with a quick shot of a music box because she's at her low point now. She's now been rejected by Rand through no fault of her own, and she can't really prove to him that he doesn't need to protect her because he kind of does.
Kind of a little bit.
So she's lost Lan. She's lost Rand. She's lost Swan. She's pushed away her entire family and is told in this scene to get the fuck out. So now she's got no one and nothing. So Moraine sits in this gilded room, and there's that shot of a music box with a dancing woman inside. Is Moraine dancing to someone else's tune? Is she prettily turning on a predetermined path?
It's good imagery.
Mm-hmm.
I
Because
like
that's
it.
another thing that goes on a wheel.
Yeah, it is.
It also is emphasizing the privilege she comes from and the innocence she once had that is now lost to her, like she herself is lost.
Again, tying in with Alana earlier, saying if you'd known her before.
Mm-hmm. With nowhere to turn, she writes a letter, and it's unclear to whom, I'm assuming Swan, trying to at last say what she has avoided addressing all of this time. Up until now, the acknowledgement of Moraine's state has come from outside of herself. This is really important. She has never admitted out loud that she doesn't have magic. She has never said it once.
No.
Everyone else has said it.
She says it to Lan at the end of season 1.
What?
She can't touch the source. The Shamael took my power away.
Yeah, that's the one
But
person
that's
she's open about it with, right? Because it's Lan.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean end of season 1?
Yeah, end of
Oh,
season 1.
yeah. I mean this season.
Oh, this, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Since she told Lan that, we might imagine she hasn't talked about it since.
No, I assume she told Varen.
This is what I'm assuming. I'm assuming Lan told them.
That also works.
I'm assuming Lan told them and Moraine hasn't talked about it since. Because Moraine hasn't told Swan. So to me, that means Moraine hasn't told anyone. Because if she's not telling Swan, but she's telling Varen, I doubt that she would tell Varen. I mean, obviously, Varen would notice eventually.
Probably, yeah.
But I think Lan probably said something.
Very possible.
Which might also explain why Moraine's kind of mad at him.
Yeah.
At the beginning. Other than, like, her having a hard time. He said the thing that can't be said.
Mm-hmm. Don't talk about that.
Yeah, we don't talk about Bruno. But yeah, for up until now, in this season, the acknowledgement of Moraine's state has come from outside of herself. This is the first moment she's allowed herself to say what's happened since the trauma, and immediately she destroys it.
Mm-hmm.
This is a reality she's still struggling to accept, much less verbalize.
Probably she also is worried about disappointing Swan specifically, because she's the other half of this, power duo that's supposed to be taking care of all this
She
stuff.
has to admit that she might have failed.
Yeah, that's hard.
Barthanes comes to the door with food, trying to get Moraine to eat. Moraine is back on her dismissive aunt game for his protection. Once again putting her mission before herself and her family, even if it's just a sandwich and a conversation. Barthanes tries to connect with Moraine over a childhood memory, annoying Moraine because his appeal to fond memories is not making her dismissal easier. Like, it's not that he is talking to her first, he is interrupting a very vulnerable moment.
Yeah, he's not going to know that, though.
Yeah, and she can't tell him,
No.
I'm having a vulnerable moment, because she can't look vulnerable to these people.
Yeah, it's not really her
because
MO.
then she's allowing them in, which means that she's putting them at risk.
Yes.
Right? So she's trying to dismiss him so she can go back to her vulnerable moment, because she can't share this vulnerable moment with him. And he is completely unaware of the fact that she's having a vulnerable moment. So he's just trying to connect with her, and she is getting annoyed because his appeals to fond memories between the two of them is making it harder for her to blow him off. But she's not doing this out of cruelty. She's doing it to protect him.
Mm-hmm.
It also twists the knife that Barthanes made the sandwich himself. For all that he could have had the servants make food for his aunt, he put time and effort into this gesture, even if it's just a sandwich.
This kid's about to get, this dude's about to get crowned king, and he's making his aunt a sandwich to try to have a conversation with her.
Precious. They want us to like this kid, to go, okay, even though he's got was born with a silver spoon. Well, he did struggle a bit. I know, but he looks super
young, yeah.
But just as Moraine had to reject her dying father, she also has to reject the boy that she and her sister have agreed is so much like him.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like she's having to reject her dying father all over again. Brutal. Not to mention, Moraine is in the process of trying to be emotionally vulnerable in a big way to someone she clearly thinks she can trust with this information, only to have that emotional turmoil interrupted. Like I said. And Anvir watches this happen. And he tells her, you're right, as always. It was worth a try, though. Looking tearful. As much as Anvir seems to have accepted Moraine's need to be cold toward herself in the last episode, right, where they had that sisterly moment, it is always another thing to see the disappointment done to your child.
Yeah.
Even if she warned him against it, because she knew what the result would have to be based on the previous conversation, especially considering the last thing she said to Moraine was how much it meant to Barthanes that she was there. The "it was worth a try," though, rather than ending on "you were right as always," right? Because he comes out, he says, "You were right as always. It was worth a try, though," is meant to emphasize more of Barthanes' goodness. Because if he had ended on, which would have still been understandable, "You were right as always," that would be I'm shutting the door permanently now.
Mm-hmm.
But this was "you were right as always. It was worth a try, though." There's still hope there. Anver storms in. As much as she was willing to accept the way Moraine was treating her, it's another thing entirely when it's one's son. She said, "Sometimes I wonder how we all fell for it. My son worships you as I worshipped you."
Past tense.
As father. And that is the second time Moraine does not let her sister throw her rejection of their father in his last moments in her face. The other time being during the tea scene, where Anver tries to say something about their father and she goes, "Don't." This is another moment, right, just like being stilled, that Moraine is like, "We don't talk about Bruno."
I haven't thought about that movie in so long, man.
Okay, but it's such
appropriate.
It's such a good, like, song about being in a family with secrets.
Oh, no, it is. Yeah.
You know, because it's so real. Like, everyone's family has a "we don't talk about Bruno," unless you are so well adjusted, and in which case, please.
Congrats.
Good for you and your fucking great family. Okay.
No, really, that's great.
Really, honestly, good for you. But most people in their extended family have some kind of "we don't talk about Bruno."
Yes.
This clearly is something that still hurts, even though she did it for good reasons, because she's not letting anyone talk about it. But Anver isn't willing to let Moraine off this time. Last time, when Moraine said "don't," Anver stopped. But this time Anver keeps going because Moraine hurt her son, so now she wants to hurt Moraine. But on top of that, it's an appeal to not make the same mistakes with her son as she did with her father and with her. Though Moraine needs to hold her family at a distance, and Anver understood that to a certain extent, she draws the line at what she perceived to be needless cruelty both to her father and her son. She informs Moraine that their father kept asking for her and on his deathbed, and Moraine knew their father was dying and wanted her and didn't come. This is clearly the thing that was a final straw moment for Anver because she keeps bringing it up.
Well, it's shitty.
It's
pretty rough.
I mean, it would be a final straw moment for most people.
I think the thing is, like, we understand as the viewer who is relatively omniscient here, Moraine was probably doing some very important Dragon Reborn world-saving stuff.
Yeah.
And probably would have rather been there.
But this is also something that haunts Moraine still. And they've never acknowledged it between the two of them because it's too painful for them both. And because Moraine won't ever let her go there. Anver finally asks what she's always wanted to know. It's clear that this is what she's always wanted to know, and this is the subtext of every scene they've been in. And I'm sure that they talked about that on set, that was the subtext of every interaction Anver had with Moraine is, "Why didn't you come?"
I assume this is the first time she's seen Moraine since their father died.
So they said it's been 20 years, so possibly.
And she says to Moraine, "It's been decades."
Yeah.
When she sees her for the first time. Implying more than 20 years.
Yeah. Barthany said that it was 20 years.
That what was 20 years?
That it had been 20 years since she'd seen him.
Oh.
I believe.
Right.
In that scene.
Okay, well then maybe not.
Where they were, like, trying the food for the wedding.
Right, okay.
Yeah, he said, because she said you were this high when I saw you.
My bad.
So he was, like, 10 years old.
Still possible this is the first prolonged interaction they've had since that funeral.
Definitely possible. I'm assuming that Moraine has been avoiding this conversation for decades.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that, the subtext of every scene is this. And I'm sure it was to the actors. What was so important, this is what she says, what was so important that you couldn't hold your own father's hand while he left us? For all Anver understands that Moraine has important things going on, it still hurts without the full context that she would choose her work over her family. She then says something that Moraine also reacts to. "I know you never cared for me." Moraine, flinches at that. When what Moraine has been doing, all of the sacrifices she's made, has been because of how much she cares for Anver. But Moraine can't tell her any of that because she's already put her family at risk just by being there. Which she said last episode. To Moraine's silence, Anver responds that she wants her out of this house and out of this city tomorrow. Anver has finally had the courage to really confront Moraine and say all of the unsaid hurts between them, and for all of the tenderness they were able to find last episode and the hope that we were able to have for their relationship. It was seeing that cycle of rejection and hurt passed forward to her son that made her fall back into her anger.
It's a good scene.
It's a good scene. We're not even done with the scene. Moraine then stands up and declares that the house is hers, the house Anver fought so hard to keep. The city Anver worked so hard to claim, and that Anver and Barthanes are there because Moraine allows it. This is the last thing that's going to hurt Anver and damage their relationship, and Moraine knows that. This was her trump card that she has always had in her back pocket. Mm-hmm. You know how you're just like, I've got a relationship ending thing to say. This is hers with Anver.
Intense.
Yeah, because think about it from Anver's perspective. Moraine hasn't done diddly to keep their house.
No.
To keep this city.
But she can still, because of the inheritance rules, apparently be like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that Moraine would throw that in her face when Anver was the one that fought for this house. Relationship ended.
Pretty rough.
Yeah. Very rough. But Moraine pulls the card anyway, after all of the times that Anver has confronted her, right? Because she could have pulled this card at any time. Why does she do it now? Well, because she wants to keep pushing her away. After all Anver has done, she will still never measure up to the shining star that is Moraine. How awful to be the one caring for a parent and not being enough. Watching him want someone else who doesn't even have the decency, we're going from Anver's perspective, to explain herself and do the last thing he wanted. Anver then responds with the one thing she knows hurts Moraine the most, right? This is sisterhood. You know how to end each other with one sentence. That Moraine got none of what made him good. None of it. You are mother through and through. In some households and some families, that truly is the worst thing a sibling can say to you. So they've both said the worst things they can think of to each other, and Moraine is clearly hurt by it, while still walking over to close the door for good. We're doing a visual metaphor here. She then writes to the one person she can really confide in, and we see for the first time who it is. Swan. And we're going to break for ads. Logain is playing stones, hinting that he may have more manipulative prowess than might be expected if he has gone mad as is assumed.
I love that they're playing Go and that it's just Go.
Yeah.
Because it's how it's described in the books, is that it's Go. And I love that it's just like, yeah, they're playing Go. Go is such a fun game.
But if you don't know what Go is, it's considered to be the most strategic game that you could play, like more strategic than chess. Yeah,
it's strategic in a different way from chess, because chess is mostly about memorizing patterns and openings and stuff, and Go has that, but the breadth and variety of possible game states is so colossal. I think it's on a grid that's like 21 by 21 or something. It's been a long time since I played Go. So, there's a cajillion possible game states, and most games look different very quickly.
It's a game that's hard as fuck.
It's extremely fun.
So
we should play more of it.
Yeah. It's also associated a lot with like military strategy from what I've seen.
Yeah. In a literary way. In a
lot of literature that I've read, they're like, oh, he's good at Go. So you know what that means. Like good at strategy.
Well, it's a very strategic game. Yeah. You plan stuff out a lot.
So I think it's significant that we're showing Logain playing this very strategic game, when the last time we saw him, he was kind of ranting and raving, and Rand rejected him, again, notably not because he's mad. Rand said he's sick, but Rand didn't have a problem with that with Errol. He had a problem with Logain's character.
Yeah. By the way, want to shout out again how many times we've got people just playing games. We've had cards, we've had dice, and now we have Go.
There's a lot of game playing in this.
There's a lot of game playing
in
this season.
Yeah, but also showing Logain is potentially more with it. He doesn't even turn to see that it's Rand walking in. He just says, "I knew you'd come." Now, maybe he's just saying that every time someone opens the door in the hope that he can be a badass. But I think it's telling us that he's more with it than we might think. Again, Rand has come to him once again because he is, again, in search of a mentor, wanting to protect Moiraine and fearing Lanfear. Logain is the middle ground. And he is literally sounding like a combination of their names, which I know is a coincidence, but fun when you think about the journey Rand is on.
Moiraine also... Lanfear kind of hinted that Moiraine brought Logain here so Rand could have access to him, and then Moiraine confirmed it.
Right.
So it also makes sense that he's going to Logain because both of his other potential mentors were like, well, there's this guy.
Yeah. The one that's literally a combination of our names.
Yeah. Yes, it's a coincidence. We know.
I know, but it's still fun when you're thinking about this arc.
Yeah.
Rand previously rejected Logain's mentorship, but now that
Rand's arc.
Lanfear and Moiraine have been rejected for obvious reasons, this is who he has left. Rand tells him that he wants him to teach him battle weaves, and says specifically, whatever you used to fight the Aes Sedai, wording that should be a little troubling. A
little bit.
But could also be Rand not wanting to tell Logain about the Forsaken. But I think that's left ambiguous on purpose. And clearly Rand is asking Logain because he doesn't trust Lanfear fully, despite her attempts to prove herself.
Not trusting Lanfear fully is a good idea.
It's a great idea. We kind of get this classic embittered mentor scene, in which the has-been doesn't want to teach the rookie because he had to work these things out on his own, so why should he give it to the rookie for free? Like, that's a classic dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
Rand does show that he has learned a lot when it comes to playing on people's desires. Maybe he is a good partner for Stone's player Logain after all. Logain starts to walk away, and we're going to talk about why. Rand shows that he's getting this ability to anticipate what people want and then play into those desires to get what he wants, which is a very emotionally intelligent thing to know how to do, and also very manipulative.
It can be both.
It can always be both. Logain starts to walk away from Rand as Rand informs him, because you want your life to matter. You thought you were going to save the world or break it, but then the Aes Sedai gentled you, and now your only chance of making a difference is me. This is what stops Logain in his tracks, which is a classic sign that what someone has said hits. This entire time, for all of Logain's bluster about how he's the dragon, what he's struggling with beyond the loss of power, really is that everything he's done and everything he was now nothing.
For nothing.
Nothing proves that more than the fact that he stopped walking when Rand said that the only possibility Logain has of having his life and everything he's had to do matter is Rand. Rand saw through the bluster, giving us a look into the fact that he's learned a lot of social intelligence from his tutelage with Moiraine and Lanfear and in Cairhien. Well, less that he learned social intelligence, because Rand has always had it. Rand's a very aware and socially intelligent person. But how to use that awareness to get what he wants is a different skill. But not in a way, but right now he's not doing it in a way that compromises who he is, right? He's trying to play on the better of Logain's wants. He's not going, I'll share the power with you.
No.
Which is another thing Logain does want. He's going for the altruistic, better side of Logain. We will see if that social manipulation is something to keep noticing going forward. But it looks like Rand is becoming not only aware of what makes people tick, but how to use that to his advantage, which we can definitely say Lanfear and Moiraine have been able to teach him. Not to mention Cairhien as a whole. Logain then instructs Rand to not surrender to his power, but take it.
That was something that people specifically twigged on in season 1, as I recall, because Moiraine was describing channeling, and she uses the metaphor of surrendering, and Rand starts channeling, and there was a lot of consternation from folks that was like, that is not how men channel. Correct. Look at that.
Let it cook. Obviously, Moraine's not going to know how men channel, because frogs and beavers or whatever the metaphor is.
I think it's birds and fish in the book.
I know it is, but I needed to
every
do something
time we
different.
mention because this is a thing that is talked about, because it's a book. It can do more and longer expository lore dump stop downs. And so we get a lot of discussion of how men channel and how I should say how people who use Saidar, which is the name for magic that women can use, and people who use Sidene, which is the name for magic that men can use, channel differently. And the specific visual metaphor that is used in the book is a bird cannot teach a fish to fly any more than a fish can teach a bird how to swim. Ignoring things like,
aquatic birds
and also flying fish. But that's neither here nor there. It's a good metaphor. But anyway, every time we bring up that metaphor, we make it a little bit more absurd. I think the last one was like ice cream scoopers and rocket ships.
Yeah.
We have fun.
Frogs and beavers, like I said.
Yeah.
But like with Nynaeve and the Burning Sun, Logain gets to process just how intense Rand's power is compared to Logain's. Even more visually this time, because he can actually see it.
Yeah, although
because Logain specifically explicitly says he has the talent for seeing when men can channel.
Is it men who can channel that he can see?
That's what he said. I believe was interesting to him about Rand.
Yeah. Although it's likely, and they talked about this on Twitter last season, it's likely that Nynaeve made a bunch of light when she channeled as well, and that's what Logain was reacting to there.
Well, that and the fact that blood got sucked back into people's bodies.
That too, but he actively goes like, ugh, and turns away from it. So she probably also made light as a byproduct. Anyway, just had to address that because people asked about it.
Mm-hmm. But he gets to process how intense Rand's power is compared to Logain's, especially as Logain cautions Rand not to take too much because he'll burn himself out.
And he does have a little cream of mushroom soup come out of his mouth there.
Mm-hmm. Couple things I noticed is Rand's power burns white light, whereas Nynaeve's burned yellowish light. That made me think that they're showcasing the power differential, that while Nynaeve is like a blazing sun, Rand is more like a blinding supernova or something. I thought that might be on purpose.
Yeah, very possible. I think this season they're also leaning into differing weaves more.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that, and I don't remember if we talked about this on the podcast or in a live reaction or somewhere else, but I think part of the reason why one way one can read that is that now that our characters are learning about the different weaves, they can see them more clearly, whereas Rand doesn't know about them yet. He's still learning.
Yeah.
So it's also possible he's just kind of going like a bunch of power, whatever. It doesn't matter what specifically I'm channeling. I'm just going to channel a bunch of power.
Yeah, I think specifically he's just grabbing a bunch of power.
Yeah, whereas Nynaeve was probably like delving or healing the thing.
Oh yeah, she was saving Lan's life and...
Yeah, she does a lot of healing magic.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We also get a setup for the stakes of burning out in episode 8 of season 1, giving us a basis for the stakes of Rand saying yes to Logain cautioning him, and then seeming to draw even more power as Logain tells him to let it go and yells for him to stop as it takes over. Mm-hmm. Amalisa's whole everything was preparing us for this moment.
What is he? Rand says like, because Logain is like, dude, ease up. And he goes, no, I have to learn what to do. And I don't remember the exact line, but it's something like, with that much power, you don't need to, you can do anything.
I've got it written down.
Yeah, you've got it.
Here.
Of course you do.
It seemed that for a minute, Sweet Rand, it seemed like he was losing control of his own power, making him learning even more vital as he worries there isn't enough time for him to learn to use it. Logain tells him, with that much power, you can do anything.
Yeah.
Revealing a big switch for Logain here. He's now witnessed a part of Rand's ability and knows that Rand really is the key to him having meaning. And he now takes on a role from antagonistic to comforting Rand. But even his comfort focuses around his obsession with power, as he says, with that much power, you can do anything. Fight anyone. Mm-hmm. It also leaves an open-ended question of who Rand will ultimately choose to fight. Mm-hmm. Logain didn't say fight the dark. He said fight anyone. Based on the conversation before and Logain's history, he may very well be thinking of the Aes Sedai when he says that.
Very possible.
Very possible. Especially considering Rand came in and said, I want to learn how to fight the Aes Sedai.
He did put that on the table for him.
He put that on the table.
It's a clever way to approach Logain, by the way.
It is a clever way to approach Logain, too. Like, it's saying what you need without having to tell Logain that the Forsaken are around.
Let's not forget also the last time we saw Logain, he was with Moiraine. And Moiraine told him, do whatever that kid asks you to do, and I'll leave this knife for you. Mm-hmm. So that's on his mind.
Yeah, that's also on the table. But Logain was rejecting Rand at the beginning. Mm-hmm. So it was that appeal to like what Rand could be for Logain that mattered. It was Logain was looking to Logain, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Just as Rand has a moment of disconnecting from who he is and being absorbed by all of his power with a disturbed look on his face, he runs into someone who fully grounds him in who he is, Mat. Mat freezes at the familiar voice. They both recognize each other from their voices, which that is like close.
Yeah.
You're a close person if you can recognize each other from voice.
It is such a sweet scene.
Allowing the others he's gambling with to steal from him without caring. His hesitation is brought on by his fear of Rand's reaction to him. But when Rand reaches out an arm, Matt desperately hugs him, like clings to him. Lanfear has said that Rand's past self has pushed away the people he loves, but in this moment, right after he pushed Moraine away to protect her, as Lanfear knew he would, we get him fully embracing another person he loves. Matt asks after everyone else, and when Rand says it's complicated, Matt immediately launches into his old self and says he has nothing but time and jokes about Rand paying.
Yeah, because he
likely
lost,
further consoled that Rand is having a complicated time with the group. He can relate and is likely giving him the same reaction he'd like to have himself.
Yep.
Which Rand did give him.
Yes, he did. By the way, this is a very small thing, but did you catch what, not catch, but did you notice what the dice game was they were going for? Matt comments specifically, I think he's having people bet on the outcome of a dice roll. It seems kind of like craps, something similar to that. But the roll in particular he's going for is a hard 8. And a hard 8 is 2 4s. And that's not anything in particular, that particular combination of 2 4s. But I like that whatever he's doing he's got to be like high stakes here. Because this is a very low probability.
Yeah.
Bet. He's got people betting on long shots. And I don't know,
It's really interesting.
Hard 8 twigged on me in particular because Battlestar Galactica, and this phrase is not exclusive to Battlestar Galactica, but it's where I know it from. One of the lead characters of that show frequently uses the phrase, sometimes you have to roll the hard 6. So every time I hear roll the hard so-and-so, it's like, this probably won't happen, but I have to try it.
Interesting.
He might have been ad-libbing. It's probably nothing, but it's a good line.
Well, it's consistent with this character that he is going for long shots.
Yeah.
And there's the long shot of Rand accepting Matt back into his life.
Yeah.
There we go. There's hope here that both Matt and Rand can get what they both desperately need from one another. Matt to find absolution and friendship, and Rand to get that tether he needs to not lose himself, and to have someone who cares about him to help guide him that he won't push away. It's interesting to me that Matt doesn't ask about Nynaeve, because he goes, how's Perrin? And then he looks at Rand and he goes, Egwene?
Yeah, he does skip Nynaeve.
He does skip Nynaeve. But it's likely because he asks about the person closest to him, Perrin.
Perrin, yeah.
And then the person closest to Rand, who is Egwene. I also think it's partially because he assumes Nynaeve can take care of herself.
Yeah.
Which goes back again to that whole thing about Nynaeve and Elaine's relationship and Nynaeve's relationship to the kids with the two rivers, where she is the person looking out for them, not the other way around. Not because they don't care about Nynaeve, but because Nynaeve to them is their mentor. The person that's like,
well, she's the wisdom, right?
She's
somebody
she doesn't
you look
need
up
them
to
look out for her because she's got everything under control, and she would never ever break that illusion. She is the one in control. But this is just another moment that emphasizes that is really subtle. So just after we get the scene where Elaine confesses that she's never had any friends, we go back to Matt and Rand. So we go from like, why are you doing this for someone you barely know? I don't really have any friends, to somebody who just found out that actually he does have friends. Both of them actually just found out they have friends after all again. Mm-hmm. Right? They both just rediscovered friendship.
The cuts in this
They're
fucking
so
season,
good, and it makes me mad. Okay.
It makes me kind of wonder if we should just be doing the whole episodes chronologically rather than plot by plot.
Maybe.
We'll think about that. Because the cuts are really good.
The cuts are really good. But I mean, at this point, the plots are all going to be converging anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm right about Fall
Most likely,
being
yeah.
the meetup spot, I mean, they're already starting to converge. So, I mean, I think I can say I'm pretty positive I'm right about this.
At the time you were, we should
At the
say.
time I
Obviously,
was,
now.
At the time I was all but certain that this is where this was going. And I even say on the live reaction, I am positive that episode 7 will be, at this point, the episode 7 is going to be the cat out of the bag, the dragon is back for the people of Kyrian, essentially, or at least the White Tower itself.
Or of Falm. For at least a city's worth of people. You said Kyrian.
Yeah, I meant Kyrian. I didn't think that the battle in the sky was going to happen in 7.
I understand.
Yeah, I was like, Swan is holding Rand by the end of this episode, right? There is going to be some kind of Rand gets away, and in that Rand gets away, I think the cat will come out of the bag that the Dragon Reborn
I understand.
is a thing.
Well, past us, we'll just have to Rapho.
Yeah. And then in 8, and I was like, cat out of the bag will happen in 7, 8, and / the like move toward we're all getting back together. And then 8 will be the resolution of all of those conflicts.
Got it.
8 will be we're all back together. We all get back together. And now we get the hook for the next season, which I assumed at the time. And I say it in the live reaction that my assumption was that the hook was going to be the rest of the Forsaken are out.
Got it.
It just felt like a really obvious hook for 3. And now get hooked into these ads. All right, so Matt and Rand. Matt asks Rand if he's going to tell him where the others are. Matt might assume that it could be a complicated situation similar to his own, and it kind of is. And Rand says it happened after he thought he defeated the Dark One, and Matt says, sorry, it's still crazy to me when you say things like that. It's really funny and cute, but it's also the pitfall of old friends. Sometimes they have a little trouble adjusting to new versions of yourself in a way that new friends meeting the new version don't.
Yes. Yeah.
Rand reveals he left all of his friends and they think he's dead. And Matt's face fills with compassion because, in a way, it's not different than what Matt did. And who can understand how hard that is to live with better than Matt? And how lonely Rand has been better than Matt. So there's this moment where these like two very tortured people at this point have this like moment where they're like known by another person. And it's so powerful to just have someone get it. And then one of the most beautiful moments in the season happens.
Yeah.
We died. Rand says he thought they'd all be better off without him, hearkening back to what Lanfear says about Lews Therin. And Matt tells him they're not better off without him. And Rand replies that they're not better off without Matt either.
It's so sweet.
But this scene accomplishes a couple things. It pushes Matt and Rand along their respective arcs, Rand figuring out who he can trust, and Matt figuring out if he can be trusted, while also getting at this stronger together plot question. So it's accomplishing 3 things. Not a couple. Rand reveals that Ashamael has Egwene in Falm.
Yes.
He's torn because he knows the Forsaken want him to go there, but what happens to Egwene if he doesn't? Matt then instantly says, then we go. Showcasing how far he's come, because now there's a scary adventure that they're facing and he's not flinching and not leaving Rand. Well, yet. Because he then jokingly says he has to break a lady's heart first. And we're going to know from all of the setup that this is
not
Min,
going to go well.
and she has a choice to make.
Yes.
And now it's 2 bad choices for Min.
It's a lot of 2 bad choices.
Because things were finally looking up for Matt and Rand, and this was finally a clear sign the group was getting back together.
Before we get to Min, there's this cute moment where Matt kind of like leans over and goes, Dragon Reborn!
Oh, so cute.
It's so cute.
So
it's
supportive.
So sweet. It's so funny. And I have to talk about this because in the book at this point, 1, Matt doesn't leave at the end of book 1. So this reunion doesn't happen because it's not a reunion. And 2, Matt's being a total dick to Rand at this point in the books. And is like actively avoiding him because he can channel.
I think that
to an extent, like he actively like sleeping away from him and trying to keep on the other side of things from him. And frankly, when I read the book, it makes me not like Matt very much.
It doesn't, no.
Yeah.
But can I say why I think they've made this change, or did you have a thought?
I have thoughts. And I think part of it is because we've pushed Matt so far down that side of his character already by having everything happen that happened.
Yeah.
by him abandoning them in season 1, and
which
by
they
him
had to do.
they had to do, and they had no choice to do that
Because
but to do that because of Barney
Harris
Harris'
left.
departure. So I think like we've kind of already addressed that part of Matt's character. So in a way, Matt's character is kind of farther along his character development path than he is in the books.
Correct.
At this point.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's a big part of why. And now we're getting some moments of the opposite of that, of like, let's pendulum the other way.
Yeah, but we still got a
And
little.
I just love it.
We still got a little bit, just not quite as hostile. It's more of a like, I'm sorry, I'm still really getting used to this. So we
Yeah.
still have a little of him like, this is a lot.
Yeah.
But he's still trying to be supportive. And it would feel like a wrong note if after all of this like yearning for forgiveness for the way that he's treated his friends, he then treated his friend shittily.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I do think that, yeah, they are really making lemonade out of the lemons of Barney's departure, which whatever reason.
Oh yeah.
We
Yeah.
wish him well. No one's upset with him in our house.
No.
But you know, I mean, from just a production standpoint, that's a really difficult thing to overcome. And I think they're doing a really good job of massaging it into the story in a way that's feeling like it's got a payoff.
I mean, they had to completely rewrite season 2.
I know. That stresses me out to even think about it. That's so many scripts.
Yeah.
My God. But yeah, so now back to Min.
Back to Min.
But yeah, so she's got 2 bad choices now because things were finally looking up for Rand and Matt. And this was finally a clear sign the group was getting back together. The whole plot question for the season is, when are we going to get back together?
And it looks like we're about to do it, but we can't do that.
This is the low point
it's
episode.
It's the low point episode,
So
and we
you
have to
know.
actually be as far as we possibly can be
Yes.
from that goal.
It's all going to crash and burn. Also, Min confidently
Darkest
said
before the dawn and all that.
to Ashamael that she wouldn't let him hurt Matt. But we just saw Leandra let Lanfear kill her son.
Yes.
Someone she likely never saw herself allowing to die.
Yeah.
So
road to
everything
hell is
remains
paved
on the
with good
table.
intentions and
Yeah.
all that.
Everything remains on the table here. Rand also gives Matt an out, saying he doesn't have to come. And Matt plays it off by saying, of course I do. Who else is going to keep you from being an arrogant prick? Dragon Reborn. And he says, I'll be there. And he leaves with us knowing he might be about
probably
to receive
won't.
news that'll throw his whole character arc out of whack again.
Yep.
And will mean he will not, in fact, be there.
No,
No redemption for Matt once
not
again.
yet. Not yet. Give it time. We'll see what happens.
And that brings us to the story turn. We see Min already drinking when Matt comes in. And we at this point understand pretty well why she drinks.
Yep.
Yep. He says, guess who I ran into?
And she's
the
like, oh,
look
fuck.
Kay Alexander gives him.
Fuck.
It's just great. Just the horror and dread and surprise. And again, it's so hard to have like multiple emotions in your face at one time.
It's complicated to process. Yeah. I also love the rapport that Matt and Min have,
Yeah.
because
He's like, Mini Min.
Min. He goes, who pissed in your drink and charged you twice? And she goes, I only pay for the best.
Before Matt can tell her anything, she tells him, you can't go.
Mm-hmm.
And he picks up on this right away, right? We get an opportunity to, even though he's been deceived, show how smart he is anyway. And that's really important. Like, he doesn't look like a fool in this scene, even though he feels like a fool. And this is the dichotomy of Matt.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing the dichotomy of Matt. He feels like an idiot, but he is showing his brains in this scene.
Mm-hmm.
And like, that's the whole thing about Matt, is he doesn't see himself as we get to see him.
No.
And,
He is a very unreliable narrator of his own story.
because he right away picks up what he goes, guess who I ran into? You know,
My mate.
And she just goes, you can't go. And he goes, I haven't told you I'm leaving you.
yet.
And she tells him that she saw him kill Rand.
And he's like, well, what the fuck?
And Matt immediately rejects this. He's like, no. But you can see in his face how much he's already spiraling.
Well, because it's the thing he's most afraid of.
Yes,
right?
that he's a prick like his dad, that he's a bad guy.
that he's evil.
Yes. Especially as she says that he does it with that dagger, with the ruby and the golden hilt. this thing and this question about his worth as a friend and a person keep haunting him. And you can see him descend into his low point in this moment, just in his face. Because once again, he can't escape being a prick like his dad, and he can't escape a different sort of prick, the dagger kind. And then the last bit to cement it is that Min knows they're going to fall, which Matt catches immediately, giving us an opportunity when he's feeling at his stupidest to show off his smarts. When he says, "How do you know Rand?"
Just want to one more time point out the addiction parallels with the dagger.
Yep.
And the, Matt's fear that he's going to go back to it. And his fear that, it
makes him a bad person.
That the association makes him evil.
Yeah.
But
he quickly deduces that Min set him up to get to Rand, which isn't 100% what happened, but might as well be.
I mean, it basically is. She didn't want to do it, but she
didn't want to do it. Yeah. But now Matt is faced with a betrayal not dissimilar from what he did to his friends from someone he thought was a friend.
Mm-hmm.
And now, because of this, he's going to have to betray Rand again, just when he's gotten the redemption he was craving in order to save him, pushing Rand away to take care of him, which is something Rand has been doing to all of his other friends. It also opens up the possibility of a redemption arc for Min, because who is going to understand what Min is going through in this wake other than Matt? Not only that, but we see him faced with a betrayal, which was much more real than the betrayal that Rena felt from Egwene. And not once did he get violent with Min.
No, he did not.
Showcasing his essential goodness in the wake of Rena's essential badness.
It's almost like Rena fucking sucks.
Min even says, "If you love him, stay away." Min also protests that she is Matt's friend, and he has no idea what this has cost her to tell him this. And this is true. If Min weren't a good person, she wouldn't have told him. But Min did the hard but right thing, and that's important. When we're looking at who's a good person, who's a bad person, Min telling Matt this equals good person.
Mm-hmm.
She could have easily not told him or set him up.
Mm-hmm. Or just washed her hands of the whole thing.
Yeah. And that's what a lot of people would do, but not Min. She owned that she did something bad.
Mm-hmm. Hard to do.
And you know what? It could get her killed.
Yes.
For all she knows.
Yes.
Because she knows Ashamael is a Forsaken.
Yes. Kind of bad.
Leandrin followed orders and her son still got killed.
Yes. There's a reason why so many of the Forsaken's names, the ones we've heard, sound like, biblical demons. That's basically what they are.
Yeah. Min is not a bad person. She's in a bad situation. Not to mention, we also have Moraine pushing her family and loved ones away too. So many arcs are caught up in here. Speaking of Moraine, Moraine tells the butler that she has a letter to be delivered to the Blue Aja, and has tears in her eyes as the butler walks away. She didn't say it was for the Amerlin seat, but it looks like...
Yeah, she sends it to Anaya Sedai.
Yeah, but I think that's just so that she doesn't have to reveal that she's sending a letter to the Amerlin seat. There must be some kind of way that she's getting the information to the Amerlin seat without Swan getting a bunch of letters from Moraine, which would look very suspicious.
Very suspicious considering the whole banishment thing.
Yeah. Barthany sits in the dining room and Moraine enters and apologizes and says she's been a terrible visitor and a worse aunt, complimenting his sandwiches and saying he'll be a wonderful king and make their house proud.
It's very sweet.
We should be perhaps concerned about this because the only way Moraine would make inroads with her family when there's danger is either because the danger has passed, not true in this case, or because she thinks it won't matter, likely because she thinks she's going to die or something. Barthanes comes to her and hugs her, and Moraine looks so relieved and surprised he would do it. She's surprised that he hugs her.
Well, she was a dick.
Yeah.
I get why she was a dick, but she was a dick.
Anver comes in to tell Moraine that the Amerlin seat is there with 14 Aes Sedai and wants to see Moraine.
Dramatic.
Though we know that Swan and Moraine are in love, Swan has had to do rough things to Moraine in spite of that before, so this might not be good.
No.
Also, the last time we saw that many Aes Sedai together out on the road, they were bringing Logain back.
Yes. Tension.
Not good. Matt watches Rand waiting for him. Oh, the scene killed me.
Oh, God, it's so sad. It made me so sad.
And basically is forced to go through the whole process of betraying his friends all over again. We are getting multiple people this episode with these big character triggers, right? Egwene with the I'm special. Matt with the I betrayed my friends and I'm a prick like my dad. Nynaeve with her, I'm forced to watch other people die and do nothing. We're getting a lot of re-triggering events here this episode. By the way, speaking of people who've probably never had friends, Min probably has never had friends because everyone who meets her probably wants to use and abuse her and her powers.
Well, not only that, if you had a friend and then you knew they were going to cheat on you, they were going to be betrayed by a friend of theirs, they were going to go through a terrible breakup, they were going anything that
it makes it hard to get close to
people. It's going to be really fucking hard to maintain that connection, knowing that, you know, like, because it's either, well, you could tell them,
yeah,
which would suck, or you could know and not tell them, which would suck.
But Min was shocked that when Matt found out that she could tell the future, he was like, don't tell me anything. Know.
Yeah.
She was shocked by that information.
Yeah.
So that to me says that that's like
what people
rare.
Do. Yeah. They're like, oh yeah, tell me. I want to know.
Yeah. And then I'm sure that the minute that she tells them something bad's going to happen, they don't want to be her friend anymore. Yeah, exactly. So I feel like Matt might have been her first and only real friend.
Man, that sucks. Damn, everybody's having a fucking terrible time.
Yeah.
Everybody's having a terrible time.
Oh, and
bad
when you
day
think
frosting for everybody.
And when you think about the fact that Elaine has never really had real friends, and then how Egwene rejected her, how horrible that must have made Elaine feel, considering that was her first friend ever.
Bad day frosting for everybody.
Bad day frosting.
Everybody deserves a can of frosting, except the dog, because it makes him sick.
Yeah, and this time Matt's betrayal of Rand.
We gave the dog frosting once. It was fine. It was just a teeny tiny bit of vanilla frosting.
A tough thing. And the internet said it would be okay.
The internet said it was okay. It wasn't okay. He had a horrible night.
Yeah, he didn't have a good night, and then by extension, neither did we.
Yeah.
So don't do it. Don't do it to yourselves. Yeah, but so Matt has to betray his friends all over again, but this time it's out of love, though he can't explain that to Rand. Rand processes Matt's betrayal by saying, alone it is. Again, he gets betrayed, but unlike Rena, who feels betrayed, he doesn't react violently. He doesn't lash out. He just accepts, emotionally regulates, and moves on. Granted, if he did need to have a big reaction, fine, but maybe not a violent one. Definitely not a violent one. Okay, but Rand's essential goodness is the fact that he's going with the punches, rolling with the punches. Both of these characters have now reached low points in both of their respective arcs, and neither of them are to blame for it, as they've been fighting against it. But Rand and the plot question hit a further low as he tries to get to Egwene and get stronger together, but someone's with someone.
Yeah.
And
I see.
Get stronger together with someone, right? Matt too, right? Connect with people, get his group back together, undo the mistake that he made, you know, realize that maybe the mentors were the friends we had along the way that we needed. But, you know, just as he's starting to do that, he gets blocked by Lan and then Alana and her warders and probably all of those Aes Sedai that came to the city.
Most likely.
Lan looks genuinely sad as he says, I'm sorry, I can't let you leave. Rand and Egwene's plots are really mirroring each other as suddenly we switch to Egwene trapped in a cell. Both of them are trapped now.
Yep. That's the B plot, isn't it?
I think so.
I think the rest of it is Rima and Egwene.
Yeah.
So there you go.
That's the B plot.
That's the B plot. And we will be back in just a moment with the C plot.
All right, C plot.
Yay, C plot.
We finally figured out is the White Tower and associates.
White Tower et al.
They don't show up until pretty in there.
No, I mean, Egwene is far and away the most important thing in this episode.
Of course. This was Madeline Madden's episode.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. The first time we see White Tower et al. Is Leandrin strokes her son's hand and apologizes for leaving him so long with tearful eyes. We get one more reminder of her love for him before what happens next.
This happens before Lan, really?
Yep.
Wow. This part's sad as shit.
This part is sad as shit. This whole episode is sad as shit. It's just sad shit after sad shit after sad shit. Leandrin, someone we've come to fear, is no match for Lanfear, who is even scarier and gives us even more of a sense of her power here against someone who can channel and who we've seen wield considerable power, fizzling Leandrin's attack like it's nothing, and then saying, the first one is free. Do it again and I'll flay you alive and feed you to your boy. Holy shit.
That's a fucking line.
First of all, Lanfear's been watching Leandrin for a while and has gleaned personal information about her that Leandrin has specifically kept hidden from everyone and seems to be doing an unsanctioned trip independent of a Shamael here. Lanfear asks why Leandrin is working for a Shamael. You hate men, with one exception, and then walks to Leandrin's vulnerable son. That's a threat.
Yes. A very eminently actionable threat.
This unsanctioned trip makes us really wonder, especially as she starts pulling Leandrin away from a Shamael. Who is Leandrin working, or Lanfear working with, for? What are her motives? Because we know what a Shamael's motives are and what he wants because he's told Lanfear. But, we've only heard really what Lanfear wants from Moraine, which is Rand, Lutheran, some combination therein.
The other thing about this scene, we spend a lot of this season exploring the humanity of the bad guys.
Yes.
And this scene is a nice, crash back to earth of like, no, remember, they're evil people.
Definitely.
They're complicated evil people, but
they do evil things.
Inhumanely euthanizing an old man.
Yeah, versus, Min, who has done some bad stuff, right? She did some bad stuff to Matt, but she ultimately did the right thing.
An old man who does not seem to want to go, Well,
definitely not like that.
No, this is all pretty fucking rough. Being
suffocated is not a great way to go.
No, this is all pretty bleak shit. And a nice reminder of like, we can want them to step on us, whatever. They are evil people.
Yeah.
I'm speaking for a certain subset of Twitter.
No matter how great their boots are.
Yeah.
Like Rena in the first scene, Lanfear asks for Leandrin's son's name. Something, again, we get names a lot this episode. Something, again, that's very personal. Leandrin reveals his name is Ludrin for the person who is going to take her child away, just as Egwene was forced to reveal her name to the person enslaving her. How interesting that these two are having mirrored experiences when Leandrin is the reason Egwene is in that situation.
Huh.
But Leandrin shows that like Egwene, she is a captive, as she can do nothing as Lanfear kills her son in front of her. Her son was the whole reason why Leandrin joined the Dark in the first place, so it's particularly cruel that after Leandrin was forced to deliver the girls to the Shan-Chan, clearly against her wishes, she is rewarded by having the only source of joy in her life, which is what she said to Nynaeve, killed in front of her. And all she can do is just turn her back on him.
Yeah.
And Lanfear sees it as giving Leandrin her freedom and doing Ludrin a kindness since this isn't life. Which isn't necessarily untrue, but still not great. We get a little backstory on how Leandrin from Lanfear.
It would also and I'm not trying to wade into a medical euthanasia debate, but it would be different if he were in a, brain dead coma and he was almost certainly never but
or he wanted to go out he wanted
to go out.
Well, but here's the thing also. Humane euthanasia is not suffocating someone
with magic.
Yeah.
While they try not to die. Yes. No, it's terrible. What she's doing is terrible.
Been present for the humane euthanasia of their dog.
Yes.
It
different
is
thing, obviously. That's not a human,
experience.
But Yes.
Yeah, but it is a very different experience than someone being suffocated.
Yes.
But yeah, so again, Leandra gives this backstory on Lanfear and gives this whole spiel because we're getting, again, the fact that the Forsaken have done their homework. They're efficient. That's one of the scariest things the bad guy can be is efficient and professional. HansGruber.com.
I was just thinking of Hans Gruber.
No, truly, Hans Gruber is the example that I used when I was teaching my interns about structure.
Yeah.
Because I would go Hans Gruber is the professional bad guy. And those are the scariest bad guys.
Die Hard is such a good movie.
Competent bad guys are scary bad guys. Because then it's like, oh God, we better get off the back foot quickly.
One of my favorite Christmas movies. I'm just saying that. I'm saying that it's a Christmas movie. It is a Christmas movie.
Lanfear talks about how men hurt us, betray us, and we still love them. Clearly thinking about Luz Theron Rand, but also throwing in Leandrin's face this thing that she has been saying this whole time about men, what men do to little girls who show that they're greater than they are.
Yes. And we get that Leandrin backstory you've been waiting for.
Yes, because I'm like, what? We have said so many times, you have been focused specifically on what the world does to little girls. And I'm like, okay, that phrasing the same way over and over again indicates to me something happened to you as a little girl. And so now your like core wound is revolving around that.
Mm-hmm.
And was I wrong? No.
Nope. I saw some conversation from folks who were like, well, why in this, this world would that be a thing that happens? It's a matriarchy. It's actually fairly explicitly, per Robert Jordan's intentions, not a matriarchy. It's a world where, again, this Robert Jordan's intention, whether or not he was entirely successful, remains up to the interpretation of the reader and viewer. It was intended to be a world where it was equal sexes, as it were. So it makes perfect sense to me that some places are going to lean a little bit more towards, let's just like marry off our child.
Also,
ahead of time.
I'm sorry. This world is not a fucking matriarchy.
It's not. No, it's
not.
My
God. If I have to hear that one more time. I'm not yelling at you, first timer who is listening to this going, what did I miss? And I'm not yelling at anyone, but if I have to hear it one more time, I might, because it's a world in which casual sexual assault exists. Casual sexual harassment exists, against women, men too, obviously, because I don't want to field men, yes, I know, but it happens a lot to the women in this book. Okay. In these books. If it were a matriarchy, at every turn, there are people who are very not happy that there are women in charge everywhere. There tend to be, if there are women in charge, an equal and opposite man that's in charge. Women's circle versus the men's council, village council, the panarch versus the king.
Yeah. Well, obviously, we're getting outside of the scope of book 2.
There are some matriarchal societies in the books, but it is not a world that is a matriarchy.
No.
In this essay, I will.
Good rant, though. Very good. Rant is the wrong word. Good dissertation.
It's not a pure matriarchy.
No. But you can read Ruins of Ombre if you want a matriarchy, right?
We debate that, too.
Yeah, that's fair.
I honestly think
an
that...
intended matriarchy.
Here's the thing. I'm not holding it against these authors.
No, okay? Of course not.
Melanie Ron and Robert Jordan are great writers. I think that it is very, very hard as a task to build a world from scratch in which our implicit biases do not eke in a little bit. Mm-hmm. Our societally ingrained implicit biases that are not our fault, that we are all actively working against. If we are doing a good job, we're all addressing those things and trying not to deal with them. We're getting better every day. But especially in the 90s/early 2000s, and especially before then, you're going to get some stuff. And obviously also now, you're going to get some stuff that's implicit biases that just eke in, no matter what your intentions are. It's not necessarily anybody's fault. It just is. Mm-hmm. And as my friend Bree says, may we create the world in which our work ages poorly. But yeah, so Lanfear is clearly thinking about Luz Theron and Bran when she's talking about people who betray us, hurt us, but she could also be thinking about Ashamael as well in there. Eludrin is the last tie to the girl Leandrin used to be, a girl who was beaten and starved and forced to marry before she bled, which as a line is fucking horrifying. Mm-hmm. But yeah, did I not say something happened to her when she was a little girl? It's just, and let's keep in mind, looking at little signs that the character is telling us before we actually get that backstory when we're talking about Elaine. Because I have feelings about Elaine based on a couple things. I just have feelings about what they might be doing with our character. But yeah, so we'll see if I'm right about that. But Natasha O'Keefe and Kate Fleetwood are stunning.
Oh God, this
in this
great.
scene. I honestly, this scene is clearly there for many reasons, but I wouldn't blame Rafe if he were just like, I just want these two to act together. Because my God. And I honestly feel like, that we just wanted to get these powerhouses to act together. But no, it's obviously not the only reason.
This is also how I feel going back
even
to
if it were, I'd be cool
Battlestar
with it.
Galactica. Every time there's a scene with Edward James Olmos and Mary McDonnell one-on-one, of which there are many, I'm just like, yes, go, do, act, yes. It's
act
just,
together.
It's great to watch.
Yeah, but I also
good
think
actors work together.
it's setting up something else that we can talk about in the spoilers
later. Remember when we thought this episode was going to be shorter?
You kept saying that, and I kept saying, no, it's not. Okay.
I don't know why I say these things.
I don't know either. At this point, I feel like we have to learn that when we say that, it's not going to be a short episode.
Learn things on this podcast.
Speaking of focusing, so Lanfear warns Leandrin that she can't take her oaths back and that she swore them to the dark, not Ashamael. But there are many paths to walk through the night. This feels like a promise of a future in which these two women may work together in some capacity, but that remains to be seen. Obviously, she's saying, work for me.
Yeah.
After I killed your son.
Yeah, it's a hell of a proposition there.
I mean, Lanfear knows how to make an entrance.
She does at that.
Alana and her warders take Lan to a temple that is
a Forsaken
dedicated
temple.
to the Forsaken. It looks like there are 8 statues.
Yes,
There's
probably.
been some debate as to how many Forsaken there are.
Well, and Rafe talks about 13 is a big number in the books, and he's talked about substituting that with 8, which I like. 13 is a lot of things to juggle.
Going back to your hard 8 thing.
Ooh, yeah.
With the
I didn't
dice.
think of that.
Yeah, could be a reference to the Forsaken.
Could be.
Looks like there are 8 statues. I paused and counted, but it's hard to get a good look. Lan says they'll need the Amerlin's permission to return to the tower, and Alana says the Amerlin has business in Camelin. It's interesting that Alana knows where the Amerlin is, and Leandrin doesn't, and Lyanna didn't want to tell her. It's also interesting to speculate on what that business might have been, especially considering that Leandrin's cover story was that Elaine and the girls
her brother Gawain's
went
name
to
day.
Camelin. We're getting a lot of mentions of Camelin. We've been, I think we've had at least 2 mentions of Camelin.
Yeah. Which again, that's notable because Camelin plays a big part in the first book. And by plays a big part, I mean, they go there and talk to some people. Elaine, actually. And people were confused as to why they went to Tar Valon in season 1 instead. Budget's part of it, and also
introducing the Aes Sedai was more important.
Yeah. But I think that a lot of this conversation about Camelin and about the Trakand family generally suggests that a lot of what people are looking for, and again, I'm being vague, is coming.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to talk about any of the leaked stuff about where people have been filming.
Oh, we'll talk about that privately.
Yeah.
Lan remarks on the fact that the Forsaken had powers the Aes Sedai forgot. There's a lot of dramatic irony in the scene as Lan innocently speculates about the power of the Forsaken as the others suspect he may be involved with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very funny.
We've been using a lot of dramatic irony to really good effect in this episode and in this season. And part of the reason we can do that is because we have so much that's been established from season 1 that we can roll the ball forward and then do fun things. This is what's nice about season 2 is like now if we've built the foundation well, now we can have fun. And by fun, we mean like horrible.
Yeah, misery.
But like the good kind of
This
horrible.
is terrible. This is horrible. I'm having a great time.
Exactly.
As we say in our Hunger Games episodes, shirts are available now.
Ivan says the things the Forsaken did, their Aes Sedai would never consider. And Alana responds, what you're willing to do changes depending on what you're faced with, which has double-edged meaning considering they think Lan is a dark friend.
Yes. Or might be, at least. They suspect him.
Mm-hmm. Lan thinks Alana and her warders are hooking up in the tent and leaves.
Yeah.
And I'm in the live reaction, I'm like, oh, this is a ruse.
You do? Yeah. Yeah.
But Maxim and Ivan are there to intercept him. I was so worried he was going to kill one of them here.
Now, here's the thing. There were people who were like, yeah, this is going to be an opportunity for Lan to fight and Lan to do some sword stuff, but that would be anathema to the lesson he has to learn. Because the lesson he has to learn is that a group is stronger than an individual. And if he starts sword fighting...
Which is the thing we're learning
this
whole season. It's like the thesis
of the entire season. So if he pushes against that even harder in a way that is, not really something you can necessarily come back from, we're even more triply fucked.
Yeah, but I did think that there was a possibility. I thought
there was a possibility that they might draw on him.
I mean, there was a possibility. We just saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that they would kill each other. But Lan did the, I think, right thing in telling them what's going on. Shout out to Taylor Napier's acting on Where Are You Going, Old Friend?
Yeah.
Because he looks so devastated that it's come to this.
I love Maxim and Ivan. These two are great.
Like, he's devastated, but, he's also trying to be casual.
This is what we thought was going to happen. Okay.
Yeah. Ivan circles Lan, saying the poem, Blood Calls Blood, as a way to show Lan they're on to him, without being like, we're on to you.
Yeah.
Because that is a lot lamer than saying blood calls blood.
Blood feeds blood. Blood is, blood was, and blood shall ever be. That's just a cooler thing to say.
The real hurt between the friends here is really incredible. We've had so many episodes now covering their friendship, and to see that they are willing to kill Lan if it means protecting the world and vice versa is chilling.
Mm-hmm.
Alana imprisons Lan in air and tells him that the Amerlin didn't banish him from Tar Valon and that Lan wanted her to tell him where Swan is. Yeah, so basically saying, you said I can't go to Tar Valon without the Amerlin's permission because I'm banished. Where is basically you were fishing for where she was. Why do you want to know where the Amerlin seed is?
Mm-hmm. Are you going to try to kill her for Lanfear? Are you sworn to Lanfear? And he's like, I can't talk about it. And they're like, well, that is a fucking suspicious thing to say, bro.
Mm-hmm. Alana forces Lan to tell them the truth or they will kill him where he stands. Lan, not wanting to have to kill his friends, tells them, we've found the Dragon Reborn. Which now means that we've taken another step toward the thing that I think is going to happen in episode 7, in which the Dragon Reborn cat is out of the bag. I'm starting to think at this point that it'll be 7's going to be like we're getting like bigger and bigger cat out of the bag moments.
And now again, we're talking about as of our first viewing.
Yeah. So we had Varen, we had a single person knowing the cat was out of the bag. Now we have a small group of 3.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll get a bigger group next episode, or at least is what I thought at the time. And then in 8, we get some kind of like the dragon is back.
Yeah. Big wide reveal.
Big wide reveal. Yeah. And that the big wide reveal and then 7, we're like answering the question of how they're all going to come back together in time for, we're all in Falm, and then 8 is when we actually get together, is what I thought at the time. But we'll see. And now you'll see about these ads. Okay, so we got a dope transition between Swan's open letter by Moraine to Swan stamping her seal in another letter.
I loved that.
Great transition. We get Swan's badass knife crown thing.
It is a crown of swords, is it not?
It is a crown of swords.
It is very cool.
It was really cool. Lan comes to the carriage and says, it's Moraine. And we finally get him revealing what Moraine could barely bring herself to. Oh, also not to mention, we get Matt betraying Rand, Min betraying Matt, Lan having to basically kind of betray Moraine in this episode for good reasons, right? By revealing their secret.
Mm-hmm.
And Alana Maxim and Ivan kind of betraying Lan. And because they think Lan is betraying them. We've got a lot of friendship betrayal.
Low point.
Episode.
Low point.
Low points.
Low point.
So we get Anver telling Moraine that there's 14 Aes Sedai there for them, wanting to see them. It might not be good. The stakes of this are further emphasized.
Try it again. Try it again.
This is further emphasized.
There you go.
In the very next scene, showing Swan coming out of her carriage, surrounded by Aes Sedai. Leandrin walks up to her, chipper and casual. This is this like weird little chipper casual thing that she does a lot.
Yes.
She
Yes,
does
I was thinking
it
of
to
that.
Liana. She does it to Varen. She does it to
Nynaeve.
Swan. And she does it to
In season
Nynaeve.
1.
This little like foot kicky thing.
Oh, it's me. Hello.
Yeah. And she's like kind of like,
Hello.
like almost acting as if she's goofy Leandrin. You know, she's kind of like, and she's got this like circuitous little walk and it's fun.
I'm just here to have a good time.
I like that she has kind of her persona versus who she actually is. But it's her persona specifically when she's hunting for information. So Kate Fleetwood really gave her character a tell.
Yes, she did.
Love that for her. And Leandrin says, with her little circuitous walk, the last time the Amerlin called 14 sisters to meet with her in Cairhien, we installed a new king on the Sun Throne. This is likely in reference to the fall of House Damodred.
Probably, isn't it?
Which could also be partially why Moraine and her family received this news with so much intensity. Because they've got to be thinking about that too.
Oh, shit. The wedding is coming up.
Yeah. Last time they brought such a big group to Cairhien was not a great time for the House Damodred.
No. Notably a different Amerlin.
Notably a different Amerlin.
Because I think Wizza Swan says, perhaps this Amerlin is a bit more frivolous, daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Great line.
Well, yeah, because it would have been 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Or however long it's been. Oh, yeah, 20 years ago. Yeah, now going back to the timeline of Moraine's dad's death, that would have been about somewhere in the realm of like 20 years ago to now, because the house had fallen when he died.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Terrible time for Anver. The house falls, her dad dies, her sister just kind of dips. And like, unfortunately, based on the timeline, it seems to Anver like, oh, Moraine was like, well, my family's fucked.
Peace.
I don't have to deal with that though, so bye.
I'm out.
Yeah, wow. But yeah, it's clearly Leandrin leaving an open-ended question to get answers without ever asking a question of, so why are we here? Because it's got to be a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But Swan is able to brush Leandrin off by saying, well, maybe this Amerlin is a little more frivolous, Odor, like you said. We'll have to wait and see. And that's the last time we see any of them until Lan shows up to get Rand and their plot lines converge.
Yeah. A small C plot.
Yeah, but we're getting a lot of
one.
plotline convergence. We're getting... Obviously, we have the Nynaeve, Egwene, Elaine of it all, but Rand had a dip into that plot line. We know Perrin's going to fall. We've got Moraine and Rand back together. We've got Matt and Rand sort of back together. We've now got Moraine back with Lan and Swan. So we're kind of getting the band back together. Slowly but surely.
Even though it seems as though the band is as far as it could be from together right now.
Because it's a low point.
Because it's a low point.
We're
can
seeing
see
a path.
How we could get there.
Yeah, because we're seeing a path structurally to how they could get there, right? But narratively, right, in terms of like what's happening in the story, Egwene's imprisoned. Nynaeve and Elaine are in peril.
And just
Rand's
lost their
imprisoned.
mentor. Rand is...
Matt isn't able to get back with Rand
Matt's
because
just
they'll
cut
kill
ties
him.
again. Yeah,
Matt just cut ties again. Moraine might be in deep shit.
Yeah, Loyal and Ingtar are imprisoned.
Yeah.
Perrin's okay.
Perrin's okay, but he's with a strange woman.
Yeah.
And can he by himself get everyone back together? Seems like he'd be stretched a bit
Especially
thin.
when he's being pulled away by the wolves.
Right. And yeah, Elias definitely doesn't want him to be doing this.
Yeah.
So yeah, and Perrin may be more wolf than man, as the Shamael said. So lot going on.
Lot going on.
Very excited for the climax and to talk about that.
Yeah,
obviously
looking forward
that's when the
to,
plot question will be answered of like, will we be getting back together? I think next episode. At this time, before I watched the episode, I thought that we'll see them all on their way or in Falm next episode.
And it's the interesting thing.
And the cat will be out of the bag in Kyrian about Rand.
It's the interesting thing about 8-episode structure is we call episode 7 the climax, even though often episode 7 is not when the dramatic climax occurs. For instance, in season 1, episode 7 was not the big battle. Episode 7 was leading up to the big battle, but the plot question of season 1 was who is the dragon reborn, and that did reach its climax in episode 7. Whereas we then had the explosive fight, battle, etc. in episode 8. In a 10-episode structure, like Game of Thrones, for instance, a lot of the big battles are in the episode 9s, because there's more time for stuff to breathe, and there's more time to spend on a pure denouement. So, though we expect the climax to be next episode, it doesn't mean that we were expecting all of the big kabooms to be next episode, as Marvin the Martian would call them.
We'll have maybe some kabooms if the next time on is to be believed.
Yeah, and I mean, we know whether or not there are kabooms now, but at the time, it looked like a couple.
Looked like some stuff was about to pop off.
Anyway, that's the raw recording time just hit 4:20, so that's a perfect place to stop part 1.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks for joining us. We're going to go into part 2, which is spoilers for what Allie's read, which again is Knife of Dreams chapter 4. And if you haven't read that
far... Oh my God, I forgot about the spoiler section.
Yeah, Allie. Here we fucking go. Yeah, you were like, oh, we'll be done before midnight.
Yeah, I was like, what are you worried about? We got one plot left. Oh, Jesus. All right, well, it's midnight on a Friday.
Yes, it is. And if you have not read through Knife of Dreams Chapter 4, get the fuck out. We love you. Thanks for listening.
It's a spoiler, babies. Spoiler, 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 spoiler.
Welcome to Spoiler Sapate Major. Nobody gets that joke.
I definitely don't.
No, you don't. There's a couple people who do.
Some people had a good laugh.
So, yeah. This is part of the episode where we talk about spoilers through Knife of Dreams Chapter 4. What's good? Nothing.
Not anybody in this episode. Yeah.
Everybody's having a horrible time.
Yeah, my goodness. Okay. First thing that I noticed, we're giving Rand's friends senses of lived empathy by emphasizing their own entrapments for Rand in a box.
Yep.
Perrin with all the cage shit.
Yep.
Egwene, obviously.
Pretty fucking clear. And I'm really happy. And you talked about this in the main section, but I'm so happy that we are giving Egwene the opportunity to experience the trauma that she fucking experiences.
Women are allowed to experience trauma in this show. Thank you.
It's just so hard to watch.
But like that we're taking it to the fullest extent and honoring it as much as we are the men.
Yeah. Well, because, you know...
Wait. I'm not done with all the people that are experiencing entrapment. Matt.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Min,
obviously. Nynaeve.
Moiraine. With
the basement and in this one, the attic moments. Moiraine, of course. I mean, Logain. Probably Swan eventually. I'm sure that is going to break me in half.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, sorry, I interrupted you. But
no, I was just going to say, because like, you're a Knife of Dreams. How many times has Egwene's trauma come up since like book 4?
Not at all.
Like maybe once or twice.
And listen, that is not to say, again, we've talked about on this podcast how like Perrin's arc can include Fail. It can include these like happier things because we contain multitudes. Just because someone goes through an intense trauma does not mean their life ends at that trauma. Right. And that their life is just shit from there on out.
Part of healing is that it doesn't have to.
Right.
We're not suggesting that's what should be happening.
That box metaphor, right?
Yes.
Where it's like,
no pun intended.
Where it's like,
at Rand
yeah.
Althor, at Yosha.
Where it's like you have a big marble in a box, and that's supposed to be trauma or grief.
Yeah, and there's a button, right? There's a
Oh.
big ball in a box, and there's a button on the
I've
inside
heard
of that
about it
box.
as like the walls of the box. So like the marble keeps
I see.
bumping up against the walls of the box,
And
right?
that's
Triggering
grief.
you,
Yeah.
getting
Or
like
trauma,
hurting you continuously. And then as time goes on and as you heal, hopefully you are making steps toward healing and actually like addressing the trauma rather than keeping the box small.
Yeah. The box
Right.
gets bigger or the marble gets smaller, but it still hits the walls sometimes.
Yes. But as the box grows, the marble hits the walls less and less often. It's still there and it still will hit from time to time. But like your life has expanded around your grief, even though your grief is always there.
Yeah.
Or your trauma is always there.
I bring it up because, like, Egwene, at the point in the books where we're at now, is like, oh, the Shan-Chan might attack the White Tower. That would be bad. I have to think that Egwene in the show, when she learns the Shan-Chan might attack the White Tower, is not going to be like, we should probably do something about that. She's going to be like, oh my God, no.
Well,
no.
not to mention, and I said this, when Elida captures her again.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
To be captured again.
I
And
feel
then,
like-
and then to be told, we're not going to kill you. We're going to just keep you captured. I feel like to Egwene at that point, that is worse than death. Am I
yeah.
wrong?
Probably not wrong. You're probably right. Especially
Oh, and
just,
also not even the arches for entrapment.
yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
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 Like that entire experience.
Moiraine is essentially trapped in her body now too.
Yeah.
A
Exactly.
lot of traps.
A lot of traps. Oh, there's just so much peeling Egwene like a grape foreshadowing with
Yes, there is.
just the way that Lanfear says her name. Egwene.
It's funny because I think in the book, she's not sure whether Egwene or Avienda is Avienda. And she just kind of grabs Egwene because she's closer.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that.
I don't think it's going to be that either.
What's interesting is that in that scene, it's going to be Lanfear confronting all of the women that are closer to Rand than her,
Ooh, yeah, it is.
that she
That's a
views
great
as like
point.
obstacles to her ability to be close to him, which is, that she
Moiraine,
knows about.
Egwene.
So yeah, Moiraine, Egwene, and Avienda.
Avienda should be there. Yeah.
Just so much peeling Egwene, like a great foreshadowing with Lanfear, with the Lanfear stuff. Lanfear, when Rand brought Lanfear to his, like, was like, show
God,
me
we were
Egwene.
both
I was like,
no, don't do it.
Like, I'm glad that he knows what's up with her now because he can now hopefully take action. But I mean, just showing his hand to Lanfear about the fact that he still feels all of these complicated feelings for Egwene is not good. We don't want to show Lanfear any of our hand. Ever. Or as little as we can get away with, especially in regards to other women. Ooh, this interaction between Leandrin and Lanfear I thought was really interesting. The Eludrin scene.
Yeah.
I feel like, so Maggedian kind of, but doesn't really take over the like kindergarten classroom group when Ishamael bites it.
She does, but then she gets captured.
Yeah, I think they're going to be doing a lot more there.
I think, and I think it'll be with
And it's Lanfear.
Lanfear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm seeing. Is that, that Lanfear is going to be
Well, they've introduced this
playing around with the Black Aja a bit.
they've introduced this relationship, really fucking complicated now, relationship between Lanfear and Leandrin, where Lanfear has killed her son. I feel like there's going to be lots of opportunity for payoff on that.
I'm feeling very excited about the possibility of having Natasha O'Keefe and Kate Fleetwood in more scenes together.
I would love to see Natasha O'Keefe and Kate Fleetwood in more scenes together.
And I feel like narratively it makes sense, especially if they don't have Masana. Who is,
I don't think they're going to have Masana. I think they're going to combine
so then they need to have somebody at the White Tower.
either Maggedian and Masana or Lanfear and Masana. And considering that Lanfear, goes away, as I say this, I realize it can't be Lanfear. It's got to be Maggedian. Megiddian.
But see, I also think that there's a possibility that after
Unless there's some
Lanfear
Sindane
goes
stuff.
away, Megiddian could take over.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Or we get a couple sub-factions.
Yeah.
Or something else happens. But I feel like they've been setting Megiddian up to be... They said she's insane.
They did.
So I feel like they're combining Megiddian Semirog and they're combining Lanfear Masana.
I don't...
Do you think Semirog... Well, you know more about the Forsaken and what they do than I do.
Yeah, I think there's good reason to still have Semirog.
Okay.
But I can't really talk about that too much.
Well, and I do feel like a sadist is different from an insane person.
Yeah.
Right? And that is also, again, Lanfear's perception of Megiddian.
Yes.
That's
and
not necessarily
Lanfear is probably
the
not going to
truth.
have the kindest judgments of the other Forsaken.
And that could be Megiddian playing some stuff up.
Yeah, very possible.
I mean, what better way to get people to ignore you than to seem like you're a little cracked?
It'd work.
It's a survival mechanism. So anyway, but I do think that there's some stuff being set up there for tower coup type deals, all that kind of stuff. Like just things moving forward for Leandrin and giving Leandrin more to do.
What, then just disappear?
Yeah,
and then
I'm
show
really
up again
excited
as
about
a
this. She's
Daka
so
Ball?
cool.
Yes, she is.
I want her around. I don't care.
This scene, by the way, was also kind of the nail in the coffin for me of maybe Leandrin's going to have the Ingtar this season. When she let her son die in front of her, I was like, no, she's not. She's not. Never
No.
mind.
No, because ultimately, right, she is selfish.
Yeah. At the end of the day, she's going to put herself first.
No matter how much she justifies things to herself as I'm doing it for my son, I'm doing it for my son, she's doing it for her.
Yeah. When the chips are down, she's doing it for herself.
Because really, when she talks about her son, it's a lot of I. Mm-hmm. She kept him in basically caged in Tarvalin for her. Mm-hmm. She didn't do the hard thing that was right? We are doing a lot of like, the people that are good ultimately are the people who are doing the hard right thing.
Yes.
Like, it doesn't mean they're not going to hurt people, but it's the hard right thing. Moraine is a dick to her family, but it's the hard right thing to do. Right? And that contrasts her 100% with Leandrin. Leandrin keeps Eludrin there. That's not the safer thing. That's not the better thing for him. That is better and easier for her. Mm-hmm. And it was always about what was better and easier for her. She didn't want to lose him because she would feel pain, not because of who he is to her. Not of who, like, it's like the people that go up there and say their wedding vows and they're like, here are all the things you do for me.
Right.
And that's why I love you. And it's like, well, okay, so now what I know is if I stopped being able to do those things for you, you wouldn't love me anymore. That's not love at that point. That's possession.
Not exactly, no.
So,
Which is not to say that you can't include like cute things that you love about them that they do, but that's because you love that they do those things, not that it's benefit. You know what I mean?
yeah, there's a very clear difference,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Between like, I love that your hair sticks up in the morning
Yeah.
like a cockatoo versus I love when you do the dishes
I
for me.
love how often you
do the
vacuum.
dishes. Yeah.
I love the sandwich. Nope, never mind. Yep, moving on.
Yeah. Caemlyn's been mentioned a bunch. We're getting Caemlyn.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
And maybe, possibly, probably, I think, based on the fact that Elaine disappeared from the White Tower, we may be getting it next season.
Pretty likely based on
I'm feeling like there's going to be some dressing down at Caemlyn.
things. Yeah, I think so.
And my theory is that Elaine's disappearance is why Elida, Galad, and Gawain get sent to the White Tower.
That makes sense. Well, because
They want them to watch her.
And in the book, that's why the coup happens, is because, well, part of why Gawain goes along with the coup, I should say, is because of Elaine having vanished.
Yeah, and that makes a lot more sense and is a lot more justifiable if the whole reason he's sent to the White Tower in the first place is your sister has vanished once, don't let it happen again.
Yeah.
And Gawain has been parentified from the time he was a child.
Yeah, a little bit. Now, we're going to talk more, but we need to take a quick break for some ads. we're going to talk more now. I mentioned Ingtar a minute ago. Can we...
Oh,
do you have a list you're going down?
Yeah,
okay,
I
go
did.
Ahead.
I was also like, what is Swan's business in Camelin? And I was like, does it have something to do with Morghese or Elida?
Probably. That would make sense.
Are we going to be hearing more about that next season?
Probably.
I'm thinking yes.
Considering that it seems as though she's not going to make it. It's a pretty big detour.
Mm-hmm. And Rand's dream stuff with him seeing all of his dead friends and dead Egwene. They're really giving us a look at Dragonmount again. This is twice now. At least. I'm not even sure if we allude to it in season 1 or not. I can't remember, but I'm willing to bet we get to know Ilyena a bit in the cold opens too.
I bet. Because here's the thing about Dragonmount. I love Dragonmount. It's really cool. Without context, it's extremely confusing and has very little impact when it's the first thing you read. It's fucking awesome, and it's a great hook. And I'm not saying it's not a great introduction to this. It is. It's awesome, and it's confusing, and I have no idea what's going on. And the dude blows up and turns into a mountain. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? There is another way to approach that, which is as Luz Theron's...
I think that's what they're doing.
Luz Theron's climax.
Yeah.
Which it is. It is the climax of his story. And I totally understand why in the book it's the first thing we see of him, and it's basically the only thing we see of him where he's not in Rand's head. No spoilers.
And then the rest of it is him crying in Rand's head.
Yeah, but like, I really think they're gonna do Dragonmount a lot later. There's a couple places I think they could put it, and I can't actually tell you what either of them are, Al.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, we're gonna get it when narratively it's going to matter the most.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're going to get it. But I think that, yeah, we will possibly get to know the Forsaken more in those cold opens. I think it's so smart that they have the cold opens and that they're using them to basically kind of show us what we need to see as like context. Because, yeah, I just think it's operating, as Rafe has said in the past, like the prologues do in the books, where it's like, let's check in with this thing that is pertinent information to get to know.
Yeah.
I think it's really smart too, just as a way of giving us the backstory we need without feeling like it's shoehorned in places or having to rely on exposition, which is always a nightmare. And then also, I think it's a way for us to get to know who the Forsaken were, who they potentially were to Luz Theron, who these other important characters were before they get involved with Rand, who Luz Theron was, and I think we're going to get to know Ilyena. And not to mention Tigraine and what's his face? Janduin?
Oh, Janduin, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going to get to know some of that too.
Probably. I don't know if they're going to bring back Madja, but
I would love if they did.
I would love if they did. But
they
yeah,
might.
considering
the
that
reception to her was so strong that maybe.
Considering that the only thing we know about Ilyena in the books is that she has blonde hair and loves to throw dinner parties, I'm pretty sure that the show will be giving us a little bit more about that.
Yeah. But yeah, we're definitely getting Dragonmount.
Yeah. It's
just going to be at a time when it's narratively
it is
the
iconic.
Best. Yeah. We see Matt without an eye again.
Yes, we do. Don't we? Interesting. I wonder why that's happened.
It made me curious about the way the others died.
You're just going to have to keep reading.
It made me really curious about the way that the others died.
There, actually,
so I stopped and I wrote them down. Nynaeve was stabbed in the back, which was interesting. They were all killed in different ways. Nynaeve was stabbed in the back. Perrin had his throat cut. And Egwene was stabbed in the stomach. I'm just taking note. That was interesting. Nynaeve was stabbed in the back. I'm just taking note. I'm looking at him so intensely.
I don't know why.
Oh, please. She's so not stilled. I know the answer to this, but
at the time,
I kept screaming, and we're in the live reaction of us months ago going, please, you're not stilled.
Yeah.
He's asking about Rand in this scene. Oh, Barthanes is. He comes in and he's like asking about Rand. Like, oh, where did Rand go? And all this stuff. And I go,
yeah, see, we're Hammond and Han at this point trying to figure out whether they're keeping Barthanes a dark friend or making it Anver.
Yeah.
We're hoping that it's Barthanes because Anver is so cool.
Anver is so cool, one. And two, I just feel like they've gone out of their way to make Barthanes look so good.
So likable.
Yeah.
And funny and charming.
Yeah, they've done
Yeah.
all of the things. Like,
All of the
he's
hallmarks.
resilient. He's charming. He's humble. He's
He's a good nephew.
a good nephew. He's sweet.
He's the hopes of a family.
Well, like all of those little things that they like that make us like a character, they've done with him.
Yeah.
Which makes me feel like, but also they've laid the breadcrumbs of like House Damage Red rose weirdly quickly
Yes.
from their fall. He's about to marry the queen of
Kyrian.
He keeps asking about Rand and showing a lot of interest in Rand and Moraine.
Yeah. Vera doesn't seem to give a shit about Rand. So yeah, that's a good point.
He's going out of his way to prepare her food, which is sweet, but also
We were a little suspicious.
that was a little suspicious. And she never ate that sandwich.
No, she didn't.
So it was just suspicious.
Speaking of Dark Friends, do we want to talk about Ingtar now or later?
Let's talk about Ingtar when we get to Ingtar.
Okay. Because I know you have your list of notes and I have my list of notes as well. And he's just
I'm
at the
going
top
in
of mine.
order.
Okay.
I'm starting to feel like Anvera might be too obvious an antagonist to Moraine, and Barthanes is being set up as too good, is what I wrote down.
This is something we can talk about. The Shan-Chan, we talked a lot about in part 1 about how the Shan-Chan having control over names and how much names matter. You remember that the entire fucking thing about the Shan-Chan is that when you rank up, you get a new name?
Yeah.
That's like,
oh my God.
that's the whole cornerstone of their society, is that every time you get a new rank in society, they give you a new name.
Oh my God.
And every time you
That's
get dropped
why names
down,
have been such a focus this episode.
Yeah. Well,
Oh
because you
my
remember
God.
Egyanan just got reduced to being Leelwyn shipless.
Yeah. Shit. Good catch,
Yeah,
Gus.
that's why names are such a big deal.
Oh my God.
Is the Shan-Chan's entire thing.
Good one.
Is names. Thank you. Speaking of the Shan-Chan, real quick, Surath is reminding me of Savannah. Is the person I was talking about?
Yeah. You wrote it in a note and showed it to me, and I was
Yeah.
like, oh, yeah.
Surath is really reminding me of Savannah a lot with her, like, very shallow desires for power and very, is lugubrious the right word? What does that word mean? I've forgotten what lugubrious means, but it feels right.
means like morbid. Not morbid, but like sad.
Okay, it's entirely the wrong word.
You know how I know that word, and I've told you this before?
How?
In Hercules, when Pain and Panic are running down the stairs to get to Hades, one of them, I think it's Panic, says, "Coming your most lugubriousness."
Exquisite. Her overly loquacious...
No, Pain says it.
Her overly loquacious, haranguing of people at these meetings and just like puffing herself up in front of people just feels so much like Savannah.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like a little part in the back of my mind that is like, are they going to wipe out the Shido at Dumai's Wells and have Fail be kidnapped by Surath? But I don't know if that would work. I'm overcomplicating things for myself. I just had a little twig in the back of my mind that was like, what if that happened? I don't think it
I
will.
think there's also a world in which we can have two women that suck.
That's true. I wasn't
No.
yeah.
I wasn't being, no, I just, in this way, I mean, I think we can see that they can be against each other and yet still two sides of the same coin.
Very similar people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know. I mean, they're also hinting at a backstory for Surath.
They are.
Where it's like, I know the real reason why you joined the dark. And I'm like, she seems really shallow, right? That seems to
Really
be who
shallow.
she is.
Yeah.
But it seems like there is more going on there.
Most likely. Anyway.
Rima says that some of the women can sense women who can channel. So it looks like it might be a talent because Logain also said that he has that talent.
Yeah.
To sense men who can channel.
Yeah.
Rather than a thing they can all do. But at the same time, this very episode, Lan mentioned that the Forsaken could do things in the past that they can't do now.
Yes.
And so I'm like, there is a world in which like it's a talent in this world, but it was something they could do.
Taken
all
for granted.
do
Yeah. Back in the day. Very possible.
as Forsaken. Like there's some people that could do it naturally and some people who had to learn how. Because like I did see some people saying, and this is me speculating, but I did see some people saying like, oh, but why would they change that? Again, we don't know that they changed it. It could be just that, you know, for narrative purposes right now, it doesn't exactly make things easy. It's kind of like what cell phones do in movies now. It makes it so that certain plot devices are more difficult.
Yeah.
Having everybody be able to look at somebody and say, oh, that person can channel.
Yeah.
Is kind of
tough. Well, that's why Robert Jordan came up with being able to hide it.
Exactly.
Because like he does this all the time, and good on him for doing this. He makes a mechanic, and then he realizes that mechanic is unbalanced, and so he comes up with a way to kind of counteract the mechanic. Like he has it so that women can detect one another when they're channeling, but then he makes it so that some women can hide it. He makes it so that you can see other people's weaves, but then he invents inverting the weave. He makes gateways, which are outrageously overpowered, and then he goes, oh yeah, but Trollocs can't go through them. And he can do whatever the fuck he wants, and it all works.
Yeah,
you know, it's how he balances this shit out. And it's great.
Yeah.
It's refreshing. But yeah.
But I'm just saying, I think there's a world in which the Forsaken know how to do it. Very,
very likely.
Yeah, because Lan said this episode, there are things the Forsaken know how to do that they've forgotten how to do. Elaine handling the ADOM and showing interest in how Terra and Grial work this episode.
Remember when she said she likes to tinker with things?
She likes to tinker with things. I'm excited. Okay. Ooh. Also, so Ren is talking about how the Aes Sedai want to waste Egwene's talent on parlor tricks while the Shan-Chan want to see her use it to the fullest extent, kind of referring to the oaths and how they keep the Aes Sedai from doing their full potential. But then also they're collaring women to keep them from doing their full potential because they're afraid. Archer Hawkwing being the reason for both of these things did not escape me.
Yep.
Tell me again that it's a matriarchal society.
That was a beautiful tangent, Allie.
About it not being a matriarchal
I loved
society.
that. That was great.
It's not.
That
and
came
I'm
straight
done.
from the chest. I loved it.
Done with getting that comment on TikTok.
Yeah.
I'm done with it. Respectfully and lovingly. I love you all so much, but oh my God, I can't. It's at best equal.
I would even argue that.
That's what I said at best. Yeah, but Archer Hawkwing being the reason for both of these things made me go, interesting. Yeah, I think we're going to talk about Archer Hawkwing at some point.
I bet.
We've been circling around it for a bit.
I bet.
Well, we've heard his name too, so we know that we're going to get him.
Oh yeah, he's pretty important.
The backstory on that at some point. I'm wondering if it's a cold open. Anyway, we'll find out.
We love a cold open.
Oh, I'm like, oh my God, the things we could use these cold opens for. And then we don't have to talk about them in the episode because it always bogs down the episode and it always feels so forced. Matt talking about breaking a woman's heart and it's men was funny.
Yeah.
Considering that he says, I have to go break a woman's heart to Rand talking about Min, who is the person that Min ends up with.
I don't think he meant like genuinely. I think he's leaning into his like,
no,
well, you know.
He's joking. But for me, the dramatic irony was, oh my God, he's talking about your future girlfriend.
Yeah.
That to me was just funny.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we passed Ingtar. So say what you want about Ingtar.
When this episode wrapped, we looked at each other, among other, after going, oh my God, and crying and hugging and talking about how amazing it was. And we went, I don't really know how they're going to do Ingtar.
Yeah.
Because I, at this point, said, I don't see how they can build Ingtar up enough to make any kind of reveal with him satisfying.
Yeah.
It is apparent that he is still the character he is.
And part of that is they had to replace the actor for that as well.
Yeah, because Greg, the new guy's name is Greg Chalandri. This is no knock against him. He's doing a wonderful job. I love his portrayal of the character, and I think that there's a lot of nuance and a lot of dimension to it, and I love the way he's playing him. But yeah, because the original guy who played Ingtar left to do Willow, I believe, which, good for him, get a job, take the job. However, because of that, it seems like a lot of the opportunity and a lot of the time we would have had to build up Ingtar in the last couple episodes of season 1 was lost.
Yeah.
And now we have not had a ton of time devoted to Ingtar in season 2, which is fine because we fleshed out so many other Dark Friends, but...
The Dark Friends who are going to be around longer.
Yeah. I love Ingtar as a character, and I love the Ingtar moment. I do think it will be, at the time, I did think it would be difficult for them to pull off an Ingtar reveal.
Yeah, we thought it was possible that maybe Ingtar doesn't die at Tomenhead, that maybe he dies at a later time, maybe in season 3, so that we have more time with him, or that they might not. They
might just not do it.
Not do it, or if they do it, that they won't do the Dark Friend reveal, or they'll just do it and
it'll just, or that they'll pull it off and surprise us.
Yeah. We kind of were like, it feels like we're not spending that much time with Ingtar, but it also kind of feels like I wouldn't take anything else away.
Yeah. And we talked in episode 1, 2, and 3 about how Ingtar and Perrin as a duo would have had a lot of weight as well. But then Perrin, of course, had to do his wolf stuff. So a lot of what could have gone down on that path didn't happen because Perrin, frankly, had more important things to do than be a vehicle for Ingtar's plot.
Right.
So, we know, but past us, we'll figure out what goes on with Ingtar.
Yeah, but, I think
the actor's doing a great job.
The establishment of the Black Aja, which happened through all the stuff with Leandrin and all the stuff with Varen and the Brown Aja gals, that was more important for long-term stuff.
Yep.
And I think establishing the Forsaken and Lanfear in particular was also more important.
Yep.
Yeah, Ishamael and Lanfear were more important to talk about.
And I'm also...
The Shan-Chan were also more important.
Shan-Chan were more important. Yeah. And I really like Moraine's plot this season, even though it's not verbatim from the books.
Yeah,
I think considering that Moiraine is a core character from the first handful of books, it's great that we're getting more time with her.
Yeah.
So, I
really like this season, y'all. I
did too.
I mean, this episode in particular was unfreaking-leavable.
Yeah.
But... Okay. Let's get to that hand-holding scene between Elaine and Nynaeve.
Yeah, you had a lot of thoughts about this.
What is up with Elaine? She is too calm under pressure. Trauma recognizes trauma. What is going on? Because here's the thing. This scene of her putting her hand over Nynaeve's mouth and shaking her head no, and them holding hands as they watched something bad happen, I could easily see them doing with children.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
And I had some theories as to what, because I was like, okay, maybe I'm just cracked. But I was like, it was so impactful to me and they spent so much time on it that I was like, and Elaine was so the star in that moment. And we don't know anything about her other than that she doesn't have any friends. And obviously we know that she has 2 brothers, one of whom she loves and one of whom she dislikes. And that her father is dead, was killed by her mother's lover, and then that same lover, after his nephew died, freaked out and was nearly executed by Morghese. And he was the only real actual father that Elaine ever knew. It feels like there's some playground in there.
I think so.
Especially when it comes to Gawain being so parentified with Elaine. It feels like there is the potential there, possibly, for that scene to be a bookend.
Yeah, I doubted you a little bit when you told me this off mic first, but the more you talk about it, the more I'm like, yeah, no, it's very possible.
I was like, there's just something about it that stood out to me in such a way where I was like, I see a world in which that scene gets bookended. Like the scene with Nynaeve being trapped while people die keeps coming up, right?
Yeah.
Or Matt abandoning his friends keeps coming up. It just feels like what they are doing with these characters is giving them visual triggers where we're like, oh,
it's this.
Forever we're going to understand what that means now. Now when we go back, this will have more, or they'll show us something happening. And then later when we see the context of it, we go back and we watch it. And this is true to Robert Jordan. We go back and we watch it.
And go, oh, it's that.
We go back and we reread, which is why these books are so rereadable. We go, oh, When they did that, now that's heartbreaking.
Which,
even more heartbreaking.
Once again, this is why Layla Ibarra was a thing.
Yeah.
Is because now Perrin is going to have a hell of a lot of trauma about women being in danger.
We have a shorthand.
Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously his wife getting kidnapped is going to be pretty freaking triggering.
Yeah.
But yeah, so to me, it was just like, I don't know. And just in general, Elaine's like calm and quiet. Like when shit is going down, she doesn't say a word. Ever.
She's really fucking cool under pressure. She is so, well, and she's also like the first one to get collected after they've been kidnapped.
Yeah. And I'm like, what is that?
Yeah.
That to me is like, that's a thing that I've noticed that they just keep doing with her.
Yeah.
Like when Egwene was finding out about Nynaeve's death, in quotes, she was quiet in the back.
She was just like
watching and saying nothing.
Yeah.
Right? When Rima was going out to get killed and Nynaeve was like, no, don't go, no. Quiet, saying nothing. The way she handles trauma is she's quiet and she says nothing until she needs to. Mm-hmm. And then it's with all due respect. Or when would you like me to be beaten? Mm-hmm. What is that?
I love Chevelaine.
What is that? And I was like, and to me, so that's why when she covers Nynaeve's mouth and does the no, I was like, this is how you respond to trauma. You get quiet and you get watchful. You watch. You're a watcher. Because you're one of those people where I go, when you have an explosive environment or when you experience a trauma, right? There are like, different ways that, we handle it. And some people get hyper aware. They get a hyper awareness where they just become very observant during stress because that like helps them because then they can like navigate situations easier. And I'm like, I think that's Elaine. I think she's hyper vigilant.
I just had a terrible thought.
What?
And I'm going to break for ads before I talk about it. But I just had a very terrible, in a good way, thought. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Okay, pattern recognition with our characters is a big thing. And characters, in cycles is a big thing. And people trying to break free of cycles is a big thing.
The wheel.
The wheel. It's the visual metaphor for the entire show. In what situation?
Oh, which is why Matt with his dad being a prey. And that's also why Perrin's wife needed to be a thing. Because then he's like, I'm doing it again.
I'm doing it again. It's happening again. It's happening again. That's why I try to protect Aviana. In what situation, Allie, might an older sibling take a younger sibling and put their hand over their mouth and go, don't say anything? In what situation might a child... Tom killing Tarangale, or maybe Tarangale is an abusive spouse.
I thought that. Well, because why else would Tom want to kill him?
Yeah, I mean, he wants to kill more gays. But what if? Yeah. What if
Tarangale? This is what I thought too.
Hold on. And again, the visual vocabulary of a child wanting to be very quiet.
Yep.
And not. Maybe you were getting at this and I've just jumped the gun.
No, but please finish.
A child wanting to be quiet and not seen when traumatic things are happening. Mm-hmm. And knowing what to do from experience. And if we take that and expand it out from Elaine, and this is this is upsetting stuff I'm talking about. I only feel comfortable talking about this because we trigger warning the beginning of this episode for heavy shit.
Yeah.
If we expand out from Elaine with patterns and pattern recognition, and we go to Morgaze, and we say that Morgaze has had some pattern of abusive relationships, and then we get into
which is not unusual for people who are in one abusive relationship.
Yes.
It is more likely, unfortunately, that they will be in another one.
And then we get into the Raven of it all.
Yep. Not only that, expanding outward again, Galad's dogged pursuit of clear right and clear wrong.
Yep.
And his obsession with that makes more sense.
Yep. Gawain's parentification. And need to protect his Jesus.
Desperate need
to protect his sister.
Desperate need to protect his
oh,
sister.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That's what I was about to say. That's why I was like, this moment feels like I just went, I feel like this is a bookend.
Okay, I take back everything I've ever said about not wanting Morghese to have to deal with stuff after book 5. Give Morghese a nice Talonvor who doesn't suck.
Yeah.
Give Morghese a journey.
Or you know what? Give her Morghese like a great beach house.
Yeah.
And then she can just be like her beachy, happy self. Give her like a happy little cat and a nice little dog and like lots of books.
Did we monkey paw this shit when we asked for more Trakan family drama?
I'm telling you, the Trakans are like a Jerry Springer episode. And I was like, there is a way to make all of them sympathetic.
Yeah. And that's part of it. That could be.
That's a big part of it. If Tarangale were an abusive, it also makes sense why friggin' Tigraine left.
Yes. Oh, fuck.
All of it makes sense. If you make Tarangale really, really bad. Well, because otherwise, why would he randomly decide he wanted to kill Morghese?
Yeah, because in the book, it's just he wants to use that as a play to like become king of both countries. But yeah,
well,
shit.
You kind of imagine that somebody who so callously would be like, I'm going to murder the mother of my children. Is going to be an abusive asshole.
Absolutely.
There's no way that he just one day woke up and was like, you know what? I feel like murdering someone today.
Yeah, they're totally going to do that, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're totally going to... Oh, man.
Yeah, that's where I was going with that.
Yeah.
I was like...
I didn't mean to steal that.
No, you're fine. I was like... But that's why I broached it with you. I was like, that scene to me felt beat for beat like like children in an abusive household hiding in the closet.
Yeah.
Did it not? Now that you look at it?
God, now I'm very upset now.
And I'm like, they do that a lot. They map that kind of stuff. Like the Logain, why should I have to, when I like fought for everything, why should I give all this information to you, a rookie? Like we've seen that in every sports movie. The like has-been mentor. Like all of these things, they're like taking the stuff that we are familiar with and just projecting it into a fantasy world, which is what Robert Jordan is doing too. They're just furthering what Robert Jordan was already doing. And by the way, it should be implied that Tarangale was an abusive asshole.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is the thing. We are limited to POVs in the book, so we don't get more information on that. And Elaine is too young at that point to really understand it. But like the implication is that Tarangale is an abusive asshole and that Morghese is stuck in a cycle of being with abusive men.
By the way, that's why the way that Talonvor is written in the book upsets me so much.
Yes, because you can't escape it. Yeah. And we're supposed to buy that that's her happily ever after when he's also an abusive asshole.
Yeah. But
just
in a
less.
nice guy way. Anyway.
Yeah. So this is my thing is I saw that, and for some reason the second time I watched it, I was just like, it's so specific. And yes, it fits this moment, but how interesting would it be too if Elaine and Nynaeve are re-experiencing their childhood traumas again together, but this time Elaine is the elder sibling and Nynaeve isn't alone.
Oh my God. Oh no. Oh man, that's weirdly healing for both of them.
Yes.
Oh no. Oh God. Oh boy. Well, that'll make you like Gawain.
Well, and think about it. If Elaine's the one that's like, we have to do something, like mom's being abused, and Gawain's like, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah.
And it's like the best thing that you're going to make it worse if you go. The best thing we can do is stay quiet. And then she turns around and is like, the best thing we can do is stay quiet. You will make it worse if you go.
Yeah.
But what the gift for Nynaeve is that she heard, you did everything right. You did what you had to do. This thing you've been kicking yourself about all this time. Yeah. You did everything right. You did what you needed to do.
Well,
and you made it. You survived.
Jesus. And then,
now I'm really hoping I'm right.
Well, then Gawain becomes, every failure that Gawain has and every mistake Gawain makes becomes even more tragic. Because of course he's going to double down on every time he fucks up.
Yes, because again, like Matt doesn't want to be his father.
Yeah.
Which then gives them the potential to bond.
It's all
right?
cycles, yeah.
That gives them the potential to bond because they have a shared trauma, right? So then we can understand why Galad might flip back. We can also understand then why Galad would kill someone like Eamon Valda.
Yes. Well, because Eamon Valda specifically abuses his mother.
Exactly. It all makes sense. It makes sense that the Trakand children come from a deeply troubled home.
And it makes sense that Elaine would care so much about Tom because he is genuinely the only
real father
figure she's ever had.
And not only that, he protected their mother.
Yep. Yes. He killed her abuser.
And it makes sense why Morghese sent him away because she thought that the cycle, when he flipped out, she thought the cycle was continuing.
Oh my God. Oh no. Oh, this is tragic. Like, I don't want to say I hope they do this because it'll be really hard to watch. But
no harder than this episode.
No harder than this episode. No.
No harder than Demise Wells will be. Oh my God. They're going to fuck us up. So yeah, this is my thing is I think, this moment made me go, there's a lot to Elaine that that we haven't covered yet. Because I was just like, I watch her because I've watched every episode 4 times. I watch her in the background of all of these crises and she has the same face and she is the same in every scene. She's quiet and she's always looking like she wants to say something, but she knows she can't every single time. And I was just like, what the fuck is that? Because I know Kira Coveney is an amazing actress. So it's not because Kira Coveney has like same face syndrome.
No.
Right? Because she's an amazing actress. So I was like, this is on purpose. I just feel it. There is something going on here.
When's season 3 coming out?
I don't know. Not soon enough. What do you think about my theory?
I think it's brilliant. It's devastating, but it's brilliant. That's good, man.
It just felt too abused child to me. I was just, looked at it. I was like, this feels like kids hiding in a closet when their parents are like having a bad argument outside.
Yeah.
It just felt that way. And I was just like, I feel like, and to me, it's that it was them holding hands felt like so like children.
Yeah. Oh man. You could absolutely do that scene shot for shot with Gawain.
With Gawain and Elaine as children. Shot for shot. And because the thing is too, right? Oh, that also makes sense why Elaine doesn't have any friends. She doesn't trust anyone.
Yeah.
Because she doesn't want to be in a cycle like her mother.
Mm-hmm.
This all makes sense.
Well, I'm intrigued to see what they do with it.
Yeah. Well, because this is my thing is I'm like, I think that we're inclined to get there's more to them than meets the eye thing with a lot of these characters, right? Nynaeve is not the angry black woman. She is a traumatized person who experiences a lot of anger because of it, because of her inability to take action. Then she must take action now. Matt looks like a jovial, fun guy, but really he's terrified of becoming like his father. And that is true of all people. We all have more going on under the surface, right? And the way that we are perceived is not necessarily the way that we are. Nynaeve immediately assumes that Elaine is going to be a stuck-up princess. That's why she calls her princess. But and the heel turn is when she realizes that there's more to Elaine. And I think there is way more to Elaine even then. But Elaine's not going to reveal right now that she's an abused child.
No, it's not the right time for that, no.
But that's also why she's so loyal to the people that she loves, because she's experienced the other side.
Yep.
And that's why she also latches on to people who show her kindness.
Yep. Yeah, that's why she gets so tight with Egwene so fast. Yeah, I can't stop thinking about this now. There's just a lot you can do with that.
I'm glad you've come around to my thinking.
Well, yeah, it's good thinking. You're very good at that.
Anyway, Rafe, my agent is...
So, a couple other plot points to talk about. If your list is done.
I don't think it's done, but you can go.
Well, the only other thing I want to talk about is, and people have talked about this online, but the rings, those are going to be the rings that they fake being Aes Sedai with.
Yeah, definitely.
And that means that Nynaeve is going to be wearing Ryma's fucking ring.
Forever.
Metaphorically.
This moment is going to be present forever. She's going to think of it every time she looks. We, by extension, are going to think, because they showed us those rings and they made a big deal of the ring. And this is, again, why I'm like that hand clapping over the mouth and then those hands holding. Yes, it was also a development in their friendship, but I was like, there's way more to it than that because we spent so much time on it, right? We could have just had Elaine covering her mouth and then them standing together, but we had to have them holding hands. We had to have a whole thing, right? So, yeah, I feel like every time we look at that ring, the context is going to be also, oh, not only did Nynaeve not earn it, right? Because she hasn't technically earned it yet.
No.
Not only has Nynaeve not earned it, but it belongs to somebody. It has a heavy backstory.
It's got a great weight attached to it. And
the promise that she gave the owner of that ring was that she'd put it in the flame.
Mm-hmm. People who say like, oh, it's bad, that the wife, because now it's his entire character's trauma. The whole fucking series is about trauma. Like, yeah. Rand is a walking bag of trauma.
Yes. They're all trauma dumpsters.
Yeah. We have an episode called Egwene Alvear Trauma Dumpster.
Yeah. What's just happening is that, honestly, we're just giving, well, first of all, Perrin experiences the death of his family later on. So we're just doing that, but sooner.
Yeah.
Right? We're doing that, but sooner so that we can inform more of his arc going forward. Matt, we just gave him a reason for being the way that he is. Rand is just going to be experiencing trauma this whole fucking time. For the rest of the
fucking show, yeah.
Egwene, obviously, we're just delving into the trauma that was already on the page and giving it breathing space.
Like Nynaeve,
we're giving her a reason for being the way that she is so that she's not just the angry black woman. And so that, again, she gets to have these connections with all of these people. The reason why she imprints on Lan so hard is because he gives her her father's last words.
Yeah. Also, he's Daniel Henney.
It
doesn't hurt.
Daniel Henney. And the reason she starts to bond with Elaine is because she realizes that Elaine is also a traumatized person and not just a princess.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're not just bickering because they're women, and that's what women do. But because these are two women coming from very different places who both have intense, innate desires to be a leader, bumping up against each other in a time of crisis over a person they care about. I mean, it's just, yeah, I don't know. I
like the show. I think it's quite good.
I think it's quite good. And I think there is the potential for it to get even better next season, because then we're going to get Avienda and her entire people's trauma.
Well, I mean,
and not talk about cyclical. Look at the Aiel.
Yeah.
They're stuck in a generational trauma cyclone also.
Yeah. It's all trauma cycles.
It's trauma all the way down.
Trauma all the way down.
Double it and give it to the next person. That's what our ancestors said.
Yeah. Do you have more notes, things you want to talk about?
No. That was it. I wanted to end on Elaine.
I love Elaine. She's great.
I'm looking at her. I'm like, what is up?
What's going on,
That
bud?
scene just felt so, and then just watch her when Egwene finds out that Nynaeve is dead. Just watch that scene. Watch how she is. And then notice that she does the exact same thing in the Rima scene when Rima's leaving. Mm-hmm. And she does she does it every time. Every time she's so eerily calm while Nynaeve is flying off the handle. And yes, part of that is that they're just very different people. But there's another part of me that's like, you're not even a little bit gonna go, no, Rima, don't go. Not even a little. It's because she shuts down and goes into observation mode.
Yeah. And obviously part of it is also the training, the thing where she understands sacrifice.
Okay.
And yes.
But the implication also is that Tarangale's an abusive asshole because you don't just go from 0 to murdering your wife in one day.
Yeah, that's true.
And also, the signs that he was going to kill her must have been there for Tom to plan to kill him first.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, to me, it's just taking the subtext and making it out there.
I'd buy that.
I mean, the subtext was Swan and Moraine were hooking up and were in love.
I mean, it's
pretty much explicit.
It's pretty much explicitly stated in New Spring.
Yeah. I mean, all of that stuff is there. So then why not just make it more explicit?
Yeah.
Because now we're out of the POV, so we can have a more omniscient narrator view of things.
Mm-hmm. Well, I like this episode. I don't know if I want to watch it again right away, but I kind of do because I want to think about all the stuff you talked about. But I also I kind of don't because it's extraordinarily sad.
I just want to show you those little Elaine scenes.
No, I was paying attention when I rewatched it yesterday.
No, I just want not the covering the hand, the crisis scenes. I
remember those.
You did.
I remember those very clearly.
Okay, yeah.
She does this. Yeah, she does the same thing. She's got a specific vocabulary.
It just bothered me. It just bothered me in a good way.
Yeah.
Anyway. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hey, thanks for listening, everybody. We have social media if you want to know what we've got going on. It's linked down below. We also have a Patreon if you want to support us that way. It's
Do you not have any double spoiler things you want to talk about?
I don't.
Oh, great.
It's patreon.com/wheeltakes, and you can always leave us a rating and a review. It helps a lot, and is fairly easy if you're on Apple Podcasts. Other than that, I'm usually the one who does the anything else, aren't I?
Yeah. Anything else, Gus?
Let's go get more frosting.
More frosting!
Thanks for listening, everyone. Bye.
Bye.